Everyone, and we are back at Identity V Arena 2022, and we will be starting our first match today with a very exciting lineup. We will be seeing FT versus TNG. Lychee, this is going to be great. We have a lot going on, a lot of exciting things in store. We've got a best out of 3 and a best out of 5. We've seen a lot of amazing gameplay in the past few days for this tournament, and I'm sure that we will see everyone bring out all of the stops today. Lychee, are you excited? Are you ready to get everything going?
Yes, I am super excited for these matchups today, Veronica, and super excited to be casting these with you as well as the finals. So we have some really strong teams that have made it this far in the tournament, both familiar faces as well as new faces as well. So I'm just super excited to see how they are going to perform, if they're going to continue to push as they have done in the past couple of games, and if they'll bring out anything new and surprising for us today, as this is the last day of IVA. I can't believe it.
Absolutely, such an interesting place to be at. We've got this big match today, and then we've got a huge match, for the finals. We'll be seeing GH go against the winner of this match here in the lower bracket, just to, see what happens. That one's going to be a best out of 5. Very exciting. We're going to get right into the tournament bracket here, and we can see all of the past results from everything that's gone on so far. Everyone has fought a really long time to be here. FT climbing their way all the way back up from that lower bracket there. We could see them coming back into the finals again, and an interesting rematch between GH and FT at that, Lychee.
Yes, that is very interesting for sure. So really excited to see how FT and TNG will play this out today, and ultimately who will be making it to that finals. And yeah, so it looks like we're going to have the player introductions here. Starting off with FT here, we have on the Hunter side, Nino Pancake, as well as YTH Shen. And then on the Survivor side, we have Survivors LMM, Dragon, XB, and DDD.
Yeah, absolutely. I still remember that excellent kite that DDD did the other day. And now we're going to see the touch and go side of things. So we are going to see on the Hunter side, Foru and Fi. On the Survivors, we're going to see Riona, Cat Carry, Hollow, White, and Wolfie here. So that's going to be really great. We're going to see a lot happening. We're going to see TNG, pull out all of the stops again. We're going to watch them perform in this match here against Future, and it's going to be such a fascinating matchup. They have performed really well prior, as to be expected from people who have made it into these final matches here on this day. On Sunday, last day of IVA 2022. Lots going on, Lychee. Lots going on.
Yes, definitely, Veronica. And, just to remind our fans who are watching us today, don't forget to interact and comment in the chat, of course. This is your chance to support your teams on the last day of IVA. So really, interact and comment in that chat. Show us who you're rooting for, as well as who you're excited to see today. Are there any players, any characters you're excited to see? And interactions in the chat can help you earn NM coins, as well as get you boosted up there so that you could potentially participate in the Loyal Viewers giveaway, as well as utilize those coins on some pretty cool prizes, including fan signs from the casters and things like that. So really great job to all the fans who have participated in the past couple of days, but just want to keep that up for that last day as well as we keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are in for a long day today. I would advise that everyone has their drinks and their snacks, and we're really ready to go. We'll be all in for that best out of 3 and the best out of 5. You're going to want to be ready and prepared for everything going on. We will certainly have breaks to grab more stuff if you'd like to, but as of now, ready for the action. I know that I will not be leaving my seat at all, and I wouldn't be if I was watching from the sidelines either.
Yes, definitely. We have so much in store today. Really just super excited to get started here. And here we are with the band picks here, Veronica. Looks like we're going to be on Leo's Memory. Arms Factory. It looks like this is both have a factory in there. So I was a little bit confused. And starting us off, we have Fui here with the female dancer ban. Wow. So banning a character who we've seen played a lot recently in the past couple of days. This is quite interesting.
Absolutely, the dancer is actually soon getting an adjustment, and that's not surprising considering how well that she's been utilized in IVA so far to this point, especially when wanting to take her out as a first ban on the Arms Factory map. It is a smaller map, so generally you don't have to worry as much about things like priestesses because there aren't as many like very crazy portal spots for her to utilize. But the dancer is most certainly an interesting choice. She can set up these wonderful music box places whereupon she can get pallet stuns and increase the decoding of her and her teammates. I know in that center box there, generally on the map, you can set up a bunch of slow boxes at each 3 of those pallets. And, if you play your cards right, you can get absolutely insane stuns in a row over that one, and that can be a lot of a hassle to deal with. When utilized correctly, it can be quite strong for kiting. And the first picks that we're going to see come in on the side of Future are the Barmaid and the Forward Lychee. Do you suppose that they're gearing up for a Dream Witch pick from Fui?
Yeah, they could definitely be trying to counter certain hunters here. I don't know if Fui has a Dream Witch in their mix, but that could certainly be a good counter to something like Dream Witch, as well as potentially Clerk as well. I think Fui here did play the Clerk in some of the earlier days as well, although perhaps not necessarily as a first pick, but she has been played quite often on this map, particularly as well. So interesting to see that, as well as the Sculptor here, the Entomologist. My brain was just one step ahead of me, just automatically thinking, Entomologist, potentially a Sculptor counter here, because I think we've also seen him play the Sculptor in some of the previous matchups as well and do a pretty good job with that Sculptor. So Entomologist, both a good counter to Clerk and Sculptor actually here, and some other hunters as well. There's a lot of spots on this map where you can utilize those bees to block the hunter at key points, at those choke points there.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see that Entomologists come in with a lot of places, along with a lot of places to vault over and place that honey in order for fellow survivors to get over quicker, which can be very difficult for hunters who are a little bit slower on their chase and will have a little bit more trouble catching up, as it also slows them down to vault over those areas. We're kind of whipping out the hullabaloo bands here, as we also see the Acrobat has been taken out alongside the female dancer. So it'll be very interesting to see what they come in with for the third band here, and then what they choose to counter, possibly a Clerk, possibly a Sculptor. They're gearing up for these things, and we did see how strong the Barmaid was on this map a while ago, when the Barmaid was able to hand out those drinks easily to teammates kiting, because the map is small, which means that you are able to access your fellow survivors a lot easier. The healing, it's easier to find them as the hunter, and we're actually going to see a Postman band come in as the third one here. So with the dancer and the Postman in mind, there seems to be a disinterest in having that quick decoding and support decoding with those fast music boxes and that Tranquility Letter Lychee. We could be looking at a Clerk here.
Yes, potentially Clerk, or I feel like Sculptor does have to be wary of quick decoders as well. Psychologist coming in here, so actually also, we don't want to forget about potentially something like a Dream Witch or even a Hermit, who Fui has also pulled out earlier as well. So, there's a lot of options. I don't know specifically if Fui has all of those characters in his character pool there, but if he does, those are definitely some pretty strong picks as well that the survivors could be gearing up to counter with some strong counters. So really interesting lineup here from the survivors. It does definitely look like you were saying, Veronica, this hunter doesn't like fast decoders here, as both female dancer and Postman and the neutral decoding Acrobat has been banned. And this is round 1. No hunters yet have been banned, so the floor is really open to whatever this hunter wants to play here against this team composition.
Yeah, absolutely. Fui could go for a Sculptor, could go for a Clerk, could go for any of those options that we've seen prior, even something kind of surprising from the hunter pool. We seem to be gearing up to get ready for it soon, which will be very exciting to see. We can talk a little bit about how they could possibly take down this team comp, about how this team comp could possibly take down Fui in this match here on the Arms Factory. And we are actually going to see a Guard 26 Bonbon come in here as the selection, which would be very interesting with this team comp, Lychee.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm excited to see the Bonbon here. Looking at the survivors, it does make sense, with Entomologist, Bonbon can bomb those bees and get rid of them a little bit more easily than other hunters. I mean, also applying damage to the Entomologist as well while she's on those bees. So it does make sense there. And, with the Forward, although he can somewhat counter the Bonbon, Bonbon also has some mechanisms to counter the Forward as well, if he can place some bombs before picking up the survivor, just to ensure the Forward doesn't hit him while he's in the ballooning animation or the chairing animation there. So although forward might be a little bit difficult to deal with, not as worrisome when it comes to the actual chair component of the camping there. And, with Barmaid and the Psychologist, those survivors are able to take additional hits and heal up. But with Bonbon here, if he does end up chasing the Psychologist or one of those multi-hit survivors, could have a slightly easier time than some single-hit traditional hunters there.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see a little bit of dancing around here with the spawn selections, but ultimately we seem to settle in this kind of L shape here from the center over to the right side corner, which, if I'm reading everything correctly, does seem to be that shack there. And we are going to see the Bonbon load in near the Psychologist and near this forward, but could possibly go for this Barmaid as well, could possibly swing over for the Entomologist. So we might be seeing some rotation, we might be seeing some bravery and choosing to kite first. But there's a lot that'll go on here, Lychee, with these spawn picks. There are a lot of options for the Bonbon to pursue.
Yes, I agree. Definitely a lot of options for the survivors here. For the hunter here to choose in terms of which survivor that he's going to go after. I think it's a fairly small map, so it's viable to, pick and choose based on where you want to go, I think. So I wouldn't be surprised if he just chooses based on the target and location as opposed to going to the nearest survivor. And here we are, Veronica, loading into the game.
Yeah, we're going to start off here and we're going to see the Western Baron Bonbon come into play as Fleet goes right for that Psychologist. Going to vault this window here, and actually, if you see correctly, you could see that there is some confined space on the side of the Bonbon. Breaking this pallet, really pressuring this Entomologist, is not scared of this loop here in the factory. We'll just vault right over, considering, it now blocks up those windows and leaves the Psychologist to kite outside of this factory, Lychee.
Yes, and we do see that Psychologist already has 1 chip damage on her from a pretty accurate bomb from Free there. Looks like he's actually going to be able to catch up and get a hit on the Psychologist pretty quickly into the game here. And we do see that the Psychologist stress relief is already going down, that bar there, but she is going to be able to get some heal on herself as well, and is now going towards the middle where the forward may be able to provide some support there. So let's see how this plays out. Forward there is in a good position to potentially come in for support, but Bonbon also has Blink here, so they also have to watch out for that as they play around these pallets here.
Yes, absolutely. Going to be really careful with this Bonbon. DDD is going to continue to transition back to this factory, but will be careful with in mind that you cannot loop it as much as you can when the hunter does not have something, preventing you from getting all of those windows. And we see a down on the Psychologist as this bomb hit comes into play, and then a main body hit as Fleet is close enough to get it. Going to, block off the area just, in preparation for potentially maybe someone coming in for that balloon rescue. But actually, we're going to be able to see Fleet utilize the basement here, which is very strong with Bonbon's bombs. You can kind of lay out a little red carpet here in the bottom and completely change the color of the flooring with all of those bombs in preparation. So we're going to see them get placed down, and then Flea is going to come up the stairs here in order to observe and spectate around the area, patrol, and make sure that no one is coming in, and maybe land a hit on them before they can even go through those doors.
Yes, the basement here definitely a little bit of a tricky situation for the survivors, but it looks like they are just going to send forward here to activate Tinnitus and potentially selling the Psychologist or sacrificing the Psychologist there rather than go in for the rescue and decrease the forward's health state as well. They might perhaps choose to preserve his health state and his football there. He is a slower decoder, so it's a good idea to have the other survivors who are able to decode faster as well on those ciphers and just waste the Bonbon's camping time here in sacrificing the Psychologist in exchange. We do see that there are 3 ciphers left, and Bonbon also does have the Blink still available for their next chase here. So I think, we'll see Bonbon now very quickly go try to head towards the next target, but this is a full health forward with a full football, so we'll see if the Bonbon decides to want to keep chasing this forward or potentially change target.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see the forward going to transition back into this area, but now you're going to want to be careful and you're going to want to make sure you do not go down here. We're going to see the football utilized to make it to this doorway, possibly go over and vault this area, and a blink on the forward causes the forward to go down, which is exactly, just what we were thinking about, Lychee. The basement is right here, which means that Fleet gets another basement chair due to this transition into the factory. A strong kiting area, but one you have to be really careful in when this basement is in play. Now the survivors will be forced to come rescue from the basement unless they want to push for some kind of draw in a very safe way, but, have to be very careful. We do see that the Bonbon, doesn't have teleport to utilize at this moment, and the blink is on cooldown, so potentially they could go for this draw if they get it in time and are able to open a gate that the Bonbon doesn't make it to, but it's a very risky play to deal with. And we do actually see Dragon coming in for the rescue here, Lychee.
Yes, coming in here for the rescue and actually manages to get that rescue off here. We don't have Ty Turner here, unfortunately, so the survivors are in a little bit of a difficult situation, but luckily Forward does still have some football left, so let's see if he's able to utilize that to get out of basement. Bonbon going for a drop hit here, getting the hit on the Forward, but it's a basic attack and they pop the Cypher here. Wow, so the survivors managed to get the Bonbon into a basic attack where he actually, I believe, had attack recovery so that they could get out of the basement. Getting out of that dangerous situation. And now, as we know, the Bonbon does not have teleport, and if the survivors were paying attention, they should be able to know that as well. So I think this is looking like a pretty secure tie situation here, but we'll have to see ultimately how it plays out because the dungeon is close by here, Veronica.
The dungeon is right here. If that chip hit is not avoided, and the Forward happens to go down with that remote controlled bomb, which prevents the dungeon escape. But we will see just what you predicted earlier, a likely draw. As soon as that barmaid gets out of the gate, we should be good. And she does, which means that we're going to see a draw on both sides for the first match of these finals, Lychee.
Yes. Looks like in the end, it turned out to be a pretty even match there between both sides. We saw that the survivors tried to do their best to kite around the area, utilizing the factory as well as the middle of the map there. But I think ultimately that basement is what really secured that tie for the Hunter there. So a good job by the Hunter to be able to utilize that basement to their advantage as a Bonbon. Even when the survivors tried to sell the first survivor on the chair there, they were able to still utilize the basement in that second chair and just do their best to apply pressure onto the survivors there.
Yeah, absolutely. That Titanitis play was very, very smart on their side in order to utilize that and put that pressure on the Bonbon. You can't leave this basement. There's someone around. If you go, that rescue's going to happen, which is exactly what happened later on with the Forward, actually, Lychee. Goes to pressure that Cypher that the entomologist is at, and the barmaid kind of sneaks around the back door and comes in for that basement rescue, which left them with 3 survivors up at endgame. That Forward and the psychologist were both able to kite long enough to allow those Cyphers to be rushed and done, which is why really they're so dangerous in kiting someone for so long while the survivors don't have enough decoding debuffs to leave you in a position where you are not threatened by all of those Cypher machines being pushed.
Yes, definitely true. That was a really smart move by the barmaid there to sneak down into the basement and not get cut off on the way to the basement, because that is definitely really scary when the Bonbon has so many bombs spread out there along the way to the basement. But yeah, really exciting first match to start us off today. I am curious to see how both teams are going to respond to this in the second half of the match. But before that, we are going to take a short break. So stay tuned and we will see you soon after this break.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened, He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
(2022) Grand Finals FT versus TNG for the bracket right before our final match here. We just saw an amazing draw achieved on the Arms Factory with a Bonbon against a strong team of survivors who really knew what they were doing. Lots of great kites, lots of interesting plays. We are now going to go into the next part of round one, which will be FT on the Hunter side, if I remember correctly, and we are going to get really into the excitement. I hope everyone's got their bootstraps buckled and they're ready to pull them up and watch whatever's going to happen. We could see another draw, Lychee. We could see them push for something more. What do you kind of expect to happen here in the second half?
I think first half being a draw, this is acceptable to both teams here. But in the second half, if the survivors are able to try to push for that 3-person escape here, that could definitely give their team an advantage, especially going ahead in round one. I feel like for the Hunter side as well, though, since round one is really a round where you can utilize any Hunter here, this is also a chance for the Hunter to really consider if they want to pull out their strongest Hunter, or, if the survivors are trying to counter their strongest Hunter, do they still pull out the strongest Hunter or go for a Hunter that better adapts to the situation? So I do think that it's a little bit of a tricky situation here, but the survivors can probably really try to push hard in this round since it's still round one, still anybody's game. Whereas the Hunter side here, I would say if they can try to get that advantage, that would be really good. If not, at least try to get a draw on this map here. I think that if, at least for everybody's intentions here, try to get at least a draw and if possible, aim for that win.
Absolutely. I think that's definitely what we're going to see here, Lychee. Like a solid play, but one that's definitely safe enough and not too dangerous as to, possibly earn a loss because of too much pressure put on by either side. And we saw a lot of excitement in chat about the prior match, a lot of excitement about that basement play. 2 basement chairs in a row, which was very interesting to watch. And I hope to see the same level of excitement from everyone today. It's going to be great going into our second half. It could be even better. We already are coming off of the first one. Teams could be looking to really impress the field and, play over the match that we saw before to have some great memorable gameplay from the Survivor side and the Hunter side here.
Yes, definitely. There's been so much memorable gameplay in the past couple of days. If you haven't seen those top 5 compilations that have been posted, be sure to check those out as well. And you can see the highlights from each day, which is pretty cool. But now it looks like we are going to enter the bans and picks here. So we have No Pancake on the Hunter side is going to be coming in with some bans for the survivors here. And then the survivors will come in with their picks. Looks like the female dancer is once again the first survivor to be banned on this map here, Veronica. So last time I know we talked a little bit already about how strong the female dancer can be on this map, being able to set up support in the center of the map as well as the factory, and potentially play along with the other characters to switch items as well if they get into that point. So just eliminating the female dancer altogether here, and now we see the survivors are coming in with a postman pick and a forward pick here, so this is quite interesting as well. They decided to go for a supporter lineup so far. I would say both of these characters are very good at supporting their teams, although in quite different ways.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see the postman sneak through this time. Banned last match, kind of last second, but this time coming right in as a priority pick. The barmaid is what we're going to see banned next, which is very interesting. Maybe even just after seeing that play from last time, or again, because she's able to get around the map so easily and share her drinks with her team. We're also going to see the acrobat sneak by. So we're going to see one ban that's the same, and we're going to see a ban that's the same as a pick, which is a very interesting sort of inverse mirror match, I think, here. Going to see, that acrobat, the base decoding speed, very, very capable of kiting on this map. Much like any map, but there are a lot of areas which the acrobat can go over, pallets and windows just with that bomb instead of risking that terror shock by vaulting over.
We do see that the Seer has come in as the next ban here from, Pancake. So this is quite interesting. Perhaps this means that the Hunter is afraid of single hit, or the Hunter is a single hit hunter and afraid of characters that can take multiple hits here, or potentially they feel like the Seer would just be a really strong support in addition to the system here. But I am curious to see what TNG is going to come in as their next pick. If they do think that the Hunter is scared of characters that can take multiple hits, perhaps they might try to come in with something like a Psychologist. We do know that Barmaid was banned, so perhaps something like Psychologist who can also heal their teammates would be a good choice here. But I think there are quite a few options as well. Like last time, we did see the Entomologist come into play, but no, it is a Psychologist here. So taking all those aspects into consideration, they decided to pull in the Psychologist as the last character.
We're going to see you be right on the ball there with that prediction for the end of this lineup, and it is going to be really support heavy. Forward recently reclassified into being an assist a few months ago, so we now have a 3-assist team with 1 kiter on the field, but the acrobat is still capable of supporting teammates, although in a slightly different way from the rest of the team, but when necessary can support a kite by throwing bombs in the Hunter's way and coming in maybe for a body block out of nowhere, just coming out of nowhere with that little leapfrog roll. So it's going to be very interesting to see what No Pancake brings out in order to counter this very heavy support team comp. We're going to have, decoding support from the postman, potential kiting support from the postman. The Psychologist can take 3 hits and take hits on behalf of teammates and remote heal them with that whistle. The acrobat, can get up to 6 bombs if they do a lot in the match. And the forward can always come in with those balloon rescues and utilize that football in order to prolong a kite for quite a while, as we saw last time when Future was on the survivor side.
Yes, definitely. And seeing Touch and Go in the past couple of days and weeks here, we have seen them use some pretty interesting strategies as well. That is one thing that has stood out to me from Touch and Go is they've utilized a lot of different characters. I mean, we see pretty standard characters this time, but in the past they've pulled out things like Antiquarian, utilizing that Prospector and Dancer as well, and going for sometimes even strategies where they hide against the Hunter, which I thought was really interesting because that's quite difficult to do nowadays that you have the spawn point selection screen. So I'm curious to see what they'll be able to show us today, and I'm curious to see how Future's Hunter here is going to counter that.
Yeah, absolutely. TNG really coming in with the fascinating plays here that can really prolong a match and show you the strength of their survivors, which does seem to be a lot. That Antiquarian play from a few days ago was just absolutely wild. I remember watching it back on highlights and I was like, it really is all or nothing, huh? Because it was, there's a lot can be done with her. I wonder if we will see her again later down the line today if Touch and Go continues on in, the match is long enough in order to bring her out. It'll be very interesting to see Lychee. Not a first round pick, definitely something that you want to save for later on when some more reliable meta characters are banned, but the Antiquarian could certainly come out later. As of now, we're still working with our nice support team comp, and she would fit well into a support heavy survivor team, as we've seen with Touch and Go picking her up.
Yes, definitely. Like you said, Veronica, this is round 1, so I can definitely understand the survivors going for a pretty stable team comp here, a pretty well-rounded team comp as well. You have the postman here who can make up for the forward's slow decoding speed with those decoding letters, as well as acrobat who could potentially carry a second tide turner if the survivors would choose that, or could potentially go for more of a kiting build as well. So a couple different traits here that the characters could choose, but we see Nino Pancake here coming in here with the clerk. So this is quite an interesting selection. Looking down at those bans, I would say it's not quite surprising that the clerk would ban those types of characters. Barmaid and seer, especially in combination, would give clerk such a big headache. But I do think on the survivor side here, they chose a pretty good counter to the clerk as well. Considering, you have forward who can harass and stun and support, and you do have psychologist who can take multiple hits as well. Acrobat who's just a good kiter and good at several things, as well as the postman who can help with the cipher rush a little bit since clerk is very strong in slowing down those ciphers. So although clerk does have some characters who she could go ahead and choose to chase more easily than the other characters here, I think, clerk does have the options in this chase, but the survivors also have strong counterpoints as well.
Absolutely, a lot can be done here. You have that decoding, you have that kiting. Even the red bomb from the acrobat could really give the clerk a hard time. Not able to utilize those recordings, not able to do those recordings, not able to blink or anything. It's a lot of a hassle to deal with. We're going to get right into our location spawn selection here. We're going to see the same kind of L shape that we saw last time, but possibly with postman actually spawned. Nope, going back over to the little L shape that we saw prior. People tend to be, unsure of that little corner spot there, but we're going to see Nino Pancake go into the same spot as we saw the Bonbon go into earlier. So we could be seeing the same situation that we saw last time, where upon, just going straight to the factory for that psychologist Lychee, just like a nice mirror, but may go instead for a separate and different survivor here.
Yes, I am curious to see what Nino Pancake will go ahead and do in terms of survivors to chase. I definitely do think that the postman there could potentially be targeted first. That's very true, but we will have to see what Nino Pancake's specific thoughts are as we enter this match here, Veronica.
We're going to see No Pancake just transition over and spectate that cipher to see if there's anyone there, and there does happen to be. So going to come over right here, and that's one of the strengths of Clerk, really, to see exactly where the survivors start off, whether or not they've transitioned, whether or not they go straight to those ciphers, and already putting that recording on to pressure the decoding and prevent it from happening. So the decoding letter is now kind of left a little bit useless. We're going to see coming right for this keyboard and get a right hit on the postman immediately. Really quick, just as soon as he comes into sight, Pancake is going to land a hit on him, and he's going to have to transition away from this area. Careful of the recordings, careful of vaulting places, careful of throwing down those pallets, but preparing for the dog, and happens to miss it this time around, Lychee.
Yes, and we do see going in for a hit here, but the postman managed to dodge that. Postman here does have flywheel, but was unable to utilize the flywheel during this first kite, and we see that Nino Pancake here actually has the postman down and will be putting postman on the chair here. So that was a pretty quick down for the clerk. We do see that there are 5 ciphers remaining. Clerk was not used the had not used the blink during the first chase here, and is actually going to go out and pressure the ciphers a little bit as well. So very good gameplay from this clerk so far. We saw them earlier utilize some tricks there to hide the red light, not to hide the red light, but to counter loop the survivors, which we can talk about a little bit more later. But we do see the acrobat is now coming in here for the rescue, and forward here coming in here for a stun, but hit on the postman in the end, Veronica.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are actually going to see the forward coming for a stun and not get the stun off, but actually push the clerk right into the postman to get that last effort popped, which is very unfortunate. And building presence with another hit on the postman, who's going to stand here for a moment, prepare in an area where the forward can possibly come in for a balloon save, which does get off, and the postman is able to transition away with the forward coming in for a body block here in order to be safe, Lychee. Hiding behind this pallet, but actually gets a hit through the pallet and is not pallet stunned. We've been seeing really, really strong gameplay from No Pancake already. 5 ciphers remaining, just 4. Just 1 popped just now. The dog bite does finally get off. A little bit slow here, but able to block off that window. No Pancake really knows what to do with this clerk here, Lychee.
Yes, That's definitely true. We do see the survivors were able to whistle and heal the forward back up as well. So the forward's actually back here trying to harass, but Blink comes into play and the clerk is able to down the postman utilizing that Blink here at a very pivotal time. Now going to just chase the forward away so the forward cannot come back and harass as she picks up this postman here. The survivors did manage to waste quite a bit of time of the clerk side and work on the decoding, but clerk being clerk is actually able to control the ciphers pretty well and keep that decoding pretty slow, because when you do have somebody come in and harass against the clerk, that is one less decoder as well. But here, the stun coming in once again from this forward, and we do see that this time the forward is the one who took this hit from the clerk, and the clerk is going to have to down the postman once again here, Veronica.
Postman is being kept alive by sheer will on the forward side, coming in for these stuns over and over again, really getting the good ones off, and avoiding that hit the other time around after getting remote healed by the psychologist by using just enough football to get away, but not enough that there wasn't any for a rescue. Another down on the Postman is found with this recording here, which means that we'll have another one in order to utilize to deal with, those pesky pellets being thrown in your way, and the Postman is going to go back on chair again with another heal on the forward.
Right, we do see that this time the psychologist is manually healing the forward as Hollow comes in the vicinity here, now potentially gearing up for either a rescue or just to activate Tinnitus. We'll see what the survivors decide to do here. The healing was really good to get everybody back at baseline health, but it does mean that the decoding was slowed down. And forward here, taking a hit and does decide to go for that rescue. Does still have a tie turner here because Acrobat was the one who utilized the first tie turner. And we do see that now Clerk is stunned from the pallet and has to go on the chase for the postman once again. So this was a good opportunity for the survivors to waste some more time of the hunter by activating that tie turner. And now Nino Pancake is just going to keep going, and we'll see how long this postman is able to kite this out here, Veronica.
Yeah, going to have to loop Nino Pancake yet again. Maybe with more support coming in from his teammates just to last this fight even longer, but we're going to see a recording. And we are going to see the postman go down and the Acrobat try to offer a support bomb here, which is then utilized as the clerk is forced to walk through it. But the postman is going to be sent back to Banner on the third cheer here. But TNG did do a really good job of keeping him alive for an extended period. The cipher progress is looking okay. It's hard to make really good cipher progress against a clerk so, observant of the surroundings as Nino Pancake has been so far. Just even at 5 ciphers, getting ready to record those ciphers and disrupt that decoding immediately. And we're going to see the survivors kind of scatter around in order to not immediately get those hits, but the forward is going to be spotted out, which is unfortunate as there's not a lot of football left. And a terror shock on the forward here, Lychee, after, not a lot of football to utilize and the clerk catching up really quickly.
Yes, we do see that the clerk was able to utilize her recording there to block off the window. So Nino Pancake here just showing very good control over the clerk's skills and abilities. We saw that earlier as well. Nino there utilized the clerk's recording skill several times to not only record but also spot out the survivor's location, since that helps the hunter see where the survivor is if they're around high wall areas like this. But now we do see that the psychologist is coming in here for the rescue, Veronica. Looks like they are going to mic him around the chair and then get that rescue off, but the forward does go down in the end. So no tie turner here from the psychologist. She does have a kiting build here, not the primary rescuer. So, forward is now back onto the chair. Luckily, psychologist didn't take any damage during that rescue, so she is still safe for now. But we'll see how the survivors play this out because they do only have 1 cipher remaining. That being said, Clerk can always use her recordings to try to slow down that cipher as much as possible.
It's very hard to get a cipher primed and popped against a clerk. And we are going to see one of these red bombs come in, as mentioned, in the pre-match, utilized in order to prevent that clerk from doing these recordings as wild as they are. I believe, Blink is back online in order to get this forward down if absolutely necessary, but we're going to see a hit on the little logs here, and the Blink is actually utilized to get that forward down. The Acrobat hanging around in the area, but you want to be safe and careful under these circumstances. And I believe that the forward will be going back to the manor now after those 2 rescues.
Yes, we do see the forward has now been eliminated, allowing Nino to secure at least a tie in the first round here, which is a very good position. And knowing that the clerk here does still have detention, and we still have one cipher remaining with maybe about 20 to 30% progress required on that last cipher there, this does put Nino in a good position to potentially go for a win here as well. So the less survivors you have at late game against a clerk, the harder it is really, because the clerk is able to block off the ciphers, and you have one person chasing and one person trying to decode but unable to decode very efficiently here. So now clerk is just going to continue to go after that psychologist, and closing in here, this pallet is already dropped. Psychologist couldn't vault that pallet in fear of tear shock, so Nino Pancake does end up getting this hit on the psychologist here and continuing to chase along here. We do see that the acrobat was decoding that cipher, but I think that was potentially a new cipher being started as well. So the cipher probably requires quite a bit of progress to be completed here.
Cat luckily has that flywheel, which actually comes into play immediately as I'm thinking about mentioning it. And it's utilized beautifully in order to avoid a hit here, and then a vault is done on the pallet in order to gain even more distance. So there is a very, very strong loop coming on the side of the psychologist. Nino is, trying to prevent this loop by waiting and trying to catch up in time via doing things you don't really expect, and still pressuring that cipher. So as long as this kite has been, we are going to see the psychologist go down, and it's not able to pop the cipher in time as the acrobat is being recorded, but actually going to possibly go over and pressure this acrobat to go for a 4-man instead of taking a 3-man and risking that dungeon, Lychee.
Yes, looks like the clerk is headed right to that cipher that the acrobat was last at. So we'll see if Nino is able to spot out where the acrobat went. It looks like Nino is going to search this corner area with the ruins before looking in other places, so this does allow the acrobat to get pretty far over to the factory side there. So psychologist has actually used up the self-heal as well and has gotten up now. We'll see if the survivors are able to work on another cipher there as well, potentially distract the clerk and kite this out. I do think they have their work cut out for them for sure here. They are entering the factory here, but the the acrobat does have a recording on them right now, and we're just going to see Nino Pancake continuing to loop around and utilizing that recording right now, but acrobat still has some bombs here to help him kite, so we'll see who gets the upper hand in this kite and chase situation here.
It's been these wonderful loops up the side of TNG. It really shows off their survivors' skills in kiting, especially at this point in time. The acrobat does have that bomb to utilize, but the clerk happens to dodge it over, which means that red bomb will be wasted in the process, and the acrobat is going to go down, which means that more pressure. Actually, I'm going to choose to chair this acrobat, Lychee. Left the psychologist alone, but chairing this acrobat, so potentially putting on chair and then transitioning over, or maybe, closer to the dungeon in order to put that pressure on and guard everything and patrol around this area.
I think that the clerk might have been able to figure out that the cipher the psychologist was working on actually had quite a bit of progress there. I don't know exactly how much, maybe like 10% left it looked like, but definitely a pretty close situation there. So, opting to play it safe and chair the acrobat, definitely secure that win for the team first, and then potentially utilize blink here. Oh, did utilize the blink here, but was unable to pass through this barrel. So psychologist here finally going down as well to a hit. So in the end, for Nino, all's well ends well. Survivors, a little bit of an unfortunate situation here. Did get 4-man eliminated in this first round. I would just say, they really tried hard during that last time period there at the end game, the survivors, just with the psychologist and the acrobat left. So I do want to, point out their hard work in being able to try their best to play it out in a disadvantaged situation there. But Nino Pancake's clerk, wow, that was really impressive gameplay from that clerk, Veronica.
Insane gameplay. The stats here are also quite insane on the survivor side. So much decoding. This acrobat and psychologist, they really did push as hard as they could. We have these really long contain times from them. We have all of these rescues. We have all of these heals. We have all of this decoding process. Everything is just so impressive on the survivor side here. We do see that 4-man on the side of Future for this round, but TNG certainly gave it their all, and I can predict that they will try just as hard, if not harder, in the next round. And with that clerk banned, we could see a very strong play that leads to them getting a win of their own, Lychee.
Yes, that's definitely true. I think that The Hunter did a really great job in this match, but there were some shining moments for the survivors as well. You know, that first down by Nino was so quick into the match that I thought for sure this would be just a win situation for the Hunter with no countering from the survivors. But the survivors really tried hard. Like the forward there coming in with so many stuns we saw. So I think, you know, definitely commendable effort on the survivors to try their best. In the end, I think Nino did a really good job with the Clerk. We saw really good controls on that Clerk, really good small details the Clerk utilized during those chases as well, and just managed to get that win. So this gives FT the advantage in round 1. And like you said, Veronica, we're going to have to see what happens in round 2. I expect definitely the Hunters and the survivors both to continue to push and try to get the advantage for their team. But first here, I know that we've had a lot of excitement, so I think we're ready to head into a quick break. Be sure to tune in for round 2 once this break ends. See you all later.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
Almost. And there we are. We are going to hop right back in with FT versus TNG for the first matchup of the finals of IVA 2022 today. We just saw some beautiful gameplay on the side of Nino Pancake against TNG survivors who really did their best against that Clerk. But at the end of the day, the Clerk was simply too powerful and, you know, a lot going on that wasn't able to be overcome by the TNG survivors and their excellent teamwork. We saw a really beautiful kite from the postman at the start with this excellent support from the forward and anyone else who could chime in and offer that help and assistance. And we're going to hop into round 2 soon, Lychee. We have FT in the lead and TNG, you know, looking to catch up, possibly even overtake them.
Yes, I'm excited to see how this will play out in round 2 here. Round 1 was definitely really exciting, starting off with a tie, but quickly escalating into a situation where FT was able to get an advantage through that 4 survivor elimination from their hunter side there. So definitely curious to see if they're going to bring out the same power from their hunter in round 2, as well as if TNG is going to step up their game on the survivor side in round 2 as well. Yeah, but there's so much going on today, Veronica. I was just telling Veronica earlier, just telling the viewers, we were saying during that break, there was so much going on in that last match that as soon as we started talking about something, another really exciting would happen in that match there. So just sequence after sequence of events in that match, but giving us viewers a treat for sure here. So we'll have to see how round 2 plays out. I'm curious to see if TNG survivors are going to be feeling the pressure and potentially banning that clerk there, or will they ban, some other hunters that they think could be strong on whatever map that this is going to be on. And then in reverse there, whether or not FT survivors are also going to step up their game as well, since they also received that tie in the first round. So really good gameplay from hunters and survivors of both sides so far. Just hoping to see it continuously be at this level or potentially even escalated in the second and third rounds here.
And you're so right, things would be going on and I'd be ready to finish up a talking point about the online, and then it got used immediately, which is very exciting, but also I was like, I was going to mention that. But mentioning it for me, round 2 is going to be very exciting, I'm sure. If last match's gameplay is indicative of anything, it is really going to be a day that is the finals, and it really feels like the finals, Lychee. A lot of gameplay from both sides that is just so intricate and very, very skilled and very exciting. It's a word that I use a lot during these streams, but I really do mean it because everything is just exhilarating, really. There's a lot of gameplay that is so well thought out. It really leaves you just flabbergasted and at a loss for words. All of those forward stuns coming in with that support, the psychologist heals over and over again. And then, some interesting gameplay from FT2. So you're right, they could really step up their game in order to secure another win, this time on the survivor side.
Yes, and while FT getting that advantage in round 1 is really strong, this is still only the first round out of 3 today. So definitely TNG still has a strong chance to turn this around in rounds 2 and 3. And it looks like this is going to be the Ever-Sleeping map here that we have, Ever-Sleeping Town map, with the Hunter here coming in with a Priestess ban and a Barmaid ban. Wow, so Priestess not banned in round 1 due to the fact that it was on Arms Factory, but as soon as we get this Ever-Sleeping Town map here, we see that Hunters are going to be banning that Priestess right away. So definitely don't blame the Hunter. Priestess is so strong, so hard to deal with on a map like this. And in combination with the Barmaid, they're just even stronger. The Barmaid being able to provide that healing wine and the survivors taking that wine, going through with the Priestess portals, just zipping away from the Hunter here, so that the Hunter, by the time they catch up to the survivors, are dealing with a survivor that has completely healed up. So can definitely see why the Hunter would want to avoid that situation here and eliminate those variables right off the bat.
Absolutely. You really want that Priestess out of the game. The support portals are really strong. And after that Barmaid buff from a bit ago, the drinks go by quicker, which means that when you go through those portals, that stun that you take from going right through to follow them doesn't last that long, but in the grand scheme of things, sometimes it can really make or break all of that. It's just such a hassle in Ever-Sleeping Town. So many beautiful portal spots for her to use when kiting and also to help her teammates. We're going to see other bans come in. I believe we're seeing, the entomologist come into play, the forward coming into play, and I believe that's the Dream Witch that has been banned here.
Yes. So we do see Dream Witch ban. I have to say, I feel like I haven't seen Dream Witch nearly as much as I expected in IVA so far. Maybe I've seen Dream Witch like 2 or 3 times throughout the whole entire tournament. But from a hunter that used to be so meta, nowadays there's just a lot more options that are almost equally as strong as the Dream Witch. So interesting to see her finally be banned here from FT's survivors here. And like you mentioned, Veronica, coming in with the entomologist and the forward here, Dream Witch being banned does really allow the survivors to come out with that entomologist because she can be sometimes a little bit difficult to play against the Dream Witch here. So we'll have to see how the survivors are able to utilize those characters to their advantage. I would say with Forward and Entomologist, this does seem to be a pretty strong, support-heavy, teamwork-heavy composition there. They also can both fend for themselves. So, I mean, you could always choose Entomologist as a kiter character as well, but I think primarily her advantage is not just being able to kite for herself, but also to strongly support her teammates. So I'm excited to see if they're able to utilize that to their advantage.
And we will see that dancer be banned again. I'm not sure that we'll see her at all today, Lychee, with how much she's been taken off the field besides seeing her and that little ban pick screen. You don't want the dancer on this map. There are a lot of spaces where, again, she can put a bunch of music boxes that are really going to make it hard for the hunter and a lot easier for the survivors. We're going to see the psychologist come in as the third pick on the side of future here, possibly gearing up for a hunter from Flea that could struggle with this team comp with, again, a lot of assist. There's a lot of assist on the side of these survivors today. They really want to help their teammates survive and thrive, and it did earn a draw last time, so it really could work out in their favor.
Yes, that's definitely true. I mean, in the previous matches, we've seen psychologists do a really good job of healing up their teammates there. So although in the previous match, in the end, it didn't work out perfectly for the survivors, we did see how strong that psychologist and Forward combo is there, because Forward can go in and harass, and if he does end up getting hit in the process and is at half health, the psychologist can simply whistle and heal the Forward rather than going over to heal him in person. So it does save quite a bit of time for the survivors and could potentially allow the Forward to continue to harass over and over again and support their teammates in that kite or potentially rebound kite as well. So I do think that it is pretty solid so far. I do wonder if they are countering any hunters specifically. We do see Free here coming in with the Seer. I was thinking, maybe the survivors were also trying to counter something like Sculptor, but now that Free has banned the Seer, perhaps Free is not considering picking a Sculptor either, since Sculptors don't necessarily always ban the Seer, I would say. Although it is possible.
Yeah, if you get a well-placed statue, you can really get rid of that owl quite quickly, so it doesn't cost you the amount of time that it would with a single hit hunter. You don't have to worry about those Dream Witch, so you can really play anyone that would usually be a problem for her, but there are other hunters on the field that you have to worry about. Might have even just banned that Seer, because he can really be a hassle on these maps, and it is quite fun to see him be the last ban instead of the first one, but still off the field. And we're going to see the Lovers completed here as we see the Patient come in to match up with the Psychologist. You can utilize that dash that they have towards one another in order to kite better, and on a map like this where it's small enough that you can run into your fellow survivors, not super often but common enough, we might actually see it come into play this time. Not usually often used in tourney, but certainly there is a strategy that can be deployed where the Patient will hook and the Psychologist can chase after him with that dash if he remains in range, which gets the two of them quite far away from the hunter, who then has to play catch-up, Lychee. With the assist-heavy lineups that we've been seeing from the survivor side, we could actually see a play like that today, but we're going to need to see who Flea wants to use to counter all of these transitional survivors and the Psychologist with that remote heal and the 3 hits.
That's very true. I am curious to see how this will play out. But it's the Hermit who has come out here. Oh my goodness. So, I mean, Barmaid being banned, that does make sense from something like the Hermit. I feel like from the Hermits we've seen so far in the tournament, a lot of times what happens when the Hermit is not able to get an advantage is the survivors just have such a strong first kite where the Hermit is unable to even catch up to them. So, we hear banning some characters that would allow the characters on the team to continuously gain distance and be supported, but still the characters on the survivor side here, they still have the Psychologist who is able to provide some healing support as well. So I do think that'll be one tricky spot for the Hermit to deal with here.
Yeah, absolutely. That Hermit gave me a little bit of fright there, Lychee. I'm not going to lie to you, and I'm sure everyone else could see it with a little yell. But Flea is going to come this Hermit, and you're absolutely correct. If they get everything in line to swap those polarities and support their teammates via taking hits for them, you could be off in a good spot. That Psychologist is able to take the damage of certain teammates and then possibly be able to get a full heal based on taking some chips from other survivors. So this can make for a very interesting play against the Hermit and prevent his damage ability, where, he can kind of chip and stack and create weird things that are hard to heal and hard to work with. And the more damage you have, the harder it is to keep yourself alive and on the field. Going to spawn here against this little like small T shape right in this corner near the patient, the entomologist, and the forward lychee. We will be hopping right into the match soon, but what are your thoughts on the spawn location so far?
Yeah, Free definitely picking that corner spawn is quite interesting. I think the closest survivors were the patient, as well as the entomologist there. Could potentially go for either one, but I do feel like once the hermit has the ability to utilize those orbs to teleport to the survivors through walls, then the patient is not really that scary of a counter there. So we might see even the hermit potentially bring something like insolence. And we do see actually, yes, the hermit has brought insolence and detention as the traits here. Actually opting to go for the entomologist here, so my prediction was not exactly on point, but I am curious to see how this will play out here between the hermit and entomologist.
The entomologist is going to get right on those bees right away to try and gain some distance against the hermit, but kind of, mind gaming around this corner where he can't see in the direction that she's going. It does work as the hermit goes all the way around, not realizing that the entomologist is hung out in that area in order to transition backwards. Preparing these little stuns and hits here in order to change her polarity, which I believe now makes her different from the rest of the survivors, and she will take more damage than them, and it will not be shared. But kind of losing sight of the entomologist here in this kite and loop, which means that the hermit will be forced to transition over to a different survivor. It seems to be XP who is playing forward and is sharing damage with the rest of the survivors, one of them being the psychologist. She can tank a lot of the chip hits, more than her teammates can because of her stress ability. So going to chase after, maybe be forced to utilize this blink soon in order to get the first hit, but that forward is going to utilize the ball in order to transition even further away, much like the entomologist. So really playing on this strategy of getting as far away as possible and forcing Flea to change target probably more than he would like.
Yes, definitely true, and we do see that the orb here is used to stun Dragon before the window, but the hermit is unable to catch up very quickly here, so the survivor still manages to get into the graveyard area here, which could be a strong point for now. Although with these accurate orbs here, if we actually get a first hit onto the survivor Dragon already, like you mentioned, Veronica, the stress is going to allow the psychologist to tank some hits, as well as the fact that the other survivors also help the psychologist tank a little bit of that hit here as well. They'll just continue to loop around this area, and Blink coming into play from the hermit here. So dealing another hit once again to the psychologist, but we will see that heal come into play. Survivors are getting good progress on the ciphers as well. So despite getting some distractions from the hunter early in the game, we had to change targets multiple times. So I think this did give the survivors a good amount of decoding early on.
Absolutely, and that psychologist has like the tiniest hint of damage to work with here, which is really not anything at all. So it's going to be a bit of a hassle in order to get her down in this first taste, and we see one cipher has already been popped. Usually not all that impressive, but against a hermit, it's now meaning that we're going to have 3 ciphers remaining as the first 2 go. The psychologist is going to take a hit, but because of the shared damage, is still able to kite for even longer Lychee here in this graveyard area. Going to try to utilize all of these stuns, going to try to do the best that he can, but a lot of pallets to break, a lot of pallets that have been thrown, a lot of places for this psychologist to vault. We see that the polarity has changed on this psychologist, who's going to loop around to this window here, and no blink to utilize, so has to just chase this psychologist right on foot in this little transitional loop around this area.
Yes, and something interesting also on the survivor side, the patient is the one with the tie turner. So we do see that forward currently has the same polarity as, sorry, a little bit behind here with the commentary, but we see the psychologist taking another hit here. And psychologist taking the damage along with the other survivors, getting the orbs continuously onto the psychologist from the hermit here. We'll have to see how long they can kite this out, because the rest of the survivors are decoding those ciphers so quickly that they are just dropping one by one. And we see psychologist here getting hit once again, but still alive with a little bit one small shred of help remaining there. So this is a little bit of a dangerous situation for the other survivors if they can't keep up their health states. But on the other hand, if the survivor can just keep on decoding, they can just pop the cipher, so it doesn't even matter if they can't rescue here, Veronica. This has actually gone into the end game so quickly into this match. I'm actually shocked.
Yes, usually with a hermit, you expect the game to last so very long, but these survivors really push those ciphers. FT is really gearing for that win that they wanted. The psychologist is even right here near the dungeon, but this stun comes into play, which allows the psychologist to take a hit that does not even make her go down. Psychologist can usually tank 3 hits before going down, but she seems to be tanking, about 10. And we're going to see, a terror shock on the psychologist here, which allows her to finally go down from Fui's long kite and fight against her. The survivors are now going to push these gates, probably in order to get out and secure the 3-man, which allows them to gain a win on their survivor side.
My goodness, Veronica. That was a very exciting match for sure. And we do see that Fui here does not have teleport or anything in hand readily. Had to use the blink there to down the psychologist in that last match, last round of kiting there. So in the end here, we do see the other survivors were all able to run out the gate. Like you said, it was a 3-survivor escape. So, wow, this is a really good job from the survivors here to counter Touch and Go's Hunter. We saw FT survivors already put out a pretty solid game in the first round, but now just amping it up even more in the second round here by utilizing those strategies to continuously kite against that hermit, just pulling out that first kite for so long that they didn't even have to go through a rescue situation. They just ended up decoding all 5 ciphers and popping it. So, wow, we really saw how strong the psychologist was in order to counter that hermit.
3 minutes and a lot of hits sustained in order to keep that kite going. 7 strikes on the side of the hermit, which as far as we know tended to be all on the psychologist herself, as she prolonged that kite and just really utilized her skill in order to keep everything going to the point where, they could just pop the cipher and get things going. Almost secured a 4-man with that dungeon escape, but the blink and then the subsequent terror shock allowed things to kind of even out at the end and get that 3-man. What a wonderful game, Lychee. You usually expect Hermit to be so long, and that was very short and very, very sweet, really, with that just a power play from that psychologist and the constantly changing polarities to keep the teams all together. A lot of beautiful teamwork as we see. And that's really what brings you to these finals, is being able to coordinate with your fellow survivors well enough that your hunter is able to, have the courage and the morale to beat up the other ones. But with that being said, and that started the round 2 with that win on the side of Future, we are now going to hop into a brief little break where you guys can grab your snacks, grab your drinks, and prepare for the next one.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
To IVA 2022. We're here on this fascinating day. We're here with all of these rounds. We just saw a fascinating play against Hermit from FT Lychee. Really quick match, not usually what you expect from a Hermit play, but a lot going on that Ever Sleeping Town match that allowed them to gain that 3-man, which leaves really leaves TNG in a difficult position here, don't you find?
Yes, for sure. The pressure is now on TNG in round 2. They are going to have to try to figure out a way to even out this score at the very minimum, and if possible, try to bring it back. But it does require them to get, 5 points here to bring it back. So I think that at least try to aim for evening out this score, because if FT wins round 2, this is going to be the end of the first matchup of the day. So definitely a lot of pressure on TNG right now, but I believe that, having come this far in the tournament, they definitely have what it takes to do that and make this comeback if they're able to put their minds to it and not be too affected by the score so far. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen in round 2, and hopefully, regardless of what happens, it'll turn out to be an exciting match from both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to definitely see some plays that are really pushing on the side of TNG in order to continue in this tournament here and get a chance at competing in that best of 5 final match against GH later on. Very excited for that, Lychee. We're going to see, whoever's strong enough to take this match go on into the next one and, play against GH, who have done so well so far that we've barely seen them because they've just kind of swept up every game that they've been in. Just really strong gameplay from both sides. That psychologist kite is I'm gonna think about that for the rest of this matchup, because it was just the polarity was so very well timed and coordinated on the side of FT there. It really did earn them that win. Almost got that 4-man, which would have left TNG in an even more compromising and difficult position.
Yes, that's definitely true. I was worried there when the blink initially from the Hermit at the very end of the game didn't hit the psychologist. I was like, oh my gosh, is she going to be able to vault over and make a run for it? But in the end there, wasn't right in the position to vault the pallet there. So we did see in the end the Hermit was able to luckily take down the psychologist and at least get one survivor to be eliminated there and get 1 point on the board for their team. So at least, not losing their cool in the end game despite that really difficult situation that they were in. But it is going to take some work to come back from that. So really curious to see how it'll play out in the next round. And, if they do make it to round 3, this does leave the Hunter with a difficult situation where they might not be able to bring out the Hermit, again, knowing that the other side has done such a good job to counter the Hermit. It really does take quite a bit of studying to understand how to counter the Hermit, like you mentioned, Veronica, with changing the polarities, knowing when the survivor should tank the hits and when they shouldn't. But in this case, you always have to really watch out for tanking those damages in case you end up with a situation where you can't rescue. But in this case, they didn't even have to worry about that because they were able to do a 5-cipher kite with help of their teammates. So it was really exciting to see that really top-tier gameplay come out from the survivors here, and now I'm curious to see what their Hunter is going to do in this situation, as well as what the survivors on the other team are going to do. I'm curious to see if TNG survivors are going to try to bring out some more riskier plays in this round. We have mentioned that, the survivors of FT here as going into this round. We have mentioned that we have seen some of the survivor teams come out with some different plays recently in IVA, some very innovative plays. So I am curious to see if on FT's side here, their survivors can continue to pick up their level of gameplay here and come back with something pretty strong.
going from a draw in that first match for FT up to a win, we could possibly see the same for TNG, bringing up the morale, bringing up the gameplay, getting a little wild with it, getting a little risky with it, doing anything possible in order to continue on with this matchup. We're going to load into the band pick screen here. We're still on the Ever Sleeping Town match. Nothing has changed, no worries. And the first bands we're going to see are the Female Dancer and the Priestess. Female Dancer not being allowed to breathe today. You don't want to see those music boxes. You do not want to see her do her little dancey dance. The Hunters are not very interested in that performance today. They want to fixate on their own. They want to perform in terms of chasing and hitting and, all of that violence. That's very different from her nice little dance of Decode. So soon we're going to hop into the Hunter band here. And we're going to see who they utilize. They could, get rid of that clerk, which would be a really strong idea because Nino Pancake's play on the clerk from last match was just so strong that it was kind of impossible to deal with. And the Mercenary and the Prospector coming in as the first picks here.
Quite interesting to see that come in from TNG here. The Mercenary, very stable rescuer, so always an advantage to have that on your side for some stability. But I do like the Prospector pick as well because this is kind of a do or die situation for TNG here. So they do have to pull out some characters that can perhaps do a good job of supporting and stunning and harassing if they do end up in a situation where they need to go in for a very vital rescue or try to support their teammate as much as possible. So I do like that Prospector there. We do see that Prospector is even being chosen over the forward in this situation here. It doesn't have as much of a decoding debuff as the forward, but can also do a good job of harassing and continuously regain those magnets throughout the match as well. So I'm excited to see how TNG is going to utilize that Prospector here. And we do see also the Acrobat coming in here to round out the team a little bit more as well. On the Hunter side, we have banned, in addition to the Female Dancer and Priestess, also the Patient here on this map. So very curious to see what both sides are going to do as well for that last pick and ban.
The Embalmer is not allowed to come in onto the field today. Have seen some very interesting Embalmer plays on the Ever Sleeping Town match before, but very interesting ban. You don't expect that. Maybe a specialty character from TNG here, preventing them from having that Acrobat and gaining more. And getting really close to my screen earlier, but as far as I can tell, they actually did not ban the Clerk. They actually chose to ban the Sculptor instead, which is very interesting, Lychee. Possibly not allowing Pancake to take out a very good specialty hunter here that could gain even more of an advantage. Maybe know how to play against this clerk by now and just predicting it and seeing what they can do about it with all of these interesting picks. We're going to see the Toy Merchant come in here too, who has some interesting catapult spots that can be utilized here on Ever Sleeping Town.
I'm curious to see how this Toy Merchant is going to play here. We have seen Touch and Go utilize the Toy Merchant before and actually do pretty well with the Toy Merchant on maps like Moonlit River Park. Just knowing the right spots to set up that catapult to catapult the Toy Merchant onto the second story platforms and things like that, and repeatedly loop the Hunter. So if they know some good spots on this map as well, they could potentially utilize that Toy Merchant to their advantage very heavily. But this will be interesting how this plays out here. Toy Merchant, she could potentially supply some items for the Mercenary as well for endgame. But if she does utilize all her items earlier in the game, this might potentially also leave her in a bit of a tricky situation for endgame as well. So you kind of have to find the right balance there as the Toy Merchant. But yeah, very interesting picks here from Touch and Go side. I know we've talked about how they've been pretty innovative with some of their gameplays and survivor picks, so I'm curious to see if we can really see them show that off in this matchup here.
We are going to see a wax artist from Nino Pancake here, who can actually, be utilized really well on this Ever Sleeping Town map. Lots of places to be covered in wax, lots of open spaces for survivors to kite in with walls that are not big enough to prevent the wax from being on them. Could utilize that searing wax in order to get hits without actually having to go into hit recovery. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. We're not going to see that Clerk be played again despite the strength of it last time. Instead, we're going to see Nino Pancakes go for this wax artist. Legions would be very interesting against this team comp, I think. Lots of places for them to transition and, get rid of things that this wax artist can do, like the red bombs from the Acrobat, canceling out the ability to use that gun, the Toy Merchant being able to fly up in the air and get away, the Prospector being able to utilize those magics for stuns, and the mercenary with those elbow pads to, get away. And the wax artist is not really renowned for his speed.
Yes, definitely true. And so I think in that sense, the toy merchant might be a little bit of a difficult chase here if he does end up chasing the toy merchant at some point. But we see here now the spawn point selection. So Nino Pancake is spawning towards that S pallet area here, closest to the toy merchant, who is at the middle 2-story area, as well as the acrobat near the fake gate. We do have mercenary in a very central spot, as well as a prospector near the river geisha area there. So we'll have to see who the hunter decides to go for as their first pick. The toy merchant, like I mentioned, might be a little bit of a difficult situation, so I'm curious to see if No Pancake might turn his eyes to a different survivor first.
Catapult goes down right away, and it really possibly could, Lychee, preparing for that wax artist possibly coming in right away. You want to put that catapult down in order to be able to transition. If you can get there quick enough, we don't have to deal with it, but it's likely that we will. We're going to hop into the second half of round 2 with TNG versus FT of the IVA 2022 finals. I'm Veronica, this is Lychee, and we are watching the wax artist, Nino Pancake, transition over to TNG's Cat Carry on this Ever Sleeping Town map. Who is the acrobat? So the acrobat is actually going to be the first chase here, Lychee. We're going to transition around and utilize this hallway in order to get away, but as mentioned, this is an open area, which means that the wax artist can get the first hit on this acrobat with 5 ciphers remaining.
Yes, Nino Pancake there did a good job of applying as much wax as possible on the acrobat while in that narrow alleyway here. And we do see that the acrobat has a good amount of wax on them as well. Wax artist also should have his skill coming up in about 10 more seconds or so, but doesn't even need to utilize the skill there. Just can go ahead and pick up the acrobat and chair him right away. So a pretty quick down for Nino Pancake so far. Both times with that hit was able to utilize that wax to seal the acrobat from being able to move, and just down the acrobat very quickly into the game, not even having to use blink. So a pretty good situation for this wax artist so far, and already at first presence as well.
Yeah, Nino Pancake just really puts the pressure on when playing these matches. We're going to see, again, from TNG, multiple survivors come in for a rescue, which they like to do on first chair, as we've observed so far. But we are actually going to see that acrobat go down immediately, with no characters like Forward to properly balloon rescue, and only the Prospector to put pressure on and possibly get a drop. But as the Prospector is pushed so far away by that wax pressure, the Prospector is forced to transition away and, not put that pressure on with those magnets, threatening a balloon rescue. The stun doesn't last very long, but it certainly wastes a lot of time. But still 5 ciphers remaining. We are almost 2 minutes into the match, and we are on the acrobat's second chair. Mercenary, a beautiful elbow pad coming in, but a beautiful blink on the side of Nino Pancake to counter it, and we get a down on the acrobat with that last effort being popped. So once the tide turner runs out, Lychee, that acrobat will go down and be sent back to the manor.
Right, that was a little bit of a dangerous situation for the survivors here, because if Nino Pancake was 1 second sooner, then perhaps would have been even a terror shock there on the rescuing survivor. But luckily, they were able to get Acrobat off the chair and activate that tide turner. And now Acrobat is going to be back on the chair, though. Oh, actually, a stun coming in here from the Prospector. So Prospector here still has another magnet, able to harass again. Oh, but unable to get that stun in before the Acrobat is chaired. So actually, Nino Pancake is going to get the first survivor out in this game here, and now being able to transition on to the Prospector for the next chase. Since both survivors came in for the rescue before, we still have 4 ciphers remaining, which leaves the survivors in a tricky situation. Flywheel coming into here as well, but oh, another stun here. So Prospector doing a good job of maintaining distance so far, but the wax artist is quickly closing in and able to get that hit on the Prospector right there.
We can obviously Apollo is really, really comfortable with this Prospector. Unfortunately going to go down to the Searing Wax, but a beautiful play with that flywheel, and an even better play with the avoidance of that magnet, getting that hit away at the last second. The wax gun is swinging, but you're suddenly very far away from the Prospector without canceling the hit recovery, which tends to be one of the biggest drawbacks from seeing Prospector in anything. Beautiful attempts at balloon rescues, and we're going to see a little bit of pressure put on from Titanitis here as Wolfie hangs out in the area, but going to be forced to come in for this rescue in order to push. You can't settle for a draw, you can't settle for anything like that. You really have to push in order to continue to stay in this matchup. But 3 ciphers still remaining, with only the toy merchant pushing them at this point in time.
Yes, The survivors definitely have their work cut out for them in this match. We do see that the mercenary did take damage there and will be going down after that delay damage is over. Prospector here did come in with a stun but has no more magnets to work with at the moment. And Wax Artist here does have the Wax at 90 something, 100% now, so can just go ahead and hit the Prospector right away to down the Prospector as well. So now the Prospector is going to go back onto the chair. This is, again, a pretty difficult situation for the survivors. We see that Mercenary is down and unable to rescue, so this makes the Toy Merchant the only one who's able to rescue and really has to do so because they need to try to get 3 survivors out here. But we see Toy Merchant doesn't have Tide Turner either, so as soon as she lands, she's also going to have so much wax on her that for sure the Wax Artist should be able to get a hit here and then go after the Prospector. So we do see Prospector is down very quickly here, and Pancake potentially even trying to get another hit on the Toy Merchant here if possible.
Yeah, just gonna get this Toy Merchant down possibly, but able to, build enough distance to not get it. Coming back for Hollow here, that Prospector does have a little bit of a healing buff, which means that you kind of want to get him out of the way as soon as you can, and going to place him back on the chair. We see that the Mercenary has gotten back up, but unfortunately that means he utilized his self-heal, and the Prospector is going back to the banner. We're gonna see some fun little jukes from Pancake here as he kind of jolts around a little bit, which is very entertaining to watch, and, approach Wolfie and go on for this chase here. Already utilized self-heal, which means that if downed again, can go right for that Toy Merchant and really put the pressure on to get this 4K, second one in a row.
Yeah, for sure. We do know that, Pancake has already achieved the goal of getting a tie, but of course we're still going to have to see how this plays out here for the rest of the game. Mercenary there utilizing the watch, but ultimately getting hit in the end. So he is going to go down once again once that delay damage is over. And like you noted, Veronica, no more self-heal for the Mercenary. So in a bit of a difficult situation here where, Pancake can just leave the Mercenary on the ground and go after the Toy Merchant with no fear of the Mercenary getting back up and doing any more decoding here. Also, the Wax Artist does have Blink online as well, so this could be utilized to take down White here, the Toy Merchant, as they go about this kite in this graveyard area. We did see that Toy Merchant able to get some distance away by utilizing the catapult, but Pancake catching up quite quickly here and utilizing the blink here and another hit to down the Toy Merchant here. So was able to quickly down this Toy Merchant once they arrived in this graveyard area, and is now going to have the Toy Merchant onto the chair. There's really nothing the survivors can do at this point. It looks like this is going to be Nino Pancake's win and a 4 survivor elimination to boot.
Yeah, what wonderful gameplay on both sides, but unfortunately, we're actually going to see Future come in as the winner here, which means unfortunately we will not be seeing a round 3. Beautiful congratulations to Future for strong plays to start off our finals day. Just a round of applause for them. Just excitement in chat, just everyone getting ready to, cheer them on and continue on into the next match. They're going to receive a little bit of a break, which we'll go into in, just a few minutes, but we're going to do a little chit-chat first, to just talk about the match that we just saw. But, going to take a little break after this in order to prepare for the actual finals, our best out of 5 against GH now with our second competitor, filled into those brackets, which will be FT Future. After the strong plays that we've seen from them to start off the day, I think it's certainly possible that they could really be pulling that underdog win after, coming all the way up from those brackets, Lychee.
Yes, very true. It's exciting to see how far FT has come throughout this tournament here, and I'm sure they've also had a really good experience and grown as survivors and hunters having to do that. GH has really shown their dominance in these matches so far, so I'm sure that they will put up a really good fight. But I think FT, they are very warmed up from today for sure. So we see how on point all of their gameplays were in the matches so far today. And I think they will put up a really good fight against GH in the next couple of rounds here. In this match here today, we saw Pancake once again come in with a 4-kill situation. So really showing the strength and oppression that the hunters were able to apply onto the survivors in this match. I think that having a very strong hunter able to pull off those 4 survivor eliminations like that, we don't often see that in tournaments nowadays. so many for survivor eliminations from the hunter. So for sure, having that to their advantage is going to be so strong heading into the finals here. But really good game to TNG as well. They really gave it their all throughout this tournament and showed us some really exciting plays on both the hunter and the survivor side. I'm really excited to see where they will go in the future as well. Hopefully this won't be the last that we see of that team.
Yeah, absolutely excited to see them again in the future. But speaking of the future, we're going to see future again in the future in, about half an hour or so. So we're going to hop into a quick break here. But GG, well played to everyone involved, and super excited to get to this finals match against GH today.
Yes. So.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
Everlasting night with no end in sight. Even the dazzling light failed to pierce the darkest dream. Noir, the Mello family has no need for useless people.
Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Prince, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
everlasting night with no end in sight. Even the dazzling light failed to pierce the darkest dream. Noir, the Melodist family has no need for useless people.
Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Prince, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe? 来いヤクト。頭は間違うことがあっても血は間違わない。
正しさとはそれは傷つけることはでき守り救済することはできない。
僕が良ければ全てよし。
超推理。
An everlasting night with no end in sight. Even the dazzling light failed to pierce the darkest dream. Noir, the Mello's family has no need for useless people.
Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Prince, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
Right, everyone, and welcome back to IVA Grand Finals 2022. We are actually in the Grand Finals period now, Lychee. After the qualifying match, finishing all of those qualifiers up, finishing off those playoffs, we are getting into the final match here. We saw Future succeed in those playoffs that we had prior between them and TNG, with very strong plays from their Hunter and Survivor. Against GH here, we really could be seeing, a worthy competitor and opponent on the side of FT. We're going to see them go into this best of 5 match where, whoever wins gets to take home the IVA crown, Lychee. What kind of things could we be expecting from them based off of their plays in the prior matches, and even something we could pull from GH that could counter them?
Yeah, so the matches today, were really exciting. We started off easy with a tie situation, but it quickly turned into an advantage for FT here from the round earlier today, where they went against TNG. So we saw the survivors do pretty well in situations like when they were kiting that Hermit. That one round, they showed us that they are really good at being able to counter Hermit. And we do know that GH's side, the Hunter Seichu is a Hermit player, as well as a player of many Hunters, actually. They know how to play so many Hunters, have a really large character pool. But Hermit is one of their really good Hunters that we've seen in this tournament. So I think, GH will have to keep in mind that FT is a team here who has learned how to counter the Hermit and be wary of that going into the next round here. But in addition to the survivors, we also saw FT's Hunter do so well in these last couple of matches here. So they were able to help their team gain an advantage. We saw that they came out with a very strong Clerk and Wax Artist, I believe it was, in the last rounds, and was able to get 2 4-man eliminations. So that puts their survivors in a really good position as well, because as a Hunter, if you're able to put your survivors in a situation where they can just try to aim for ties in rounds and the Hunter tries to get that win, that really takes off pressure on the Survivor side as well. But of course, Survivors still have to put up a really good performance for their Hunter side, and we saw that they have done that in the past as well. So lots of exciting things to see here. I think we also said earlier, FT has gone against GH before, and last time it was GH's win, I believe. So I'm curious to see if FT is going to be bringing back their revenge in this finals round here.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a little bit of an advantage on GH's side of being able to watch the way that FT just played, predict these specialty survivors right off the bat and right out of the frying pan of having just, been in the heat of it all. And we're going to see another little, overview of who we're working with here on the teams. We're going to see GH here. We haven't seen them in a while. We're going to see Seichu on the Hunter side. We're going to see Captain Kun, Little Boy, Little Cat, Zaokon, Skyfall, and 9 Mellos on the survivors. And all very strong players, as they've demonstrated in prior matches here on IVA, along with other tournaments that we've seen them in before. GH is just really a beast to be reckoned with, and you really have to be prepared to kind of fight the dragon as a lowly little knight and do a sort of David and Goliath when you're going up against them. But we could be seeing something from Future here that could really, bring those stories to light and have them end in the way that we expect them to. But, we could also be seeing GH, continue to hold that crown from what, they tend to keep. On the side of FT, we're going to see Nino Pancake, we're going to see Shen, we're going to see LMM, Dragon, XB, and DDD on the Survivor side, Lychee, who, we just saw perform really well. We could be seeing Chen come out in these rounds, which would be very interesting. We haven't seen them in a bit, but we did see some crazy plays from Nino Pancake prior, so we might see an in and out, we might see one of them go on and just go wild and really put on these very strong Hunter plays.
Yes, for sure. A lot of very good players on both sides here. Very practiced and skilled, as they've shown us in the tournament so far. So definitely really excited to see what each team is going to bring to the table here. And I hope that regardless of how it turns out, it is going to be a really exciting match for us to watch as an audience. And having said that, if you're watching this stream right now, be sure to leave some comments there on the live stream chat, because I'm really curious to see who you're supporting in this match, what you guys all think about this lineup here. Do you think that GH is going to continue to hold strong in this last matchup here? Or do you think that FT has a very strong fighting chance against GH, who has dominated in so many tournaments in the SEA region until now? So really excited to hear what our fans are thinking. Let Veronica and I know in the chat and earn some Nello Mello coins while you're at it.
Yeah, nice to have coins for those goodies and those redeemable things like the fun, caster fan signs. I've seen some people try to redeem them so far, and you know what? You will get around to them, and I'm sure that you'll really enjoy them when you receive them and you finish up with them. Very excited to hop into this match. GH versus FT for the finals here, for the finale. We are seeing some excitement, in chat. Everyone cheering on their favorite teams. We see some love for GH. We see some love for Future. You just want to encourage them as much as possible and keep their morale up, because this is a very high stakes situation where they are really going to have to give it their all in order to counter the other team, who would definitely be doing the same. 110% motivation and participation here, Leechy.
Yes, that's definitely true. I know we've said how strong GH has been and how they've been holding onto the crown, but Future is a team where they have a lot of team members consisted of players from other really strong teams in the past, including some notable names like BL and Noir as well. So I think that they have a very strong tournament background as well. Could pull off some really good plays, continue to pull off really good plays as they've done so far in this tournament. They've definitely been through a lot, having dropped down to the lower bracket as a part of the earlier rounds, but have shown us their fighting spirit for sure. And I think that they are really coming hot off the press here. I mean, in the last match here, they showed how dominant they can be. And GH, like you mentioned, Veronica, they just have a lot of experience as well, and their advantage here is the fact that they have been able to kind of sit back and watch how things have progressed today and how TNG has changed as a team, how their strategy and mindset has changed when going against certain hunters, for example, like the Hermit, because FT actually had a lot of trouble going against Seichu's Hermit previously last weekend, but this weekend they completely turned it around and showed us that they are able to kite out a Hermit and are able to utilize their teamwork and communication very well in Hermit matches. So I think that the teams have been continuously improving as we progressed in this tournament, and that's something that's been so cool to see as a part of the audience. I'm excited to see not only today's final, but also, jumping ahead even after this final, where are they going to go from here as teams representing the Southeast Asia region? I hope that they can really make this region proud.
Core, it's just really good representation for C and everything that they're capable of. You really want to see everything about it that they're able to bring to the table, and the improvement, just over a week, thinking, we couldn't take that Hermit last time, so we're going to practice really hard against him, which then leads to situations like that 3-man against the Hermit from just earlier. So Seichu might not be able to rely on the idea of taking in that Hermit as a sort of shock pick that can take them down. Maybe they're not prepared to go up against Seichu again, but maybe they certainly are. Capitalizing on your strengths and really, really keeping them up there and improving them, but furthermore, improving your weaknesses just to make sure that everything works out and you are not put in a spot where, there's something in your armor that leaves you a little bit weaker to the other team and they can just stab you through right there. They're making sure that they are really heavily protected here and they've covered all of their bases and they know what they're doing, Leechy. We saw it earlier in their plays. They were very strong. Future was coming in very hot, wanted to make sure that everything was going really well for them. And that most certainly is. So against GH today, we could be seeing them come in with the same power and possibly, overpowering them in the process.
I think it's really great how these teams are able to be just really dynamic and continue to grow and adapt to the situation. We know that FT's Hunter, they have a very strong character pool as well. I know I mentioned Seichu earlier being very strong in how many hunters they are just able to master. But, Pancake from FT here, I mean, they've played the Sculptor, the Wax Artist, Clerk, Soul Weaver. I mean, they've also played Bonbon in previous tournaments before. So just being a very strong hunter and being able to have a very deep character pool so that if the survivors do change their situation to counter you, then you still have other options. I think for Seichu as well, that's a really good, a very powerful sign that they are able to do that for the situation, just adapt to the situation and find the right hunter to utilize in the situation. Seichu as well, you know, it never fails to amaze me how deep their character pool really is and how they continue to keep pulling out new hunters for us to see in this tournament. I think that the fact that we've seen so many Hermits so far, I mean, some matches have gone better for Hermit than others, but regardless, it's really given us a taste of how Hermit can be in this tournament setting. And that's been really cool to see because we really haven't seen Hermit being utilized in many tournaments so far up until now. But now in this tournament, he's really taken a center stage in so many matchups here. So that's really exciting to see. And I'm curious what other characters we'll be seeing in the upcoming matches as well.
Being such a problem in the current meta, the Hermit is a really strong pick in order to counteract all of that, you know, nonsense. And you want to get it out of the way. You want to be able to have some control yourself over how the ciphers are being pushed, but without, you know, taking the risk of playing a character like Photographer, who doesn't require more skill per se, but definitely requires more niche skill, which is a little bit harder to apply, especially when survivors are able to play against him a lot more easily than they are to counter the Hermit. You know, he doesn't share that damage, he has to waste a lot more of his time, but the Hermit can chase one survivor and hit all four of them. The polarity, you know, being swapped means that they share that damage, which makes the first kite longer. But, you know, when you do catch up to those other survivors, once you get that first elimination, it kind of becomes the Hermit's playfield if he knows what he's doing, because all of the survivors have already been damaged, which means that they're easier as downs, and those ciphers are taking a while to be pushed, Lychee. So we could certainly see him come in again, possibly on Seichu's side, you know, possibly FT pulling in a Hermit last second as a fun surprise. Lots going on that's possible here. We're going to hop into the first round in, you know, just a few minutes, but in the meantime, a lot of love and excitement in chat, which is really great to see. A lot of positive reactions, some nice shoutouts to directly Lychee and I, which I'm sure we both appreciate. And, you know, so love and support for both Future and GH. So, again, you know, just cheer on your favorite winner, you know, bring up their morale in order to get them through these best out of 5 rounds. We could be seeing all 5 of them, and, you know, all teams just want to be able to push that far and make it to that point of trying so very hard to counter one another that they've just been drawing and drawing and tying and tying.
Yes, definitely true. And, you know, we mentioned the fans here, so I just also want to give a shout out to the fans, as well as especially Nello Mello's top fans and the loyal fans here who have been continuously commenting in the live chat here and cheering on their favorite teams throughout this tournament. Thank you for being here and watching these tournaments and keeping up the energy among the fan chats, among the community. Having all of you in the community really makes this community such a better place. So thank you all for being here. Thank you to all the players participating in this tournament, and of course to Nello Mello, the man himself, the man behind so much of this tournament, as well as, you know, the moderators and other casters that we've had the pleasure to work with. Just everybody has been so fun to work with so far. It's been such a great experience. So thank you all for all your contributions as well. Like Veronica said here, we've had so many exciting matches so far, a lot of situations here. So I'm excited to see if the teams can pull ahead in the next match here. You mentioned like a lot of tie situations, but we'll have to see what happens in this match here. If it continues to be a really close match, I also wouldn't be surprised, just because these two teams are both so strong and have gone against each other in the past, have gone against same opponents in the past, to the point where they're probably both very, very polished.
Yes, absolutely. They're so prepared to take each other on at this point. And the first match could go in one person's favor, and the second match could be, you know, the opposite, you know, 8-0 for the other team. So with so many matches coming up, we really need to prepare for anything at this point. We are going to hop right now into our first band pick stream, and we are starting off on these finals with the Moonlit River Park, which seems to be a very popular map to choose in order to kick off finals or, you know, big first rounds. So here we're going to be seeing the Priestess band predictably, as she's quite a pest on this map. She can put up really good support portals and get you right across the bridge really fast, which can be a lot of trouble and hassle for a hunter unless you're playing someone like Geisha. So Seichu, doesn't want to deal with that priestess, and I wouldn't either. And Lychee, I'm sure you feel the same, along with everyone in chat. First ban, absolutely necessary along this Moonlit River. We're going to see that priestess knocked out of the park. Soon, we're going to see Future come in with their survivor picks, which will be very interesting to come in with, Lychee. What kind of things are we predicting based off of their plays prior? Bringing in this Moonlit River Park, we could be seeing some interesting meta selections, some support characters again, just trying to figure everything out. And we do start with these assist characters in the meta from the side of Future.
Looks like it's the psychologist up first, as well as the forward here being a priority pick. I was thinking, what characters has Future played in previous matches. One of them was the Prospector, that they have several specialists on their team as Prospector experts and Prospector mains, but the forward here just being a very stable pick in round 1, I can see why they would want to bring out the forward right away in round 1, as well as the Psychologist being a character that's able to tank several hits as well as heal up damage. We did see earlier today, Veronica, how strong the Psychologist was in countering a hunter like Hermit, just being able to repeatedly take the damage over and over, while their teammates also tanking that damage, to the point where the Psychologist was able to do a 5-cypher kite and never get on chair throughout the whole entire match. So I can definitely see the strength in the Psychologist here, and perhaps TNG themselves know it and have picked out these characters with a plan in mind here, whether it's to counter something specific like a Hermit or Dream Witch or Clerk situation, or just because they think that this is a really good tanky character.
Yes, absolutely. That psych has come out from Future quite a few times now. They're really reliant on her in the sense where she, fits into their team comps so well because she's a strong survivor and they certainly love using her. And we're going to see a postman come in on the side of Future after the Seer is banned. So can increase that decoding, can use that dog to further kite, can also use some of those letters to further a kite. The urgent letter is used pretty commonly in Tourney, I'd say, which quickens your speed percentage, which is good, in a pinch for chase. Same with the dog. You get that bite, you get the hunter slower, and if you get yourself faster, that's a 2-in-1, and it really gets you out of there. So Seichu's going to have to deal with that postman. He can also be a little bit pesky to deal with, sending those letters to support his teammates, and Future again with the support-heavy lineups.
Yes, definitely a very support-heavy lineup here. I am curious to see what they're going for, as well as what the hunter's going for here. We do see that Seer has been banned, as well as the Patient here by GH's Hunter Seichu. So this is quite interesting. It looks like they don't want the Seer to be blocking additional hits, as well as the fact that the Patient can pull very large distances in this team here and have some pretty interesting hook spots as well around the platforms and things like that. So this does leave me wondering who Seichu is going to pick as a hunter. We have seen Seichu play Bonbon quite a few times as well, bringing different traits on different maps, being very flexible. So I could see Bonbon banning the Patient, but it's not nearly as common to see something like Bonbon banning the Seer, although it could definitely be possible as well. So I don't know if that's in Seichu's consideration. That's just one of the hunters I do remember Seichu pulling out in earlier rounds as well. But of course, there are additional possibilities, like Sculptor, maybe even Dream Witch. I don't think we've seen Dream Witch come out super early necessarily for Seichu, but we have seen it been pulled out before. So yeah, very interesting here. And the Acrobat being the last pick here, Veronica. So rounding us off by choosing the Acrobat on the Moonlit River Park map.
The Acrobat here, kind of an Acrobat's playground in both a literal general lore style sense and also in a technical gameplay style sense, where there are lots of places where the Acrobat can utilize some bomb tricks. I know some of the first fancy bombs I learned were actually on Moonlit myself when I was first starting to play Acrobat, so a lot of players do tend to have them memorized, especially someone high in the meta and doing tournaments would know those strong spots like right off of the coaster. And we're going to see Hermit come out again from Seichu to start us off. Besides the postman, we don't have some strong decoders on here. We didn't end up seeing the dancer again. She wasn't banned, but we didn't see her either. The postman's tranquility letter is really going to be the only thing kind of pulling against this Hermit here, Lychee.
Yes, this is quite interesting as well. I'm not sure if TNG had thought to counter the Hermit, but they do have that Psychologist who we already talked about being very strong against the Hermit here. But on the flip side, we've also seen Seichu's Hermit show us a very strong performance in past matches as well. I'm specifically thinking about one time on Lakeside Village where they just utilized the Hermit so well to counter the survivors who were kiting in the big boat area. So in that sense, Hermit could definitely pull out a really strong performance. There's also been times where the Hermit is just able to travel so far across the map that even if survivors take the roller coaster, the Hermit could catch up quite quickly if it's just one stop that the roller coaster is going for. So I think that there's definitely strong points of choosing the Hermit on a map like Moonlit River Park. He can also cross that river distance very quickly compared to some other hunters there. So I'm excited to see what Seichu is going to pull out. I do think that Seichu may have their work cut out for them if the team on TNG side is able to strongly counter the Hermit by being able to tank the damages, utilizing Psychologist, as well as ensuring that the other survivors are able to utilize the polarities to tank damage at the appropriate times as well.
Yeah, we are going to see Future go up against their second Hermit in a row here after, utilizing that win with that Hermit earlier. So we could be seeing a play where, as we were discussing, they have really prepared for this Hermit and they could be ready to counter Seichu. But Seichu is thinking, maybe they're still not strong enough against mine. Maybe they got lucky there. Maybe they were just good on the map. And maybe here on Moonlit, I can make it my playground and they can't get away from me and they can't kite me and loot me as well as they can in that graveyard area on Ever Sleeping Town. So we could be seeing a different target chosen purposely because of what happened with that Psychologist. It is a leg up that you receive in tournament by, going afterwards. You can kind of gouge what your competition is doing for the day. So you don't want to deal with those transitional kiters, and you will instead be dealing with a support heavy lineup, with the Acrobat being, one of the strongest kiters, the forward also being able to utilize that football, the Psychologist being able to take extra damage, and that Postman having those letters to use for support. So Hermit has his work cut out for him here, but so do the survivors.
Yes, that's very true, Veronica. I am curious to see how this will play out here. And we have seen Hermits so far also utilize a lot of insolence builds to try to gain that presence early on. So when the survivors and hunters are picking out their traits, I'm also curious to see what they're going to end up going for and whether or not the survivors had thought to figure out a plan in order to counter the Hermit in terms of choosing their traits and also their spawn selections later on. Moonlit River Park is always one where the spawns kind of play a big role into how the chase plays out. If they're going to be going around the first stop and trying to utilize that roller coaster, or potentially loop into the second story and go back to the roller coaster platform, sometimes have their teammates even drive over the roller coaster. I mean, there's all sorts of things that could happen, so many variables on this map. So yeah, I'm curious how they'll plan their strategies out in this map, and especially to see if they can still bring out their A game against Seichu's Hermit. Definitely have shown us on TNG's side that they can counter the Hermit, but at the same time, we have seen that Seichu's Hermit did have a leg up against them in previous matchups. So we'll have to see.
He just really knows what they're doing at this point against this Hermit. As we saw earlier, they really could have been just explicitly training against him. The spawn locations are going to be coming to us sometime soon, and we will probably definitely see someone spawn at that first stop in order to get the coaster all the way over to the platform. Another possibility is to take that coaster and go up there onto the platform and, activate that little light bulb there right next to the end of the stop where you go away, and then you go 2 times when you go all the way from the first stop. But generally, because that's kind of a no man's land when it comes to kiting, there are a lot of pallets to utilize, but it's certainly an open area that's not the perfect place to kite, I would say, Lychee, and I'm sure you would agree. It's great to have a resource there for the survivors to be able to make it all the way over that bridge just by making it up the stairs and getting on that coaster without getting terror shocked in the process.
Yes, that's definitely true. And sometimes we even see roller coaster mind games coming into play here with the survivors and hunters getting on and off the roller coaster and things like that. But we'll have to see what happens if they decide to utilize that roller coaster or not. I do think it's a little bit tricky against the Hermit, but sometimes you can still pull it off. We have seen sometimes if they're able to go 2 stops, or if they're just able to pull a lot of distance when the Hermit doesn't have the skill up and ability to traverse such a large distance quickly, then the survivors can still definitely utilize that roller coaster to the advantage. It's just a matter of making sure that they have the timing right against the hermit there. So I am curious how they will utilize that roller coaster to their advantage, how they'll utilize their teamwork to their advantage. I think that all the teams that make it this far in the stage, the survivors definitely have very good communication with each other. That's why they're choosing these support-heavy team comps that rely on so much team communication here. For FT specifically, we've seen that in the past. They're very strong support from characters coming in after rescues or before rescues, before the survivors even onto the chair to try to harass and things like that. So I think if they are able to pull off the teamwork and communication against the hermit, they have a very good chance in this match. But if Seichu is able to capitalize on any survivor mistakes, if they do have any mistakes that happen, Seichu is a hunter that can definitely take advantage of that as well. They've shown us in the past that they are not one to make mistakes easily. So if the survivors do end up giving any opening to Seichu, I think they will be able to take advantage of that quickly as well. Just being top tier players, they are able to utilize those kinds of things to their advantage in their gameplay. But let's take a look at the spawn points here, Veronica, and see what they decide to go for.
Yeah, we're finishing off the spawn points here. We have an acrobat and a postman, both at respective stops here with the coaster. Just want to make sure where it spawns at and take it right to the middle in order to be utilized. We're going to see Seichu spawn kind of in the middle here on the side of the bridge. We're going to see Syke spawn on one of the houses there, if I remember looking correctly, and Forward's going to go on the opposite side of the match. So we kind of have a 2-in-2 situation, Lychee, where half of the survivor team is on one half of the map and the other half is utilizing the other, which means that Seichu is going to have to traverse a long distance in order to be able to sort of round up all of these survivors, like, a cowboy kind of using his lasso in order to wrangle up all of the animals at a rodeo. But this is certainly not Seichu's first rodeo, and Seichu is certainly going to be very skilled in pulling everything together and making sure that the survivors are hit and downed and the pressure is on them. Speaking of the pressure being on, we are starting the grand finals final match for IVA 2022. I'm Veronica, this is Lychee, this is the wonderful Nello Mello tournament. We are going to watch Seichu transition over behind this big house here and find the psychologist first, which is a very interesting choice, Lychee, after what we've seen the psychologist use in plays prior against this hermit.
Right, and we do see that they are walking around the 2-story building here. Hermit trying to just figure out which path to take, but Psychologist not falling for a counter loop here and appears to be up in the 2nd story just waiting. Seichu here seems to be scoping this area out below, but Psychologist is not jumping down, holding her ground, making sure not to get mind gamed by the Hermit there. So this could be a pretty good situation. We've seen some teams do a good job in the first kite just by preventing the Hermit from even catching up to a survivor. So if FT is able to do that here, this could play out pretty well for a good first kite, because first kite against a Hermit is really key. Now we see that the Psychologist has jumped down and Seichu has not been able to catch sight of the Psychologist, so is now going after Dragon, who is the Postman here. I think Postman might be prepared to loop around this area for a while and potentially consider whether or not to take that roller coaster.
Yeah, we're actually seeing pretty strong cipher progress so far on the side of FT. If you could see that little bar there of the decoding progress, we're going to see Dragon transition away, throw that dog, happens to miss it, but is actually stunned briefly by Seichu there, but still manages to get away in time. Transitioning away, not getting these hits, and these first kites have been really strong so far. They really have prepared to play against this Hermit. FT is not letting Seichu get a leg up on them with this Hermit now. Going to take a stun, but because the polarity is shared, that Postman can continue to kite for quite a while. Seichu is going to be forced to chase this Postman for an extended period of time, especially in this area here, which has a lot of strong pallets to utilize. Seichu will be forced to break them and will want to do so in order to give the Postman less to work with in this kite, but possibly transitioning over to this coaster in time to take it, with Seichu having enough distance behind that the Postman can get on it without getting terror shock, Lychee.
Definitely true, Veronica. We do see that Seichu here does not have Blink as teleport and giving another hit onto the postman, but again, the polarities are shared from the other survivors, so the hit was tanked, and Postman is able to take that roller coaster to the second stop there and gain some distance away from this Hermit. Hermit now finally does have the first level presence here, did not bring insolence of note, so took a couple of hits before they were able to get up there, but now is going to try to catch up to the Postman and see what he can do. So closing distance onto the Postman here, but again, no blink, so has to break those pallets, unfortunately, there as going after the Postman, who is actually going to get stunned here and taking another hit. But once again, the Postman still requires more damage to be downed and is able to take that roller coaster before Seichu is able to catch up, and teleport has to be used on Seichu's part as he cannot catch up to the Postman here, Veronica.
Yeah, it's going to have to kite DDD's Acrobat, which is actually a little bit of a hassle because I distinctly remember DDD doing a very strong Acrobat kite very early into this tournament. Accelerated deconing has been activated, which means that these survivors are able to push these ciphers even more than they had been before, which they really were doing, Lychee, with that strong kite. They really have prepared how to play against this tournament. Every member of this team knows what they're doing. The Acrobat is going to utilize a bomb here in order to gain distance and block up this doorway, but going to utilize this teleport ability with the orb on the Hermit's side to make it, to the Acrobat in time, but still has to loop because the Acrobat vaults in time to not take a hit there, really utilizing these bombs to avoid all of these stunts, and a red bomb, which means that Seichu is stuck unable to use any of the Hermit abilities from before for just a few seconds, but they are crucial, Lychee. This Acrobat is now really, preparing the loops and getting the stun up, and no blink in order to utilize and get this down. Have to chase on foot, have to loop on foot, trying to out-mind game DDD, but it doesn't seem to be working, Lychee.
Yes, we see DDD pulling off a really good kite and utilizing those Acrobat bombs whenever he has to. Forward is actually near the tent area as well, and I believe Postman was also healing up with them earlier, so we do see that potentially Forward here can do what he needs to do. Acrobat now going down. That last cipher doesn't appear to be popped just yet, not quite primed, but we do see quite a lot of progress here on a couple of different cipher machines that are being worked on. So survivors are in a really good place here with one cipher left to pop and two survivors over there decoding, while the Forward crouches around. Does not have Tie Turner of note because Acrobat is actually the one who brought Tie Turner, but Forward here still has a full football, so should be able to pull off this rescue, and survivors should be able to prime the cipher if nothing goes awry here.
Yeah. My goodness, Lychee. Exactly what you'd expect from a grand finals. FT has really prepared to go against Seichu's Hermit, and it is paying off as we watch this end game. We're getting right into it. That cipher probably happen soon. And first chair with one cipher remaining was, not looking really great for Seichu. Going to hit this Acrobat, who does not even go down. The shared damage goes, and the cipher is popped. Acrobat is able to transition away, kind of trying to get a bombs to utilize, but everything has been so strong so far that still a lot of capability here. DDD is going to almost get caught in the crossfire, but with that very well-timed bomb, is going to be able to transition away so that Seichu cannot get that hit. A stun on DDD, again, a hit that does not cause DDD to go down. FT really knows what they're doing against this Hermit, Lychee.
Yes, for sure. We saw the psychologist help tank that last detention damage there so that the Acrobat would not go down. They are going to mind game around these pallets. Seichu does have teleport available, but the other survivors should be able to get out the gate, are squeezing out the gate at the moment as we speak right now, and some of them even heading out. Just leaving the Acrobat there, he does go down to that last hit, but it is inevitable. So they were able to pull off a great kite for their team. In the end, still got downed so that Seichu ended up with one survivor eliminated. But still, in this case, really good game played by the survivors, especially at the end there. Even at the end, the Acrobat was able to continue kiting to buy enough time for their teammates with the psychologist's help to tank that hit there so that everybody else could get out of the gate before Seichu could down the Acrobat and teleport over to stop them. So very good coordination on the survivor side here, Veronica. And I see we have the statistics up here as well.
Really did prepare to go against GH in this final, and you can see it by how much they trained to go against this Hermit that caused them to have so much trouble before. Really exhilarating to watch such a thing, so much improvement and so much practice. Really wanting to, take home the metaphorical trophy here, want to be covered in the medals and want to receive all that praise for all their hard work. We see the postman manage to do a kite that was over a minute and still get so much decoding done, along with the acrobat going for over 2 and also getting a lot of decoding done. Seichu, trying to whip out that hermit to shock FT, but they really saw it coming and prepared themselves in order to take Seichu's hermit down. So we could possibly not be seeing that hermit again and see Seichu go for maybe a safer pick that FT possibly didn't prepare for this much, because really the polarity switching, the fact that first down happened with 1 cipher remaining and it was in the process of being primed, just so much going on, Lychee, for FT here. They are really using their abilities and their knowledge of GH's gameplay to their knowledge. And we are going to see if they continue on with that upper hand of the research and the practice when their hunter goes up against GH's survivors, which we will see after our brief break in just a moment.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
Hi everyone, and welcome back to IVA 2022. We're in the grand finals here. We have just completed the first half of the first match, which FT really, took home the cake on how well that they countered Seichu's Hermit there. They prepared for this moment, and it really paid off, Lychee. So we now see them in the lead of this first match. GH, 1 point and FT with 3. So we're going to see if GH is able to tie this up with their survivor side against FT's Hunter here. We'll still be on Moonlit River River Park, and we will be seeing what they're able to get up to here. We could be seeing some preparation for similar plays. You know, you got to be wary of that coaster, you got to be wary of the teamwork, and you got to be wary of that Cypher Rush. So all of those things in mind, we could be seeing a lot happen. Maybe gearing towards a draw just to kind of tie things up a little bit better and get more of a point advantage without playing too risky here, Lychee.
That's definitely true. I think that when you are the team in the lead, you sometimes have to go for a more stable gameplay rather than going ahead and taking some risks. Whereas if you are the team that is a little bit behind here, you might want to try to take some more risks and see if that's able to pay off. But either way, this is just round 1, and this is a best of 5 here in the finals. So definitely, regardless of whichever team wins round 1 and whichever team loses round 1, there is still plenty of room to turn this around throughout the rest of the tournament here. But as you've said, Veronica, FT really studied against the Hermit and how to counter the Hermit and really raise their game here so far. So I've really loved to see that from them so far. And it just goes to show, like we were talking about earlier, how these players are able to be so adaptable to whatever situation that they are in. And I'm glad that FT was able to get this chance here after falling into the lower bracket. They were able to get this chance to work back up to the finals. It's been really, really inspiring to see. And GH's side, you know, we know how strong they are as well. So I'm fully expecting them to come back with a really good game in round 1 as well. And if not, in the rest of the rounds for the day.
Yeah, absolutely. We have this great final here that we are going to be seeing play out for the rest of time. This is really great, and I am so excited to see all of this play out. After such a strong start, you know, from FT in their prior matchup today, and now in the first half of this round 1 against GH, we could be seeing them really continue on with these very strong plays against the opposite side. We'll now be seeing them go on their Hunter side, which means you're no longer relying on that Survivor teamwork, but you are now relying on those excellent Hunter plays. And as we saw from their Hunters prior to this point, we really could be seeing something that could counter GH really well. Especially with the practice they put in against Hermit, I can only imagine that certain survivors that GH tends to, you know, gear towards were also practiced against. So there could be a lot of preparation that allows them to take home this round 1 very easily.
Yes, that's very true. I feel like in terms of this map we were also talking about earlier, they're going to be on Moonlit River Park again. And in the first round, it was great to see the survivor coordination on how they were able to tank those damages from the Hermit. I think it's interesting to think about that because it's almost like remote teamwork in a way. You don't have other survivors necessarily coming up to harass and stun the Hunter, but it still requires so much coordination from the survivor side. So on a map like Moonlit, sometimes it's actually hard to have those survivors come up and help support the teammates, or the teammates have a hard time transitioning to areas where somebody like Female Dancer, for example, has set up their boxes and things like that. But in terms of supporting against the Hermit, the survivors can do a lot just through their VC and trying to be able to figure out how to tank the damages for their teammate and things like that. So it's great to see that they were able to do that on this map here. And like you mentioned, there are so many possibilities on this map. So going into the second half of round 1, I'm curious to see what possibilities are going to come into play here. I'm sure that we'll find out more soon enough from those bans and picks selected. But yeah, so much that could happen here in the second half of the round here, Veronica. I mean, you know, Pancake, like we mentioned earlier, he also has a lot of Hunters in their character pool. Has brought out Hunters like Wax Artist before, which could potentially be a good pick on a map like Moonlit. Although on the downside, it is quite a big map as well. So we have seen also GH survivors do a really good job of looping the Wax Artist. I mean, so many things come into play as soon as I even start thinking of a single Hunter that, you know, could play here. So I think we'll have to see what's on the Hunters and survivors' minds, but I'm very curious to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. So much going on, and we are actually going to go into our band pick screen here. So Lychee and I will become very small, but we will continue to communicate with you and share with you our knowledge and expertise on what's going on. GH on the survivor side, and, you know, Pancake on the Hunter side for FT. You know, Shen could also come into play, but we're going to see, you know, Pancake continue to play on. Skyfall, Little Boy, Little Cat, and Zelkon, you know, kind of wonderful predicted survivors, and we're going to see Fiona Gilman, our priestess, come in as the first ban here, which is absolutely wonderful. You know, you really want to get that priestess out of the way, always very smart to do so. As we established last round, you do not want to be dealing with a priestess on Moonlit, nor do you want to be dealing with a priestess on Ever Sleeping Town or Chinatown. All of those big maps, she can be a lot of trouble. And we're actually going to see the Seer come in for once, which is very interesting, Lychee. You know, he is a very strong meta pick, but recently we haven't been seeing the Seer come out into play even when he's not banned. But GH is going to bring out this Seer. They really want to gear up for this strong meta team comp with that Owl coming in to block the damage and prolong the kites of other survivors.
It's definitely been a while since we have seen the Seer, so I am curious to see what they have in mind in terms of this strategy here. But of course, you know, we can't count out how strong the Seer can potentially be in their ability to block a hit here. So we'll have to see what each side is thinking. Nino Pancake here has now banned the Prospector, so that is quite interesting as well. GH has played Prospector before, and we have seen how strong Prospector has been in the past couple of tournament rounds. So it definitely makes sense why, you know, Pancake would ban the Prospector. Although we were just talking about, you know, on a map like Moonlit, sometimes it is a little bit harder than usual for Prospector to come around and harass on such a large map. But of course, getting rid of that variable is always a good idea. And now we see that the Postman has come into play here on the Survivor side. So I kind of like this too. You know, we have Mercenary, a slow decoder but a stable rescuer, and on the other side we have a Postman who can make up for that slow decoding with his decoding letters, but also provide a lot of support as well. We did see the Postman do a pretty good first kite in the previous match against the Hermit there by looping around the first stop area, so I think that it is a good element to this general character.
We are definitely going to see that come into play here. I am a big fan of Postman, as you know, pre-established. I am a Post fan, if you will, so it's very fascinating to see him come into play. This forward is actually going to be banned now by Nino Pancake. You know, dealt with a few hassles from forward prior, and he can always be a bit of trouble. Which is very interesting. We don't want to deal with that forward, we don't want to deal with that Prospector, but we will be dealing with that Toy Merchant, Lychee, who's going to come into play, and lots of good spots here on the Moonlight River Park map for her to utilize. There are lots of places whereupon you can hop off and utilize, you know, help your teammates, and spaces where she herself can hop off and then use her glider without needing to use that catapult in the process. A bonbon from Nino Pancake to round this all off, which is very interesting, Lychee. What are your thoughts on the bonbon coming out from FT against GH here?
Yeah, interesting choice from Nino Pancake to choose this bonbon here. I do feel like bonbon on this map sometimes has to run around quite a bit. So I think we'll have to see what trait Nino Pancake's bonbon will bring here. I think that sometimes we've seen bonbons bring teleport on maps like this as well, but also that does leave them in a bit of a difficult situation when it comes to chasing down the survivor. Sometimes in the beginning, the bonbon does want to have blink in order to just speed up that first chase and get the survivor on the chair and start camping right away, because that's when the bonbon's game really begins. So I think that this is a pretty interesting choice, and especially we have something like the Toy Merchant who can just cross such a large distance. That might be a little bit of a headache for a bonbon, but in terms of countering something like the Seer, the bonbon may be able to do that a little bit better than some other hunters out there who are single hit hunters. So I do see the rationale in picking the bonbon in that sort of sense as well. And now we're seeing the spawn selection here.
We are going to see another sort of generic spawn that we see on Moonlit River Park from the survivor side. They want to get those 2 and 2, you know, half the survivors on half of the map, and we've seen Nino Pancake spawn close to the Seer in this mercenary, very likely to possibly come out against this Seer as a first chase, considering, you know, those bombs can deal with that owl a lot more quickly than other things could.
Yes, I definitely agree. Seer would be a desirable target for the hunter here as the Bonbon. We'll have to see if they're able to utilize their owl to try to take a basic hit and then transition to some other areas, potentially loop around and utilize that roller coaster as well. But now here we are entering the game. This Bonbon here has insolence, fast pallet breaking, as well as detention. So it is a detention Bonbon here that we are seeing from Nino Pancake. And now we see the Bonbon is on the hunt, Veronica.
Yeah, coming right over, rotating with those survivors as they move around the map to avoid him. Not too easy to get away from a Bonbon here, especially someone like Nino Pancake with the mind to be able to follow these transitions. Currently looking for a first survivor and knowing full well that someone will be hiding out in this house here in the two-story. So utilizing the two-story function, just right up the stairs here, and that seer is going to jump down, which means that without following all the way up there, the Bonbon is able to continue chase and come right after little cat here, who is appropriately wearing a cat skin. We're going to see someone transition down off of the stairs here, which means that it's possible that the coaster has been turned to go a little bit further than it would before. Zalcon coming in possibly with support, but Nino Pancake just waiting out this owl in order to get a full hit on the seer, who now has the 75 damage. As it turns out, the coaster has actually been brought over Lychee to be used by the survivors, and a teleport from Nino Pancake's side to get right over to the seer again, and now possibly able to use it. Oh, and the catapult set up Lychee for even more support! Just one after another, a lot for Little Cat to be able to get all the way across the map and across that bridge there, Lychee.
Oh my goodness, so much just happened right there. Really good support from the toy merchant and also communicating to the seer that was placed right there. Oh, a terror shock from the Bonbon on the roller coaster. So seer managing on the platform, but unfortunately was not able to take that coaster in time and is now down. So we do see that Nino Pancake there is pressuring out with some bombs, is just going to break that catapult there by the toy merchant and pick up the seer and go ahead and chair the seer with 4 survivors left for the survivors to pop there. A good amount of progress on those ciphers though. And I believe one of the survivors is in the vicinity, the mercenary, potentially positioning himself for rescue or just to activate tinnitus for a while, depending on what the survivors would like to do here.
Absolutely, coming in for this rescue with an elbow pad, get right to the chair, and going to have to be careful of these bombs, but able to get the rescue off without a hitch so far. But there comes the hitch. The seer is going to get hit and put on last effort, so once that tide turner runs out, that seer goes down. Going to use a remote bomb there, but doesn't manage to land a hit to get the mercenary on half health or, anyone else in the vicinity. Going to continue to transition after this seer. You really want to utilize everything to the best of your ability to get these survivors sent back to the manor as quickly as possible. Playing musical chairs is not always very safe, and in fact can be quite the opposite. Going to put some pressure on Little Boy here by chairing again next to the cipher that's being pressured and worked on, Lychee.
So we do see that Nino Pancake here multitasking, applying pressure onto the ciphers here, and actually Little Boy is in quite a bit of danger. Oh my goodness, the toy merchant, Little Boy, has gone down right here due to these very accurate bombs and a hit, and now the mercenary here has managed to pull off the rescue, but there is no tide turner in play here. We do see that the mercenary is now going to be at half damage, and the seer going down on the slide here. So Nino Pancake doing a good job to prevent a rebound kite situation against the seer. It is a little bit hard for the survivors because, mercenary can't body block very effectively against something like a Bonbon there. So despite trying their best, Nino Pancake did manage to get the first survivor eliminated here. And now with the teleport in onto the chase of the postman here, let's see how this plays out here, Veronica.
Yeah. So far, strong start for Nino Pancake. You get a hit on with that bomb and then a main body hit, which, takes half damage, which leaves the postman at a very, very dangerous 75. And as dangerous as it is, the danger comes into play immediately as the postman goes down with one of the bombs utilized in a sort of chain reaction by Nino Pancake to go off in time as he tries to transition into the two-story home. We are going to see him put more pressure on Little Boy here, and unfortunately, we see in Lychee that all of the survivors are actually, they're not doing their best on health. So we could possibly see Skycall come in for the rescue, but a bomb and a hit means that the mercenary goes down without delayed damage and no opportunity to get off that rescue. But still pressuring in this area as, Pancake tries to, prepare for the fact that they're trying to get, this Cypher primed and ready to go as Skyfall comes in for this rescue. Playing it safe, but also, a lot of danger on both sides, and the two teams are just trying to do this little face-off here, Lychee. Little boy being pressured, Xiaocon still sitting on the chair, and Skyfall kind of still hovering around, trying to play it safe and make sure that, when the rescue does get off, a little backdoor when no attention is being paid, flywheel from the postman to avoid that hit while the mercenary goes down instead.
My goodness there, Veronica. A lot just happened there, but we see the mercenary is going on the chair. Little boy was trying his best to prime that Cypher and doing a pretty good job of dodging those bomb hits. I always have to be so surprised at how far Bonbon's bombs can go in the area they can cover whenever he has the full presence there. But Pancake doing a good job of pressuring that Cypher and scaring off the little boy from priming that Cypher before at least one other survivor went down, in this case the mercenary. Although the Bonbon was unable to get the postman back on the chair, which is probably what Pancake is hoping for. At least they do have one other survivor on the chair to go for another chance at camping here, and luckily for Pancake, postman is probably going to be the one here coming in for a rescue if they even decide to rescue at all, which of course they decide they're not going to go risk that rescue. It would have been a really difficult situation to rescue, but they decided to just pop that Cypher instead. So Pancake here with the detention is now going to either camp out this chair or go after a survivor. We'll see what he decides to do here. But survivors definitely were in a tricky spot, because if the postman came over to rescue the mercenary, there's a very high chance that they would have gone down to a bomb and have been picked up by the Bonbon before they would even pop the Cypher. So I can see why the survivors decided to go for that pop and let the mercenary go off the chair. But at the same time, with this detention Bonbon chasing little boy around this area here, I think Bonbon still has a chance to get another survivor down. And if this chase doesn't work out, teleport could still come into play as well.
Certainly come into play at this moment as that gate is being opened by the postman and is kind of halfway there, going to get done hopefully soon with that hope letter. But Little Boy trying to buy as much time as possible, going to take a 75 hit there and try to transition over to this gate in time. But Lychee, as you mentioned, with the teleport in play, could easily cut Little Boy off from getting out. Xiaokan's going to hover around for a moment to consider throwing the dog, has it ready to go to see if that support can be gotten for Little Boy to be able to get out in time. But Little Boy is going to go down from a bomb here, and we are going to see the postman flywheel out for safety and the toy merchant surrender, which leaves us with a 3k here for Pancake on the side of Future.
Wow, so looks like that Bonbon there was able to take care of the end game pretty successfully. I think the middle there, we also saw some camping there from the Bonbon, with the Bonbon multitasking, so that was really good job from Pancake. I think a lot of times we don't think of Bonbon as a character that can apply very good pressure onto ciphers. We think of him mainly as a camping hunter, but in this case, that last cipher was so close to the chair that the Bonbon was able to utilize those bombs to just stall as long as possible. So good job there from both sides, but ultimately we have the Guard 26 getting that 3 survivor elimination, which is really good news for Future's side here, being able to bring it back a bit as well.
Yeah, we are going to see round 1 go to Future after how much hard work they put in for this. So GH's going to take a little bit of a loss on points, and also, in terms of actual fact, just not going to take this round 1, but with a best out of 5, we could certainly see them come back in due time, now kind of preparing for they're a lot stronger than they were when we saw them last time, and maybe we need to up our game and really put our defenses up and our offenses and just play as hard as possible in order to score this. But in the meantime, to give our players a little bit of a break and let us hydrate and everyone else hydrate, we are going to be back in just a few moments with more action in round 2 of the IVA Grand Finals GH versus FT.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
Hi everyone, and we are real quick back into things. We are heading into round 2 of GH versus FT in the IVA 2022 Grand Finals. We are here in our second match of the day. So far we have FT in the lead with a 6-2 over GH, so 4 points in the difference with some beautiful plays, really prepared for that Hermit, and we're really prepared to go against the Survivor side as well. So lots of practice has been done. And FT has just been really a strong force in this so far entirely. Alicia, this is going really far. In round 2, in a best out of 5, it could be anyone's game.
Yes, that's definitely true. I think we're looking at the numbers here and thinking of the previous games, and definitely FT has shown us a very strong performance so far. But again, with a 6-2 score, GH definitely has a chance to bring it back in the next 5 rounds in terms of both round wins as well as the point advantage here. So I think at this point it's still anybody's game, but definitely very impressive performance from FT so far. I think getting that early boost will be able to allow them to have a more calm mindset in the next round. As far as GH going into the next round, I think they also have to make sure that they enter with a calm mindset and not get too frazzled here by the score that they see from round 1, which, being professionals from experiencing other tournaments, I'm sure that they are able to put on that professional mindset and make sure that they head into round 2 with a clear mind as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone wants to be prepared for things going on. We will be seeing things get ready and gearing up to go, and those last rounds were just really insane. Lots of plays, so many plays again, Lychee, on this very exciting, very, very riveting and fascinating final day, where again, we're in the middle of talking about something and the survivors are just, doing so much. All of that support and that match against the Bonbon, I'm like, oh, the coaster's here, and he's taking the coaster, and and it's a catapult. Like, it's just everything all at once. And it really does help in order to gain those extra points via having that strength there. We're able to pull in one man because of the preparation and the scheming and choosing to not go in and rescue that mercenary and, put someone just right in the Bonbon's hands.
Yes, that's definitely true. I think that camping gave the hunter an advantage there. So we saw some really good plays from the Bonbon. The survivors also did their best. They were able to utilize that roller coaster early on. I was a little bit worried for the Bonbon actually when I saw that first roller coaster and catapult combination there, because the Bonbon had teleported over to the third stop only to have the survivor jump off the stop utilizing the catapult. So that always puts the hunter in a bit of a difficult situation there, but we did see that Nino was able to come back from that situation, both in terms of downing the survivors as well as the end game. I think the Cypher being so close to the chair as well was another crucial part of that, how that end game played out. But in terms of both the hunter and survivors, we saw the survivors give a really good effort in terms of utilizing their items and utilizing that catapult from the toy merchant there on this map, just utilizing the map to their advantage. Whereas the hunter, on the other hand, was able to utilize that camping to their advantage, do their best to make sure to control the ciphers even as a Bonbon. So very exciting gameplay we saw in that last round, and in round 1 just as a whole. Very excited to see if they're able to keep it up in round 2.
Absolutely, round 2 is just going to be such a doozy. Everyone's going to be getting ready to just really do their best, give that, not 110% anymore, we're gearing up to 120%, I'd say, Lychee, to reflect that round 2 here. We are going to see a lot of power come in. We're going to see more bans, which means that we could, get rid of some hunters that people are very comfortable with. Seichu could be seeing some bans that, definitely aren't that Hermit, because FT has become really comfortable with the Hermit, but we could be seeing bans like the Sculptor. We could be seeing bans that would be very strong on particular maps. There are lots of hunters that can come out, but lots of hunters that can be barred from coming out as well. Certain survivors may also be banned based off of, their power that they showcased in prior matches. But we also saw some things like respect bans on prospectors, and that could be interesting to see if that continues to be something that is banned, or if we get to see one come out.
That's for sure. I personally really love seeing the prospector come into play, just being able to pull off those really exciting magnets. And being very careful as well, because as a prospector, you also have to be very careful not to throw the magnet onto the wrong person, onto your teammate, or cancel the hunter's attack recovery. So it's a role that requires a lot of skill and practice from the prospector player, and getting that timing absolutely perfectly right. So it requires a lot of skill, and I'm excited every time a prospector is able to pull those stuns off really well against the hunter to counter the hunter. So I'm curious to see as well, Veronica, if we will see the prospector come into play here. Of course, postman is very welcome as well. So yeah, and going into round 2 for the hunters too. So like you mentioned, Veronica, extra ban on the survivor side where they can ban any hunter of their choice. And we've seen FT already show that they're not afraid of the Hermit. So that gives them room to ban another one of Seichu's strong hunters here, and we'll see exactly what will be happening up soon as we enter the ban pick screen here.
Absolutely. We are going to be on the Lakeside Village map, which has 2 pole boats, a big one and a little one, and some other ones scattered around, and they're very strong for kiting and very fun to be utilized. So we're going to be seeing our picks and bans come in just a second, the bans to start, and then the picks after those bans are selected. So certainly going to be seeing some bans maybe from prior, just to keep them out of the way. A priestess could actually come into play on this map. She is strong enough that she's a hassle and worth selection, but also not so strong that she needs to be banned per se, Lychee. When it comes to the priestess on Lakeside Village, it's kind of anyone's game, although she is strong on most any map considering her very meta kit. But, maybe you don't want to deal with her. Maybe there are other survivors that you are more prioritizing not dealing with. Maybe like banning the Acrobat that DDD is just so comfortable with and really loves to use, that gave Seichu a lot of a hassle at that endgame last time too.
Yes, that's definitely true. That Acrobat and the other characters did give Seichu quite a bit of hassle there. This is also quite a big map, so if Seichu decides to play a hunter that cannot cross this big map very quickly, or if Seichu does not want to bring teleport on their hunter, then perhaps they want to consider banning those characters that really come into play on these types of big maps. I mean, we were just on a big map with the Moonlit River Park there, and we saw that the Toy Merchant was very useful on Moonlit River Park. I'm curious if either side will consider the Toy Merchant when it comes to this map in mind as well, whether Future might consider choosing the Toy Merchant or Seichu even consider banning the Toy Merchant, although I don't necessarily think that might be the first ban that comes to mind. Usually we see Toy Merchant come into play a little bit later on, if at all. But we do see Seichu here is actually coming in with a Seer and a Dancer ban there. I was also thinking, if Seichu wants to prevent the survivors from getting a tie, then perhaps something like Priestess and Embalmer might get banned eventually as well. But actually it's Seer and the Dancer. So eliminating the possibility of these two supporting characters right off the bat here. We have seen Dancer be played on this map before quite well, setting up those musical boxes around areas like the shack, utilizing those jumping spots on the big boat as well, and then Seer, of course, just adding to the support and strength of the support, especially being a good counter to those single hit hunters. And whoa, on the survivor side, the Toy Merchant. As soon as I turned my head, I was surprised there because the Toy Merchant actually came out first. I was talking about Toy Merchant, but to be honest, I wasn't expecting to see that right off the bat.
Yeah, the Toy Merchant can be really strong here too, off of that big boat, there are plenty of places where she can kind of jump off and use that glider to get into different kiting areas presented here on this map, right to the sort of left side of the, depending on the way you look at it, but the left side of the area with usually the Cypher there and the shore and a few pallets and places to go, she could transition herself over there, and the hunter then has to follow on foot away from that bridge, or the ramp, that's the word. So the Toy Merchant is able to utilize catapults also to get rid of those big transitional areas in the middle with not a lot of pallets to utilize, and there are places on Lakeside that are very, very strong, like the back with the little boat and the big boat in the front, but furthermore there are places where you kind of have to run in between to get to them, so the catapult could come into play from the Toy Merchant to help out in this area. We see the Postman get banned, unfortunately for me, but fortunately for Seichu, who now doesn't have to deal with him, and instead we're going to see the Entomologist come out, Lychee.
Interesting to see the Entomologist come into play here as well. Some strong supporting characters for sure on FT's side, so I'm excited to continue to see their very strong teamwork and communication as they utilize these very strong supporting characters on this map. Entomologist is also a good counter for some hunters like Sculptor and Clerk, so if we do see those come into play, we might see the Entomologist play a strong supporting role there to counter. And we do see actually the survivors have banned the Hermit for Seichu. I don't know if we mentioned that part yet, but interesting to see that because we've just been talking about how strong FT has been against Hermit so far today, but they chose to respect Seichu's Hermit on a map like Lakeside. And I do remember Seichu has done very good plays with the Hermit, specifically on Lakeside, utilizing that big boat actually to utilize the Hermit's skill and cross those walls inside the big boat, and even negating some of the uses of the Toy Merchant's catapult on the big boat. So perhaps they banned that Hermit right away and tried to utilize that Toy Merchant instead in the absence of that Hermit there. But just very interesting to see that happen. And we do see that the survivors are rounding off their team comp with a Psychologist pick here. So adding a healer to the mix, not necessarily a bad idea. I think in the last match I was thinking, at one point that it would have been helpful if they had a Psychologist to do some remote healing when the survivors were all scattered and at half health there. So could definitely boost their team comp with the Psychologist as well.
Absolutely, and we do actually see DDD's signature Acrobat has been banned, as I thought he might be, and there he is, he's out of the pool. The Psych instead will come in, and those remote heals can be really great on big maps like the Lakeside Village in order to prolong kites, but more importantly, the Psych is used probably at her best, besides kiting with that stress in early game, to negate damage from rescuers so that they can go in and help their teammates, especially, forwards who take hits after coming in for stuns and trying to balloon rescue and unfortunately take a little bit of damage. The Psychologist can get rid of this, which means that the forward who's in the area can then come to the chair and come in for that rescue, Lychee. So I wonder what Seichu will be gearing up to choose. We could be seeing something like a Sculptor with this Hermit being banned. Lots of options here. Lakeside is an interesting map with lots of choices, Hunters can really come out in any which way.
That's definitely true, Veronica. I do think, like you said, there's a lot of different options, but as far as which options would be easy to go against this team comp, that would be a bit of a tricky question there. I think that this would be definitely really difficult for something like a clerk to go against. We do see the sculptor coming into play here, just like you mentioned, Veronica. So perhaps choosing a slightly easier character to counter this team. We do know that entomologist is frequently said to counter sculptor, but this is a pretty big map here, so we'll have to see how she really comes into play. The toy merchant there might be a little bit difficult as well if she's able to set up her catapults right away and just get far away from that sculptor. Meanwhile, forward here has strong harassing potential early on in the game, and psychologist being able to tank hits. I mean, perhaps sculptor if she's able to have very accurate statues, and the psychologist may not necessarily be as bad, but we do know Seichu banned the seer right off the bat, so I don't know if she's the sculptor here is really going to be looking forward to chasing any of these characters in this team composition here.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots to be dealing with. You know, that psychologist stress, the catapults on the toy merchant. The lucky thing, though, is you can probably hit her in the way and prevent her from getting on. You know, she can still go if she takes damage on occasion, but sometimes with those statues, you can just interrupt so well. We actually see a break away from the usual sort of middle line that we get from survivors when they load into Lakeside Village, which could open us up to very interesting plays on the side of FT as we've been seeing from them so far. They know what their strengths are and they are willing to follow them. C2 is going to spawn in between the forward and DDD's toy merchant, which is probably a good idea considering you want to get that out of the way and you have access to quite a few survivors by picking this spawn location. The entomologist is going to kind of hang back and hang out in that shack area instead of coming into the center with the rest of her teammates.
Interesting choice there from the hunter and the survivors there. I'm not sure if the sculptor will be too keen to chase around the big boat area, especially when this is a toy merchant there. So we'll have to see if the sculptor decides to go after one of the other survivors there. Of course, they put some pretty strong ones towards the middle of the map as well. So a bit of a tricky situation for Seichu, but we are now going to get into the match. This is Lychee and Veronica commentating on round 2 of the finals for IVA here. And the sculptor does have insolence and detention as a part of their build and is now on the hunt for the first survivor here.
We are going to see Dragon hiding in this area, but a nice statue from Seichu actually finds the psychologist out immediately and then gets a main body hit. So a really strong start for Seichu here, Lychee. We have this little boat area to kite around and we kind of have XP hanging out in the area in order to support as forward if necessary. The psych has gotten the stress off and is like a sneeze away from going down. So another statue would come in and probably get her down, but the bees from the entomologist are going to come in for support here and leave Seichu disoriented for mere moments before coming back on Dragon Psychologist. Going to get another 75 hit, so now one statue and the psychologist goes down, Lychee.
Ooh, we see the psychologist using that catapult from the toy merchant there to jump onto the big boat here. So it's a good placement of the catapult, but I don't know how much time this has bought for the psychologist. We do see that Seichu was able to actually counterloop the psychologist right here. So now should be able to get a flywheel coming in here from the psychologist. I spoke too soon there. Blink now coming in from the sculptor. So wow, one right after the other, but ultimately with that blink, Seichu was able to take down the psychologist here at the big boat. So is now going to chair the psychologist at one of these chairs outside in the vicinity, and we'll see what the survivors decide to do. They have 5 ciphers left to pop, but several of those ciphers have quite a bit of progress on them. So potentially coming in for a rescue from DDD, but actually no. So we saw the sculptor there, I think, breaking the catapult first, and that left a chance for Toy Merchant to sneak in, but ultimately they decided to sneak in through the glider there instead.
Absolutely, almost got that backdoor rescue as the sculptor was distracted by that catapult, but Seichu knew what was going on, had that tinnitus, kind of suspected, hey, there's a catapult in this area, where is the toy merchant? So, you know, she came right in for that rescue and Seichu was right on it, coming right back and getting the last effort popped on the psychologist. Tide Turner on the toy merchant, which is important to mention as there will be no flywheel to utilize later in this match. DDD just tend to carry Tide Turner in order to rescue, considering we've seen it on the acrobat before. Going into this area here in order to waste some time as the Sculptor is slowed down by this water here. You know, at the shore, you slow down a little bit in your movement speed as you head out further. So once you jump off of that little back area there, it causes you to slow down a bit. And we're going to see them come together here, probably to heal, but interrupted in doing so as the psychologist sits on chair. And with this statue graveyard ability, the Sculptor is able to put some pressure on the decoding and the healing of the survivors.
Yes, and we see that Seichu here just getting rid of the other catapult for good measure. It looks like they're going to sacrifice the psychologist who's on the chair. Just go ahead and sell the psychologist and get in that heal that they need, get in the decoding that they need. They still have 3 ciphers left though, so Seichu is now on the hunt for the next survivor, and it looks like they might run into the forward. I'm not sure if Seichu will decide to chase though, because forward does have a full football left, so could be a little bit difficult to chase here. Seichu here has done a good job so far. Survivors, on the other hand, haven't really been able to put the teamwork into play too much other than the catapult from the toy merchant. So we'll see if they can step this up for the second chase here and buy enough time. Forward here, already getting one hit from the hunter here, and we do see that Sculptor has full presence as well, and now Blink back online. So Forward does have to watch out for a potential Blink here, but actually the Sculptor decides to go for a traditional vault over the window, continuing to utilize that. Oh, Forward now going down, so Sculptor continuing to utilize those statues here, and down the Forward as he vaulted those pallets, and now getting the second survivor on the chair here with 3 ciphers left to pop.
Is a lot of power that can be found in a full presence Sculptor, which we see Seichu just, utilize completely. This cipher right here is about primed, ready to be finished, but with Seichu hanging out in the area of this little boat and pressuring that big boat with the graveyard ability, with the chisel, they are unable to get it done. The entomologist is going to come in via using those bees to get there quicker, and Seichu is going to spot her out and immediately start throwing those full presence statues, which are quite hard to dodge and quite hard to deal with. But, currently doing really well with them so far, Lychee.
Yes, for sure. So the entomologist here, taking a basic hit after dodging quite a few statues there. Good utilization of the bees to be very nimble and dodge those statues. Ultimately did take quite a bit of damage, so let's see if they can pull off this rescue. The Sculptor does have Blink as well, but no, doesn't have to utilize the Blink even, because the entomologist gets down before she can rescue the Forward from the chair. So quite a difficult situation for the survivors now, because Forward is about to be eliminated and we have Psychologist down at the chair. This leaves Seichu with the option to just freely go out and search for the toy merchant. Now Entomologist does still have the self-heal, and we do see that they are healing themselves up as we speak. However, Seichu, with the Blink online and now on the prowl for the toy merchant here, should be able to eventually scope out the toy merchant with the tinnitus in play here, and if not, she could always go back to the entomologist. The Sculptor could always go back to the entomologist here and see if toy merchant's potentially going in for a heal after recognizing that she's not, potentially go out and search. So this is just really a matter of time here. We do have 2 ciphers remaining, but now that the cipher is being decoded, this actually gives the hunter a chance to find out where DDD has been hiding here. So now we see Seichu is going to go after DDD while the entomologist utilizes the self-heal and potentially jumps on another cipher here.
DDD, very strong kiter we've seen before, even on the Lakeside Village map. We've seen DDD kind of go crazy here, in a very good way. Manages to land a hit on DDD to start, but as the entomologist has gotten up, going to utilize these statues on DDD here to put even more pressure on, but this toy merchant has to buy a lot of time. The entomologist will be able to go over to that cipher near the little boat that was almost done, and hopefully pop it and get it done, and the Blink is going to be utilized to get a down on this toy merchant, which makes it very difficult. Actually going to take this toy merchant and put her on the chair. As the entomologist has no self-heal, that means that Seichu can go out into the field and chase after the entomologist freely here. Knows where the dungeon is, as the entomologist was down by it earlier and was able to run past it and figure out where it was. So transitioning over to it is not entirely fruitless if it can be kited around, but Seichu will get there eventually. You have to really be careful with how you play your cards here, Lychee.
We see that Seichu is indeed looking for this toy merchant and potentially utilizing those statues' auto-aim ability to try to find out where this entomologist is hiding. It looks like they are about to run into each other right now. There is a football here from the entomologist coming into play. Quite lucky of the entomologist to find a football, but had to take a chip damage. So we'll see if another very accurate statue will down the entomologist.
Ooh.
And it seems so, Veronica. The entomologist is now down. Survivors have surrendered. This is a 4-survivor elimination on the side of Seichu's sculptor here.
Wow! Seiju really coming back to things via, getting that 4-man in this map on Lakeside Village with that sculptor. It just really goes to show how great you can be with something you're extremely comfortable with, and it's just so wonderful to watch. So we are going to look at our stats here. We're going to see the kite times, and we're going to see that the longest kite time was from TDD's Toy Merchant with only 72 seconds, which is very impressive against high tiers and tournaments, but, not enough long-lasting kiteability in order to take down Seichu's sculpture, and instead we will be seeing that 4K. So, we're getting ready to tie things up, and GH is getting ready to come back onto the field. They didn't take that first round, but they are ready to take the rest of them, Lychee, as we've seen with this performance here by Seichu.
Yes. Job of Seichu to just come back from that last round and show the survivors that this game is not over yet for GH. They are still going to come back and do the best they can, and in this case, Seichu did an excellent job. I do think that those early statues played a big role as well, because the psychologist actually managed to get quite a few chips on the sculptor managed to get quite a few chips on the psychologist fairly early on in the game there, and that was before the psychologist even had any presence, definitely not second presence yet. So those early statues eventually played a big role because the entomologist also tried to come in and support with their bees, but unfortunately didn't buy enough time, so the sculptor was able to catch up and down the psychologist quick enough in the game that allowed them to continue to go after the next target after the first target was rescued and eventually sacrificed from the chair. So really good gameplay coming in from the psychologist side. On the sculptor side. It is, 4 a.m. in the morning here. So with that being said, I think it's time for both of us to head into the break right away. But we will be back after a short break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see how this plays out in the second half of round 2.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
And welcome back to IVA 2022. We are going to be heading into the second half of the second round here on the Lakeside Village, GH versus FT. Legion, we just saw a crazy comeback from GH, who were not even doing very poorly before, but, had FT had a little bit of an upper hand, and they kind of, weren't very satisfied with the fact that FT managed to get some power over them, so they chose instead to get a 5-0 pointage in this second round here, Lychee.
Yes, GH showing us that they are by no means eliminated from this tournament yet. They have so much further to go. So really exciting to see that attitude from GH and see that exciting gameplay from Seichu Sculptor there. We just saw that Sculptor pull off a really good 4-man elimination and allowed GH to have 5 points on the board here, putting the pressure now on FT in the second half of round 2. So definitely really exciting gameplay that we saw in that last round. I'm just thinking back to how we were discussing during the ban picks, and I was like, wow, the Sculptor's not going to want to chase any of these survivors. This is going to be so difficult for Seichu Sculptor. Not saying that it wasn't difficult at all, because the survivors definitely put up a fight there, but still, Seichu really dominated in the end by getting that 4-survivor elimination. So I'm glad that they were able to pull that off against a very strong team comp from FT survivors here, who have shown that they are very capable as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. We are going to see GH's survivors take the field now against FT's Hunter. So we're going to see what Nino Pancake is capable of in this round in order to try and overtake what GH has to offer now. Judging by what Seichu was able to take out in that round, I am not at all doubting the fact that GH's survivors could come in with the same power and passion to overtake and come back from all of this. So, Lychee, in an absolutely insane circumstance, we could be seeing a 10-0 for this match. It's not entirely likely, but it's also not impossible. So, considering what we just saw, it really could be happening. We're still on the Lakeside Village, so we'll probably be seeing similar spawns, but I'm very interested to see what kind of team comps we could be working with.
Yes, that's definitely true. We did see that the Toy Merchant came into play in the first half of the round, so definitely some unique survivors and types of team comps that they can pull off on Lakeside Village here. So we are going into the bans and picks screen here. Curious to see what the survivors and the hunters will pull off this time. We did see previously, Pancake played the Bonbon in round 1 on Moonlit River Park. But this is a new game here. We'll see if GH feels like they'll need to ban the Bonbon or not on this Lakeside Village map, or if they'll decide to try to counter a different hunter of Nino Pancakes there. Meanwhile, it's be interesting to see what Nino is thinking in terms of picks and bans as well. So I'm excited to dive right into this.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be looking at some very interesting plays, and we are going to be looking at some interesting ban picks. We could see saying that the Dancer be absolutely not allowed to come into things again, as we've been seeing very commonly throughout this play. We could be seeing a Seer ban, we could be seeing a potential Priestess ban, we could be dealing with a Toy Merchant ban. She's been a really popular pick today, Lychee, which is very interesting. She does have those catapult spots, and they have been proven really useful as the survivors use them in order to assist their own kites and, take the opportunity to get further away from the hunter, especially in tricky spots like the ones we've seen prior, like getting off of that coaster area into some pallets on Moonlit, and furthermore, getting up onto the ramp up to the big boat on Lakeside Village, as we saw just in the match prior.
Yes, for a seasoned Toy Merchant, they know where to place those catapults to best support themselves as well as their teammates. And there's always some unique locations that always surprise me whenever I see them for the first time. So definitely a lot of utilization from the Toy Merchant on this map, and I'm curious to see if GH will do that because they have utilized Toy Merchant in the past, and we have seen Toy Merchant do quite well against a certain number of hunters, especially countering those hunters that take a long time to cross large maps like this. But a lot of options, I think, for both sides as well. For Survivor side, we talked about Priestess in the last game, about how this is a large map. Maybe we'll see the Priestess come into play as well. Something like the Psychologist could help a lot with the remote healing to save time from running back and forth across the map. We've also seen some patients being played on this map as well. You know, it's a very open map, which allows a patient to hook around various obstacles and cross various obstacles as well. So depending on what the survivors want to go for, as well as what the hunter here is going to try to counter, it'll be interesting to see if any of those characters come into play. Another one is the Embalmer, because sometimes on this map it can be a pain to deal with an Embalmer, just being a large map where the Embalmer can potentially place their coffin on the big boat or something like that. So I think Embalmer's a little bit more of we think of him at least as a Thai survivor sometimes, but don't want to count him out on such a large map.
A lot Embalmer can do in terms of gameplay. From a general standpoint, there are some wonderful plays that Embalmers can do. Once they run around and really memorize everybody's appearance and record it, they can embalm anyone who they want who's not, dying on chair when they do so. So we could possibly see plays like an Embalmer coming in and placing a coffin over the dungeon where the hunter isn't able to get there in time, placing the coffin in front of the exit gate in order to rebirth themselves or rebirth one of their teammates. Everything is just really interesting here. The Embalmer just has a lot of potential, but we won't see that utilized so far, as we aren't seeing him come into play. But what we are seeing is the first bans. So we are going to see that the female dancer and the toy merchant will not be permitted on this, which is, they have been really popular picks, and we don't want to have them in the survivor pool for them to choose from and bring that power in. So we're going to see forward and postman come in instead to replace these two that we are not allowed to see.
Yes. I think this is interesting because we were just talking about these two characters on this map here, and they definitely have a high utilization rate in IVA so far and in the tournaments nowadays. I mean, previously these two were pretty much specialty picks, but now they are almost staples so far in the tournament. We'll have to see if that remains after the characters get their adjustments. But so far, they've been played so much, and a lot of it is, I think when I was casting with Marks last time, he was talking a lot about the system, and what we see a lot recently is just that these two characters, there's a whole system that the survivors use when playing these two characters by basically strategizing their entire team comp around the female dancer and how she can kite and support, or around the toy merchant and how she can support. But in this case, we won't have that come into play because Pancake has banned these two very strong systems right off the bat. And we do see that Prospector has also been banned, so a very strong supporter. Basically, all the very hot, popular characters here have been banned right away by Pancake. So on the other hand, the survivors have gone in with the forward postman, and now the patient coming into play here. So interesting choices from the survivor side as well. They have a harasser character. Despite the Prospector being banned, they're able to pull out the forward here and also have the support of the postman and decoding of the postman. And finally, the patient here, who can come in as either a kiter or potentially even a secondary rescuer if they choose to have one.
We're going to see the barmaid come in as the final ban here. We are seeing such interesting bans, including that Prospector. It really does feel like a lot of specialty picks that people have really mastered. So we don't want to deal with that barmaid either, and the abilities that she possesses, whereupon she can really utilize those drinks to get her heals off and get herself out of the way, and bring herself and her teammates to safety. So, Lychee, we really could be seeing anything to round out the comp here. We could be seeing something like a psychologist to deal after this barmaid ban, and we are going to see a Dream Witch on the side of Pancake.
This is quite interesting here. So, Pancake, a lot of hunters that they know how to play for sure. I don't know if I've seen Dream Witch yet from, Pancake in this tournament specifically, but in the past they've shown that they are very versatile and have a very deep character pool. So in terms of considering the hunters and survivors, I think Dream Witch is a little bit unexpected for me personally. On the survivor side, I think that the Dream Witch could potentially do well against some of these characters in the sense that they definitely have some possible targets to chase. The Postman is definitely chaseable here, and the Patient could be a little bit more difficult, but also not completely difficult if they are managing to utilize the leeches well. So I think that the Dream Witch definitely has a chance here on this map. It'll just be up to how these hunters and survivors are able to perform. And we see there actually is the Antiquarian that's been chosen.
Yeah, I was wondering what we were going to bring into play there, because I knew the Intermission was banned, but, stream's difficult to run, so just curious about it, but the Antiquarian will be really interesting. Against the Dream Witch, there's a lot to analyze. The thing with Dream Witch is that, generally, a lot of the time, she does not have to be as afraid of balloon rescues as other characters do. Going to spawn in this corner here, while the survivors take more of an approach where they spread themselves out in order for this Dream Witch to not be able to get a bunch of leeches on them at once. Pancake is going to have to deal with the peskiness of these survivors, but if able to get these leeches on, and the survivors alternatively are not able to get them off, things like the Forward coming in for balloon rescues and the Antiquarian coming in for stuns will make it a little bit more difficult on the survivor side, because you could be dealing with a secondary leech there in order to prevent all of that power from happening, Leechy. Very interesting with the Antiquarian in particular, as she can block the ability to hit. So I wonder if that'll work to, sort of negate this ability that the Dream Witch has to prevent balloon rescues by setting up two things at once. But we're going to get right into the match here. I'm going to start rambling about the Antiquarian, and we're going to see Skyfall take first chase as the Patient here with these leeches and already a sandwich situation.
We see the Patient here is managing to hook onto the little boat quite quickly, and the Dream Witch is going to follow suit. Does have Patroller as the trait here to try to down one of the survivors with Patroller. Seems to be concentrating on the Patient around this big boat area here. So we'll see if Nino Pancake is able to utilize this to their advantage. The Spawn and the Leech Follower are both in tow here, coming in from the same direction. So Patroller already coming into play here. Patient can utilize his hooks to try to counter that, but looks like actually the Follower is going to be able to catch up. And we have the first hit on the Patient utilizing the Spawn Follower with the Leech still in play here, Veronica.
And this is really the power of a Dream Witch, able to create all of these sandwiching situations, preventing the Patient from going too far. Skyfall has to be really careful about what's going on, but utilizes a hook to get through one of those fancy little hook spots and continues to run around. But again, there are two leeches on either side. No matter how smart the play, you still have to be really, really careful with these leeches in mind. So the Patient is actually going to go down here from one of the hits, Leechy, going down in a pallet, but no one around to really do that rescue, and we are going to see more pressure put on as we actually see Zalcon in the area coming towards.
Yes, so Dream Witch there is able to put the Patient on the chair. We do see, as you mentioned, the Forward is in the vicinity and does have a Tide Turner there, with the second Tide Turner also actually on the Patient. So we'll have to see. But the Forward here looks like they're gearing up for a rescue, just trying to buy a little bit more time. Dream Witch adding on yet another leech into play here. And it looks like the Forward, actually able to take that rescue without getting any damage, which can be very beneficial here.
Absolutely, the Forward is going to take some damage in retrospect. Taking that chair hit, you're going to want to hit the Forward in a sort of retaliation, but also to have as much damage on the field as possible. A Blink is utilized here to getting down on the Patient, but it is with a Leech Follower, which means that the Patient is now sort of laying there in waiting, and the Antiquarian is approaching in this area in order to pressure and possibly get up a balloon rescue of her own Leechy. So we're going to see Skyfall get picked up and transitioned over here, but again, this Antiquarian is quick approaching and following after this Leech Follower here.
Yes, we do see Dream Witch was able to get the patient safely on the chair, but we may see the Antiquarian come in to try to help the survivor rebound Kite once they do this rescue here. Antiquarian does not have tie turner, so it would be good if she was able to somehow utilize those stuns to help the patient with that Kite. However, she is kind of cut off in this area here. That was a leech hit, I think, so we may see this stun come into play here, able to pull off this rescue here in a bit of a dangerous situation. So the Dream Witch here actually now downing the patient once again. The Antiquarian there kind of got cut off a little bit further away from the chair, so in order to secure that rescue, they actually had to utilize those stuns before that rescue and stun that spawn that was close to the chair there, just to ensure they could get off that rescue, but that means that they had less stuns to utilize to support their teammates once they actually got off the chair. So Dream Witch here with her first elimination of the game, and now going to be on the hunt for the next survivor here with 2 ciphers remaining on the survivor side.
Yeah, absolutely. Fortunately for Pancake on this side, the ciphers are kind of in the area that Pancake is pressuring. You know, there are other ones to work on, but with 2 remaining, you can't just do 1. You have to do 2 of them. So one of the ciphers in this area should need to be, primed at some point or finished. The Antiquarian is going to use some beautiful stuns on the flute here to prevent being hit and also to gain more distance. Misses the flute and jump over the vault window here instead of taking a terror shock, but takes the terror shock anyway as it misses, and Pancake is able to get a hit on afterwards, Lychee.
Yes, that was quite an unfortunate situation for the Antiquarian here, and it does look like she will be picked up and chaired quite shortly. I do feel like the survivors were perhaps not anticipating this Dream Witch pick here, just as we were not anticipating, Forward actually coming in here with a stun while the Dream Witch had her attention elsewhere. So we do see the Antiquarian is now back up and running. Pancake, meanwhile, seems to be turning their attention onto this primed cipher here, which is a little bit difficult here. The cipher is primed, but Postman is at full health and could fully take a hit or something like that, but is actually running quite far from the cipher here. So I think does have to watch out if they do plan on coming back to eventually pop that cipher. Does manage to get the dog onto the follower here. So we'll see what situation this puts the survivors in. The other 2 are healing up and searching for items, though, in preparation for the end game. So if they are able to get additional item, we see Antiquarian here with the syringe here, so is healing up as well. And Forward is actually searching yet another chest, either for himself or potentially for a teammate. So we'll see how they're able to pull out this end game here, but survivors seem to be in a good position to potentially pop that cipher. And actually, Antiquarian heals up. We'll see how this plays out. I was just going to add, the survivors all had broken windows instead of flywheels, so that's why I didn't think they were anticipating the Dream Witch. But with 3 survivors standing, they could potentially still get a tie in this situation. So we'll see how this plays out here.
Yeah, we are going to see a stun from the Postman there, and we have no leeches on the field and all little curses to remove them if they do happen to come back into play. So with only the small follower to work with, Pancake is put in a very difficult situation here. The Postman transitioning away from that prime cipher did seem to be the right choice in the end, as Nina was so focused on trying to get that Postman down and away from that cipher that the teammates were able to heal up, and all of the leeches on the field were able to be removed. So Nina Pancake has a long, tough road ahead of him, and he really needs to work with this Dream Witch in order to apply the pressure to every survivor on the field. But they are priming as many ciphers as is reasonable and as many as they can under these circumstances in order to, prevent Nina Pancake from really pulling everything together at the end here. But we're going to see a sandwich situation on the forward, but not a hit from the spawn follower, as there's a little bit of delay there, but we're going to see the pallet be thrown down, and the forward's going to continue to try and remove that leech in order to, have as little on the field as possible. More survivors than leeches is always a very difficult situation on the side of the hunter play, the Dream Witch. But Lychee, as we can see, Blink is back online, which could be utilized, but we actually are going to see a down on the forward, and then the Cypher Pop, along with a pallet stun, as the leech follower is put in a tough spot there, placed right in a pallet as things go down.
And we do see Blink coming into play, but did not hit the forward here, who does still have quite a bit of football to use, and the dungeon is nearby. Forward is the only one with a leech, so Pancake would have to run all the way to the gates in order to find the other survivors, which is a little bit of a tricky situation here. We do see that they also all have the dungeon/exit gate letters from the postman there, that hope letter, so this is going to help them be able to decode more quickly, as well as know the location of the dungeon being nearby. So we'll see how this plays out here, but could potentially result in the survivors getting a little bit more than a tie if they play their cards right. But no, the forward goes down to the other Blink from the follower. So in the end, it seems like the Dream Witch may be able to pull off this tie as well. Getting the forward on the chair, I feel like the other survivors are just going to run out the gate, and they simply do. So in the end, Dream Witch was able to prevent a narrow 3 survivor situation there and end with a tie. So I would say this is a really good job on the Dream Witch to end with a tie. On the other hand, for the survivors, they probably also have a sigh of relief getting at least a tie as well. In this situation, GH was up in the points to begin with, so this puts them in a pretty good situation going into round 3 after finishing up round 2.
My goodness, Luigi, that was such a match to watch. So much going on. We see very high contain times for most of the survivors. Little Boy generally with that postman staying out of the way of the Dream Witch and pushing those ciphers, while the others came in to support and harass for that patient at the beginning, who had a pretty decent time on the field, which, prevented the Dream Witch from doing even more pressure. So Pancake, still pulling together with that draw, which means that we are still coming together with more even points in this round, and we're kind of similar to the first one. Of course, the big difference of having a 5-0 in the first one, but we are going to see things come together, and Future is still going to be able to hold it up against GH for, the best of their ability, which means that round 3, again, can beat anyone's game, G.
Yes, that's definitely true. I think we saw a lot of fighting spirit from the survivors there, especially at the end game. They didn't want to just put themselves in a situation where 3 survivors were standing, but they wanted to make sure that they had 3 survivors that were also well equipped with items. So I love to see that fighting spirit from the survivors there, because even though the hunter already gave them an advantage, they weren't letting their guard down at all and continued to give it their all. So really great to see that from both the survivors and the hunters of GH doing well in round 2. And on Future side, of course, they still have opportunities as well. In this case, it just means that the first 2 rounds have been tied, GH having 1 extra point advantage. So knowing that, let's go ahead and head into a break. Head into a break for now, but we will be back very soon for round 3, so stay tuned.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
And welcome back. We are now entering round 3 of the grand finals for IVA Arena, Identity V Arena 2022. I'm Veronica, this is Lychee. We've been with you for the past few hours. I'm sure you know us by now. And we've been having some really close fights today, Lychee. We could be seeing all 5 matches today as they are continuing to tie things up and keep things, very, very equal in terms of their gameplay and what they are bringing to the table.
Yes, I'm really excited to see this high level of gameplay coming in from both teams here. We praised FT's survivors a lot for being able to counter the Hermit in the first match, but GH's team has shown that they are not to be left behind. They came in with really strong performance from their Hunter, followed up by a solid performance from their survivors as well, in order to gain back that point advantage in round 2. So although this is only a 1-point advantage, I'm sure having that 1-point advantage still feels good for GH coming back from what happened in round 1. Very good performance from both teams so far, and excited to see what else they're going to bring us in round 3.
Yeah, we could be looking at so much right now. This is just such a fascinating matchup to watch so far. Both very strong teams who have clearly earned their place here in the grand finals, Lychee. We've seen Sculptors, we've seen Bonbons, we have seen Hermits, we have seen a Dream Wedge. We were talking earlier about how we haven't really seen a Dream Wedge so far, and there she was, coming in our darkest hour on the Lakeside Village to appear to us and show us some fun gameplay with those leeches. And pulling a draw in the end, even though GH's survivors were just so keen on doing with that Dream Wedge and so smart in doing so, really prepared for a Dream Wedge, as most tournament teams are. Dream Wedges come out and they are very, very strong hunters, and there's a reason that she tends to come out frequently, but that being said, since she does come out frequently, it's kind of like baseline 101 to be really prepared for a Dream Wedge, and GH was.
I'm glad to see that they still have their skills honed against the Dream Wedge, even though we haven't seen nearly as many Dream Wedges as we have in previous tournaments over the past couple of years. I mean, she's just been in the meta for so long at this point that I feel like we always expect to see her come out at some point or another. But I think it's also a good job on the Hunter side there to consider what the survivors were doing and what's the best way to counter. I think that even though the survivors managed to do well against the Dream Wedge, it did potentially come off as a surprise, because typically nowadays when you're trying to counter a Dream Wedge, if you expect them to have Patroller, you would bring the Flywheel as their trait, whereas on this team all of the survivors had brought Broken Windows. So I'm curious if that was because they were expecting a different Hunter potentially rather than the Dream Wedge, but it's good to know that GH, having so much experience as well against hunters like Dream Wedge, they were able to keep their cool regardless of what traits they bring out. They're able to continue to counter the hunter here in this situation.
Absolutely, there's so much that you can do against certain hunters, and you always prepare for the meta. You want to prepare for that Dream Wedge, you want to prepare for that Cleric, you want to prepare for that Sculptor. But as we saw, Sichu's Sculptor earlier, Lychee, was just really insane. Hopefully going to be banned in further rounds so that FT does not have to deal with that Sculptor again. So far possibly following a system of sort of respect banning all of the characters that GH brings out in the meantime. So we could be seeing a ban on that Sculptor, and then we will have to see Seichu just reach deep into that Hunter pool to bring out someone who is not on the ban list and can enter whatever map that is chosen and will be strong on the map in question.
That's definitely true. The hunters always have the chance to try to adapt to the situation. And the survivors there, like we saw FT ban, they choose Hermit, even though they've been doing so well against the Hermit in the past. Like you said, just a respect ban there. So we'll have to see how this goes going into the next round. But we are going to head right into the bans and picks here. And it looks like the map for round 3 is going to be the Red Church. So we're going to take a turn from those large maps and head to a smaller scale map here.
We're going to go right on the Red Church, and as said earlier, you pick a hunter who's strong and not on the do not enter ban list. And here on the Red Church, most hunters are strong. It's very, very capable for them to come together on this small map. There are lots of areas to kite, but hunters do tend to perform really well on Red Church. So for our bans coming in, we are going to see that Hermit and the Respect ban on that Sculptor as predicted, but we're also going to see a ban on the Seer, the Female Dancer, and the Priestess, who can really cause a lot of trouble when she puts those support portals in the main church area, Lychee.
Yes, that's definitely true. I do think that these 3 characters Seichu has banned are definitely very strong on the Red Church map. Like you mentioned, Priestess with those support portals, Female Dancer similarly with those boxes, can also place them around the middle church area as well as some other points around the map. There's quite a few pallets and walls around Red Church, so Female Dancer definitely has her options on this map no matter where she spawns. So I can see why Seichu would want to get rid of that potential character or character system there as a part of these bans. We'll have to see what the survivors do. They do have a couple options here. I mean, if they want to come in with a very meta forward or something like that, that could be an option. If they want to go with supporters, we do have some supporters available as well, but it's actually the barmaid and the forward who are going to be up first, it looks like.
We're going to come in with that barmaid and that forward, and that barmaid, of course, always good on smaller maps like this, where she can traverse and her teammates can traverse in order to get an in-person, Dovlin heal as she gives them the drink. We're going to see Postman actually be banned by Seichu here. He will be missed. So will his decoding letter, maybe more than him. But so we'll see what they'll take out in retaliation of that Postman being banned. The Female Dancer and the Postman being taken out, they're very strong decoders in this meta because not only can they increase their own decoding, they can increase the decoding of their teammates, which is very vital for the survivor side and very, very difficult for the hunter to counter and deal with. When those ciphers are being pushed and pressured and you have buffs from 2 survivors at the same time while working on them, it creates a very difficult situation, and the hunter has to apply more pressure and really focus on everything going on and try to be everywhere at once to prevent all of that from happening. So we'll see who could possibly come in on this side. We might be seeing something like an Acrobat, not banned yet, and DDD again, really good on the Acrobat, but might pick a different kiter to deal with here, as we did see them on the Toy Merchant last match. Prospector!
My goodness, the Prospector coming into play here. Wow, so having both the forward and the Prospector for future survivors here, that's quite interesting to see, because I think nowadays we often think of Prospector or forward being as a part of the team comp. One of them often gets banned by the hunter and the team picks the other one, or vice versa, but in this case, we have both of them into play here. So FT seems to be going for something a little bit more support heavy, maybe even a little bit more aggressive, dare I say, in terms of how they want to structure their survivor gameplay in this match here. With the Postman being gone, I do think that he would have been a pretty strong character as well, in terms of just being able to support in a lot of versatile ways. But you did mention the Acrobat, who is still available. So I am curious if they will take up this Acrobat as their last pick here, or potentially there's also something like the Entomologist, but depends on who they think the Hunter will play as well. So maybe something like Acrobat, because he's very well rounded against a lot of hunters, but no, Acrobat is actually just going to get banned by Seichu here, so we won't even have to consider him as a possibility.
Yeah, we're going to see the Acrobat get taken off of the field, and the Forward and the Prospector are in fact a very unlikely but very powerful duo. Usually a lot of the time too, I find, you don't see Batter a lot, but he was, in the meta a while ago, the sort of forward replacement. Such being that The difference between him and the Prospector majorly in terms of being replacements is their ability to balloon rescue, with the Prospector focusing more on getting those stuns and then allowing the survivors to struggle free. But the major difference, I would say, Lychee, is the fact that the Prospector does not have the same decoding debuffs that the Batter does, which means that when left to his own devices, the Prospector can still push ciphers like a normal survivor, beyond the fact that he just has more calibrations and they tend to be a little bit smaller. And of course, in a lot of time of playing IDV, calibrations are kind of like a rhythm game to you, and they are very easy to do. So that doesn't tend to be a lot of a detriment. So we could be seeing, some very interesting characters coming in on this side here. I don't think that we'll see a Toy Merchant, but it is certainly possible. We could be seeing an Antiquarian once more, this time for Future to deal with. There are a lot of options here. The Entomologist, however, Lychee, still on the table, just as you mentioned earlier. And actually, we're going to see the Patient come in.
Yeah, I was thinking about Patient in the back of my head as well, just because we were talking about Acrobat being a very well-rounded character, and Patient could also potentially fulfill some of those same roles. Definitely the skill is a little bit different here, and sometimes I think could even potentially be a little bit difficult to use, but of course DDD is very practiced with the Patient, having played the Patient many times before, so I'm sure that they will have no issues with the Patient, knowing where all those hook spots are and everything like that. I think the difficult part with the Patient that I always think of is the timing against certain hunters of utilizing that hook, but as long as you're able to play it a little bit on the safer side, you should be able to gain a very large advantage utilizing that hook to gain distance there. And as a Patient, you can also kind of substitute as a half mercenary role, just because you are also able to close in on the chair from very far away to pull off a rescue if needed. But also, if they decide not to play Patient as a rescue and more so as a kiter, that's completely fine as well, because he is primarily a kiter. So we can see how they decide to utilize this Patient, but I do think that with the Acrobat Band, it could potentially have been a solid backup choice here for the survivors.
Absolutely. So many backup choices in this meta, I like to call them the people in the meta and the people on the fringes of the meta. So, you're dealing with characters like Acrobat, and then you have replacements for Acrobat that are, possibly just kind of hiding out there and really good to be utilized. Sichu making us wait really hard on this and then deciding to give it to us straight, and we are going to see a bonbon from Sichu. So this is going to be very interesting, Lychee, I think, after seeing the play with that sculptor. The statues are different from the bombs, absolutely, in terms of what happens and how they are used, but similarly, we are dealing with another chip hunter. And with that Prospector and that forward in mind, as we discussed before in earlier matches, those bombs can be a detriment to their balloon rescues, and I believe that Sichu really choosing this Guard 26 is going to counter this team comp really well, Lychee. Even a barmaid trying to get off a drink, if she happens to take bomb damage during so, it won't work. She'll end up with 75 damage trying to reverse half of it.
That's true. While it's good that Bonbon's bombs no longer completely cut off the drink like they did back in the day, it is good that, for the Bonbon that he has some additional abilities to counter the barmaid compared to some other hunters there. I feel like in terms of the Patient, sometimes it can be a little bit tricky because the Patient can just utilize the hooks and get very far away from the Bonbon, which before the Bonbon has those very far range bombs from full presence, it can be a little bit tricky to catch up to the Patient sometimes. But as far as the other survivors, forward is also a little bit hard to chase as well, but Bonbon can really pick and choose his poison. It looks like the closest survivor, unfortunately, is the forward in the middle there, with the Patient spawning towards the red carpet, and we had the Prospector at the shack, I believe. So yeah, we'll have to see how the Bonbon progresses throughout this match, perhaps even going straight to the center first, but eventually turning his sights onto a different survivor after passing through the center and chasing away the forward a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a lot of routes to be taken here, possibly by the Guard 26, by Sichu's Bonbon. We're going to be able to launch into the match right soon here. Again, I'm Veronica, this is Lychee. We are your casters for these very exciting grand finals that are starting right now. First round of round 3. We are going to see this transition, just as you predicted, Lychee, right into the center here, into this church. Each traverse, kind of like the hospital, going around will take you a little bit longer, but if you go through, you're taking a little bit of a shortcut. Unluckily, no survivors in there at the moment, but plenty of time to still follow them as the game has just begun with 5 ciphers remaining, and we are heading over to this corner area here where there happens to be someone, if Seichu can spot them out, transitioning away.
Yes, it looks like Seichu is on the hunt and may run into Dragon quite shortly here, Dragon being the barmaid player, so she is caught near this red carpet area. We'll see where the barmaid decides to transition, if she'll go into the church, taking a chip so far as she enters the church area. Does have to be careful around these narrow doorways here and the window area as well. The bonbon here tried to place a bomb down near the window, but the barmaid luckily is able to go out. But forward, coming in here with an early stun here, able to stun that bonbon against the window, so doing a good job to allow the barmaid to kite all the way to the window across on the other side of the map here. Good support from the forward so far. We'll have to keep watching out for the forward and the prospector throughout this match because they could be potentially coming in at any point in time to support their teammate. And we see that Bonbon here has the blink, no excitement on hand. So the Bonbon is certainly going to have to be wary of that as well.
Barmaid is doing a really great job of beginning this so far. Going to see a lot of bombs and going to see the flywheel come into play, but the blink coming right after it, after it's used, in order to get this barmaid down. So Dragon's going to go down. One cipher has been popped. This pallet has been broken, and we are heading right to this chair right in the center. Lots of places to put the bombs and prevent the survivors coming in, but XP is right there, you know, preparing to come in as soon as it's safe. We have created a second red carpet. Oh, actually, we're going to see the chair happen now, and now we're going to see the forward come in for a stun, and we are going to see that barmaid get rescued.
So Seichu there did try to place some bombs down around the chair, but was unable to prevent the forward from stunning and rescuing a couple of good magnets here from the prospector to allow the barmaid to transition into the church here. We see her vaulting right in, where the prospector is actually ready with yet another magnet as soon as the hunter is in the vicinity here. And this one here is a little bit of a longer stun as well. So really good job from the survivors, first the forward and then the prospector, to pull off a potential rebound kite opportunity from the barmaid here.
We are going to see this barmaid transition even further, actually really putting up another really strong fight against Seichu. 75 on the barmaid, so 1 bomb and down, and that is exactly what happens. So we are going to see Dragon go down and be placed on the chair for the second time here, Lychee. In this kind of difficult no man's land chair here, especially with Bonbon, there are a lot of bombs that can be placed that prevent survivors from getting here easily, as they're kind of all on display as soon as you enter, which means that we're naturally going to see Bonbon transition over to the shaking cipher here, spotted out someone decoding, and going to pressure them so that they can't continue.
And we do see that no survivors are currently super close to the chair. Patient appears to be closing in, so they're actually... Patient here actually getting chased off a little bit by those constant pressure of the bombs. It looks like potentially they're going in just for a sacrifice and sell onto their teammate, the barmaid here. So this allows Seichu to gain the first elimination of the game, putting the Bonbon in a good position to potentially get a tie or even more in this match here. We see that the survivors are being a little bit cautious right now to prevent themselves from being the second target. So perhaps not knowing exactly clearly where Seichu's location is at the moment, they decided to scatter for now. We do see that LMM is actually crouching around there, not crouching, but walking, you know, to prevent being seen. So we'll see how this plays out here. Seichu going to try to hunt for the next target and does appear to find the forward as the next target here.
Absolutely, we are going to watch as XP transitions away and utilize this nice red carpet area for kiting. Lots of pallets to be utilized and lots of, you know, this nice strong window vault here, but transitioning over to the area instead with these breakable walls. The dungeon is actually in this area, which is good because it means that, you know, now they know where it is. Unfortunately, Seichu does, but so do the survivors if XP is able to communicate that with his team in time. We are going to see this cipher be pressured and the survivors forced off of it, as we watch, you know, XP continue to transition away from this Bonbon. 75 damage and coming in for a stun, but happens to fail the stun, only gets a little bit of pushback, and Seichu with a main body hit. Oh, we actually see the cipher be popped as Seichu literally turns back for 5 seconds and then immediately coming in with more action, using the blink to get it down on that forward Lychee. Wow, really fast thinking from both sides. I could barely keep up.
That was definitely a very fast-paced sequence of events there. And we do see that the forward is on the chair immediately. This Bonbon does not have a trait anymore, so the survivors don't have to worry about teleport per se. But we do see that the Bonbon can go out and pressure the gate a little bit with those bombs. Meanwhile, Prospector's actually in the vicinity here. Just have to be a little bit careful because remember, this is a detention Bonbon, and the Prospector there does have 2 magnets left. So we'll see what they decide to do here, if they'll try to stick around in this area or if they'll try to go for the gate. I think perhaps they were worried about the Bonbon going after the patient at the gate, so that's why they came in a little bit towards the chair, just to keep the Bonbon around the chair area. But in this case, they're just going to continue to make a run for this open gate here, which it looks like they should be able to get their way out. Oh no! The patient there failing the hook. My goodness, Prospector here trying to come in with the stun.
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, going down at the gate there with that stun. They were trying to help out their teammate there with that stun, but unfortunately pulled the Bonbon towards themselves without stunning the Bonbon and ended up going down there, Veronica.
Oh my god, Lychee, we are going to see this this tie turn into a loss at the last second as Seichu manages to pull things back into a 4K. Second 4K in a row from Seichu, putting a bomb down just in case that Prospector is able to get up, and they are forced to surrender as Seichu carefully picks up the survivors, closer to the gate first and then afterwards. And wow, Lychee, just amazing gameplay from Seichu there to get that bomb and then get that hit. We're going to see the stats come in a second. I am flabbergasted. 300% decoding on the patient, which is great. 12 time for contain. 91 contain on the barmaid. 80 contain on the forward. And 67 on the prospector. So we're going to see just the power of Seichu in these situations. These chip hunters are just really Seichu's area of expertise, Lychee, I would say. Just so good at dealing all of this extra damage. Even the hermit with all of that.
Yes, that's definitely true. I think Seichu really played it cool at the end game there and was able to utilize some misplays perhaps by the survivor side there. I think the survivor side, they were so close to getting out, The patient, the issue with the patient there was just that hook being cut off by the Bonbon's bombs. So Seichu did a really good job of just littering the exit gate area with bombs, and that managed to cut off the patient's hook, which would have just allowed him to go straight out of the gate otherwise. So really a turning point there for the hunter. In addition, that prospector there, I think, was just trying to buy additional time for their teammate, but unfortunately got roped in to the mix as well. So the survivors were in a little bit of a difficult situation in the sense that they had to try to make sure both survivors eventually got around to the gate, but in that process, trying to buy enough time for each other, they ended up going down in a bit of an unfortunate endgame situation there. So a lot for us to process there, Veronica.
Yeah, really a lot. A very exciting game. Last second, I'm sure, chat blowing up about all of that and just insanity really at the end there. So we are going to see another 5 points for GH from Seichu just being able to pull these 4Ks. And in the meantime, just to give everybody time to discuss and process that, same with Lychee and I, we are going to head out for a short break and we'll be right back with you for round 3 of the IVA Grand Finals.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
And we are back. We are heading right back into round 3, which we'll be finishing up after an absolutely insane 4K from Seichu Lychee. We will be heading into our second half of round 3, which means that we will be seeing GH on the Survivor side this time around and FT on Hunter. So we could be seeing some interesting plays here. You know, we did just see a very wild play, you know, chat erupting, us erupting, no idea how to process it. Had to have a long chat about it backstage before coming back that we hadn't even quite finished at this point in time because it just, there's so much to process there. So that was absolutely insane bonbon play from Seichu, you know, strong start to the match and an even stronger finish, Lychee, to pull those 5 points and now with a very firm lead for GH. But, you know, anyone's game, we could be seeing FT come up in time here.
Yes, that's very true, Veronica. That last game sure was really wild at the end there. I think all of us were just shocked when we all saw all 4 survivors there. You know, 2 of them down on the ground, 1 on the chair, and 1 has already been eliminated, as we knew. But yeah, unfortunate situation there for the survivors. But Seichu, we did previously talk about how if there was an opportunity for Seichu, if the survivors had any sort of misplays at all, or if they overextended themselves, Seichu would be able to take advantage of that immediately. And that's exactly what they did in that last round. It was take advantage of that opening, that opportunity, and gain GH a very good advantage so far in round 3 with those 5 points. So we'll have to see again how FT is going to come back from this because they have shown us that they are a very strong team as well. So now Nino Pancake on the hunt here is going to start off with 3 bans straight off the bat. This is going to be Forward, Seer, and Barmaid here, some of whom we've seen recently. And we'll have to see what the survivors are going to choose in terms of the Hunter bans next.
Forward really consistently so far, Lychee. We've been seeing a lot of Forward over and over again, you know, which is totally fair considering the power of Forward and how those balloon rescues and how those kites can go. So we will be taking him out of the pool, out of the playing field, and we'll see what GH will do without the Forward on the team. We could be seeing a replacement. You know, as I mentioned earlier, the batter comes in as a good replacement for Forward, but sometimes you don't need to bring that batter out. We are going to see the Mercenary and the Priestess on the side of GH. We've certainly seen GH do some very interesting plays with the Priestess before. Little Boy, I believe, on Priestess even, as we're seeing in the load screen right now. And we are going to see bans on the Dream Witch and the Clerk.
So banning 2 very strong hunters on this particular map here. We do know that Clerk, you know, is frequently played on maps like this, so they're just getting rid of those variables straight off the bat. And also I would say those are 2 stronger characters in terms of getting for eliminations sometimes. So it really depends on the hunter though. Like we've seen Seichu get 4 eliminations so far with 2 very strong chip hunters as well. But it looks like that's what GH fears the most in this round, coming in here with the mercenary and priestess, like you said, Veronica, and now adding on that prospector there. So that's quite interesting. I definitely do think, though, utilize the priestess very heavily around that middle church area, and we've seen that prospector can be quite strong as well. In the last match, we actually saw some pretty strong support from both forward and the prospector there. So we'll have to see if GH is able to keep up that strong prospector support. Meanwhile, Nino Pancake here has come in with the female dancer ban, so just ensuring that GH does not have an additional supporter as they kite around the Red Church area.
Dancer, no patient, but got that prospector in, so we'll see what they choose to round out this team comp. Considering the barmaid ban, we could be seeing something like a psychologist. There's no ban on the postman, and the female dancer has been taken out, so we could see something like the postman as well. And then after that, once the team comp is all ready, we could probably, think about what Pancake is going to have to use to counter that comp. So far, looking like a pretty generic meta team with that mercenary and priestess to begin, and that prospector being, an on the fringes sort of specialty pick that people do like to take out. And we'll see the acrobat round out this comp and, strengthen it even further. So with that priestess and that mercenary and that acrobat, they're a very, good predictable place that they can do around the church, do with their rescues. We'll see who carries, we could possibly be seeing the acrobat and the mercenary on tide turner. We could be seeing maybe the priestess on tide turner, maybe the prospector, but probably most certainly the mercenary. And then, we're going to see if Nino Pancake prepares for that, bringing those predictions in of like, okay, who's carrying what's going on, who should I choose first with these spawn selections. So we might see the priestess select, the spawn in the center to set up those support portals in the church, just, to get everything ready to go. Because even if the hunter comes right over, there is time bought by the priestess being able to transition out Lychee.
Yes, that's very true. I do wonder what Nino Pancake is going to try to choose in order to counter this team comp here. It does look like a pretty solid team comp so far, like we've discussed. So I think the hunter has their work cut out for them regardless of the hunter choice here. But we do know Nino Pancake has chosen Bonbon earlier in today's matches. So I'm curious if they will consider that as well, considering Bonbon is not banned on this map. And knowing that Nino Pancake previously got a 3k with Bonbon, last time we just saw Seichu get a 4k with Bonbon. So why not try their hands at a Bonbon once again on this map here? Perhaps that's what Nino Pancake's going for. In terms of the Survivor lineup, though, they do have a pretty strong lineup as well. Like Mercenary, he can go in for pretty stable rescues, even against a hunter like Bonbon. We have Priestess here who can help the survivors kite very well around the church area, and Prospector and Acrobat as well. Acrobat can really disable the skills of the Bonbon at key situations, potentially with those red bombs, and utilize those bombs as well just to gain distance and avoid those hits, with Prospector as well being in the mix. So yeah, Prospector here. We have seen Prospector do some pretty good harassing as well. Sometimes could be a little bit harder against a Bonbon, but it really just depends on the situation.
Absolutely. So we're going to see that Bonbon come in. We did see that crazy play from Seichu's Bonbon earlier, so we could be predicting and hoping for the same thing from Nino Pancake here. So, future preparing to kind of get all of these things ready and raring to go. We're currently at a tie situation, but in the lead for this round, we are seeing, we kind of have to take down GH from their 5 points. So, gonna have to play it very safe here. We're starting with the spawn locations. We're going to see that Priestess does actually go into the center, as I thought she might, and everyone kind of sets up like this, with Nino Pancake beginning, on the opposite side, completing this little plus here.
So we do see that they seem to have centered their strategy, at least in the early game, around the Priestess being the main supporter in the middle of the church here. So I'm curious to see who Nino Pancake will go out and search for first. I think regardless of who the Bonbon tries to catch first, they're probably going to eventually rotate into the church area anyway, just to be able to kite longer and utilize those support portals from the Priestess. So we'll have to see how this comes into play here, and I'm excited to get into the match quite soon.
So am I. We're gonna get, ready and ready to go. It's just mere seconds from after we start the spawn picks and go into this screen that we head right into the match. And there it is, that beautiful snow that brings us right in. Veronica, this is Lychee. We are doing, and we're going to have a pause, actually. We are not doing that. We are dealing with the second half of the third round, with GH currently in the lead just by those 5 points. There's a lot that we can predict from this match here, Lychee. What kind of things are you expecting to see?
Yeah, so like I said, Veronica, I think that they'll definitely utilize the central church area very heavily on the survivor side as they try to kite this out here. Priestess being in the central church is just so strong. I think that they'll definitely drop down the pallets to help the survivors kite around the church as well as place up some support portals. Potentially, this could lead to some cipher disruption as well, but it's honestly worth it if they're able to draw out that first kite for long enough. Just be wary of where the basement is. It is as well. I don't know if it's going to be spawning in that church area, but basement for Bonbon can be a strength as well, as we have seen in previous matches earlier today. So just keeping that in mind on the survivor side as they kite around the middle church, but otherwise the middle church should be the primary area that they'll utilize for a lot of the kiting here. For the Bonbon side, I think they're going to want to try to do their best in getting that survivor down and getting them on the chair to try to go for that camping and just utilize Bonbon's camping strengths, because I mean that is Bonbon's greatest strength that we always think of there.
Yeah, Bonbon is just so good on that camp. The chase can be very strong, but the camp is absolutely where it comes in. Having one survivor down and then grabbing another when they come to protect them, which is, what we saw Seichu do earlier in the match where prevented that escape right at the gate there. Two of them trying to work together and just, not working at that point in time. So during this pause, we're just going to continue with our little speculations, and I'm very excited to get going here. We could be seeing a lot of push from Pancake here in order to try and match things up with GH on the side of them having these 2 4Ks in a row. Maybe we could even see Future pull one on their Hunter side against GH here, Lychee. Very interesting to see 2 Bonbons in a row. There's a lot that you can do in terms of watching and comparing the playstyles, as all Hunters have kits, but there are different little ways that you can add details and play them in, ways that differ from one another. So you see things like detention Bonbons, no detention Bonbons, which is very exciting.
Yes, that's definitely true. I am curious to see if this Hunter is going to bring detention or not, just because Bonbon with detention I think is very strong for sure in getting at least a tie situation at the end game. If you have 3 survivors standing, that detention can really help with getting a tie. But at the same time, a lot of Bonbons like to add in other traits as well. So either insolence so that they can get that remote control bomb faster, or potentially going with a confined space build on certain maps. I mean, we've seen all sorts of things. We've seen Bonbons bring all sorts of traits as well, whether it's teleport, peepers. I don't think teleport will necessarily be the first trait here, considering it's a small map, of course. Usually that's more of a possibility on slightly larger maps. But the Bonbon could bring trump card and potentially give himself a chance to change to teleport later in the game. Who knows? So we'll have to see what this Bonbon's preference is in terms of skill, not only what they usually bring, but also if they can adapt to the situation here where they need to get a win, try to go for that win rather than simply a tie.
Absolutely. There's a lot that they have to push for in this situation. They could play it safe and go for that tie. It continues them on in their rounds and keeps them up in those points. Sometimes you want to play it safe. Sometimes you just really want to swing for it and see what you can do. If we pull a tie in this round, in round 4, we could be seeing a lot of push and a lot of, very, very complex and very pushy power plays in order to get everything together and sort everything out, because you want to stay in the game as long as you can. We've just been seeing so much strong play from GH so far in these last 2 rounds that it's going to be very interesting to watch Future try and sort of play catch up and see how much that they can do in order to counteract these 5 points. It is a lot to have one team get 5 and then be working with 0. You can try and push and get it for yourself, or you can try and push for that tie, which seems like a little bit of a safer option, especially against a tie hunter like Bonbon, who, receives the nickname for a reason. Even almost had one last round, and then again, that crazy play from Seichu right at the gate that allowed it to turn from a tie right into a 4K. And we're going to hop right into the match here, right at the beginning after that brief lapse and pause, and we are going to watch Pancake transition over to the red carpet area, Lychee. We're going to see the build on screen here if you'd like to talk a little bit about that, since that is a bit of your area of expertise.
We do see that this appears to be an insolence. Sorry, not insolence. Right when you say it's my area of expertise, Veronica. This is going to be confined space plus trump card for the Bonbon here. So it looks like this Bonbon may try to allow for more versatility with that build here, but does mean that they don't have detention in the end. So it's going to have to try to get as many eliminations early on as possible. We do see they're actually revolving around the Cypher with the Prospector. My goodness, just circling that Cypher there, but now the Priestess here has already set up several portals, and we do see that they're going to go straight into the portal and make a run for that window, as Nino Pancake actually appears to be changing targets to the Priestess and getting his first hit on the Priestess already here.
A powerful move, struggling with that Prospector and instead thinking, maybe I'll change to this Priestess, who, if I get her down, is now unable to support with these portals. It's always a smart choice to kind of swap to someone who's getting you in a lot of trouble, and a lot of the time I find when people see a Priestess and they're able to targets, they will. But we're going to see a blink mist here as the Priestess is able to transition further. Little Boy, having an ability in mind that gets a little bit quicker, but a remote bomb is able to get Little Boy down, but have to be careful because, you got a harasser in the area who can make your life a little bit of a living hell, and going to do so, going to have to drop this Priestess in order to not deal with this Prospector's magnet stun, CG.
Yep, we did see the Bonbon there just drop the Priestess and then extend it out a little bit further so that that magnet there no longer affected him before picking up that Priestess and putting the Priestess right on the chair. This does allow the Bonbon to pressure some nearby Cyphers with their bombs there, so I think the survivors are also positioning for a rescue. My goodness, a lot of them coming in here right now. The Mercenary was ultimately the one to pull off that rescue and activate the Tide Turner for that Priestess, but the Tide Turner actually is already on last effort, as the Priestess will go down at the end of this sequence here, and we see that Bonbon just trying to get some extra presence by adding additional hits onto that Priestess before she goes down. This does allow Nino Pancake's Bonbon to be at full presence there. We saw the Acrobat actually came in for a little bit as well, potentially trying to support their teammate, but good job on Nino Pancake to ultimately land a hit that down on the Priestess and get the Priestess on the second chair here.
Absolutely, you really want to not play that musical chairs game, because that ends up in a dangerous situation for you, where, you have to chair survivors more than you would have if you had, fixated and tunneled the specific one that had been there already. We're going to see Skyfall come in for the rescue here possibly, or maybe just activate Tetanitis in this area, possibly going for this draw here, as it might be a little bit too long to run over for this rescue. That does seem to be the case here, Lychee. So we are going to see Nino Pancake just hang around this chair to not get a backdoor rescue to allow that to happen. With the Tetanitis in the area, you want to be really careful about those kind of situations, the little earmark driving you insane and making sure that all's good. But we're going to transition over to the red carpet area, which is where Skyfall goes back to the Cypher, and now Pancake is able to come after, despite the elbow pad away, just going to continue on this chase.
I think that was a pretty solid decision on the survivor side to sell their teammate here. We do see Mercenary here has taken 1 chip damage so far, but does have an elbow pad to utilize as he works his way through this kite. But like I was saying, I think that sell was a solid choice there on the survivor side, because ultimately they are aiming for more of a tie situation, or at least a 1 survivor out situation, just to be able to win this round. So there's nothing wrong with playing it a little bit more on the safe side here. Mercenary here is going to take some more damage, so is going to be 1 chip away from going down. We do see that Bonbon has a remote control bomb in hand, but wasn't able to throw that out very far, so that at least will be taking the Mercenary down. Just making sure to pop that so far and get that bomb back on cooldown. And meanwhile, Bonbon is going to continue to loop around this area. We'll see if he continues to go for the Mercenary though, because we do see that Little Cat is actually in the vicinity as well.
Absolutely, we're going to see, that kind of confined space come into play with all of those vaults. They do transition away from the church, but had they tried to loop around, it could have been a little bit of a detriment. We're going to see more bombs come off here, and a little bit more danger in the area, but the dungeon is also here, and a terror shock that causes the Mercenary to go down right away. We're going to have to see the Prospector kind of go around and be careful about it. Just have that little speed boost buff that you can gain from around lockers, possibly coming into play right now, possibly finishing up, but going to have to transition away, and another actual speed boost from the Cypher being popped, Lychee. 3 survivors up at endgame here, and going to have to fixate on this Mercenary in order to get the down, which does happen.
Yes, so Mercenary here now down. Prospector was kind of in the vicinity, but looks like they won't get the magnet off at the moment. the Bonbon is now going to put this mercenary on the chair. As we noted earlier, the Bonbon does not have detention. They do have trump card though, so could potentially switch to teleport, but this is only given if they have secured the mercenary on the chair as well. Even if they teleport, without detention, they're not going to be able to down the survivor right away. And we do see that the gate is actually already completely open, despite the fact that it was Acrobat with a slow gate opening. They were still able to get that gate open in the end and get 2 survivors out. So it looks like Bonbon is just going to camp this mercenary, secure that tie there for their team, at least not let that score difference get away completely too far. But a good job on both sides here to play this out in the end to get a tie situation.
We're going to see a really long contain time from that prospector for hanging around to support for so long. The mercenary having a great kite, and Priestess being able to hold her own for a little bit too. Acrobat, not really seeing the hunter, busy decoding and getting the gate open and doing things behind the scenes that also need to be done in order for the game to really progress. But an excellent draw, achieved here by Guard 26, who is, of course, a very good tie and draw hunter, which is great because now we end up in this situation where we can continue on in the rounds as the point difference doesn't go too high.
Yes, for sure. This tie still gives FT some room to work with as they try to come back against GH. Unfortunately, wasn't able to completely come back this round, but we still have a round 4 to be played, so we'll see if they're able to do that in round 4 there. But yeah, so the prospector, like you mentioned, I think we always underestimate how much time it takes to try to chase away the prospector when they're trying to harass as you're ballooning those survivors there. The prospector, sometimes it seems like is easier to deal with than he actually is. So it was nice to see that prospector be able to buy some additional time for their teammates there, even if it's just a matter of putting down the survivor and sending out a little bit further to break that magnet connection. But anyway, good job on both teams like we talked about, Veronica. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out in round 4. But before we head into round 4, from now, we are just going to take a short break. So go ahead, get your drinks and get your snacks, and we'll see you back soon.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
And we're back to Identity 5 Arena 2022, everyone. Welcome back. This is your caster Lychee. With us today, of course, is my co-caster Veronica. So we are back to bring you round 4 of the tournament today. Wow, so the first 3 matches, have gone by very quickly, and now we are into the 4th round already. How excited are you for this, Veronica?
My goodness. I'm so excited. We could be seeing, just a close off here if we get a nice win on GH's side. They've got this point advantage from the 7 and the 7. They've took home the last 2 rounds really strongly, which means, they're at the point advantage here, Lychee. So I do wonder what we'll be seeing in terms of map. I do wonder what we'll be seeing in terms of team comp from the survivors, and in terms of the plays that they bring out. Some excitement in chat, rooting for your favorite teams here. Are you excited for GH to maybe take home the crown? You excited for maybe Future to come in the last second and prevent that from happening? Lots going on, Lychee, that we can see happening here. See a little bit of sleepiness in chat too, just people getting a little bit tired. It does go on for a while, but at the very least, it's very exciting gameplay from very professional players, and that is what makes everything so fun.
Yes, that's true. I'm thinking about how we're getting a little bit sleepy on the caster side here as well, but I'm sure for the players, they've been at this for quite a while now, so just being able to hold up through all these matches. I'm thinking about how FT also played earlier today as well. I hope the players are all doing well on their side too, having to go through all these matches and being very intense for sure. But yes, love what we've seen so far today. I think that both teams have come out really strong, but as we see here in the points here, GH managed to take round 3 with a 7-2 score, so they did put themselves in a pretty good position going into round 4 here. If they manage to win this round 4 here, this could be a win for GH overall in this tournament. So we're up to the, I don't want to say match point, but a match round, I suppose, here. FT, on the other hand, are a little bit behind, but they still have a chance to try to turn this around. To do so, they would have to win both rounds 4 and 5, so they do have their work cut out for them. But I'm hoping to see a good comeback, or at least a good show from them, that they are going to try their best and play this out as far as they can.
Absolutely, that would be absolutely wonderful to see Lychee today. You want to root for every team involved because they work so very hard. They're very good at what they do. They coordinate so well in their voice calls. They come in for these tournaments and they play as hard as they can, and they showcase all of their skill and their best abilities and everything that they've trained for. Future especially, they came in and they really practiced to deal with areas in which they weren't as strong as before. C2, however, really doesn't want to let that happen, so we see some just absolutely crazy plays on their side in order to take home these 5-0 plays. So we could be seeing another one of those to close us off in this match here, Lychee, going into round 4. Could possibly be seeing round 5 could be finishing here. So I hope everyone is prepared to, get your confetti ready to pop if that happens, or, save it for later to, get your excited speeches going. Write 2 nice comments in case of whoever wins.
Yes, that's definitely true. We'll have to get ready to celebrate in whatever occasion. And, the earlier in the tournament, we talked about how there was a giveaway as well. So just be noted that the giveaway winners will also be announced on a post after the match when we announce the winners. So be on the lookout for that as well. If not for the winners, at least be around to claim your S tier skins and everything like that. But, I'm sure everybody is really excited for the tournament first and foremost. And I'm personally really excited to see how round 4 goes and ultimately who the winner will be. So, yes, very excited, very hyped, very pumped up for this tournament here, Veronica. We'll have to see going into the band pick screen here. We are already going to see our map is Eversleeping Town. So we have seen Eversleeping Town quite a few times in this tournament, and now it's coming right back with Seichu here coming out with a bunch of survivor bands right off the bat here, Veronica. What do we have here?
They're coming at us. They're coming at us so fast, Lychee. I can't process it. There are so many. We have the seer, we have the female dancer, we have the priestess, and we have the forward. All very strong meta characters. The dancer kind of on the fringe of meta, but considering how popular she is in Southeast Asia, I would say she's very, very meta around these parts. So we don't want to see that dancer. We have not seen that dancer at all today, really have had her out of the field. And same as, we're on Ever Sleeping, we don't want to see that priestess. You never want to see that forward. It can be a lot of a hassle. And you don't really want to deal with any of these survivors here that we are dealing with. We're also going to see some hunter bans here, Lychee, on Seichu's side. Seems to be, a lot of good respect bans again to try and not deal with the same characters that they have been going up against in the past.
Definitely. For FT's side, they are going to try to go for a win. So they want to cut out very strong hunters. And it looks like they've gone ahead with hunters like Breaking Wheel, who we don't necessarily see as much nowadays, but we have seen somewhat in IVA and other tournaments recently. The Breaking Wheel is definitely a hunter that has a lot of potential to get multiple kills, although it really depends on how the game plays out. But they're just going to eliminate that variable completely right off the bat here, and potentially seeing Sculptor ban as well. So Seichu has shown how strong they are with the Sculptor for sure, and like you said, FT is just going to really respect that. We'll have to see what the remaining bans are from both Hunter and Survivor side, but some solid picks coming up here now as well. So we have 2 healers actually. This is going to be a psychologist and a barmaid coming into play here on Ever Sleeping Town. So we've seen each of these be used, but maybe less often that we see both of them together, since we often think of them as potential replacements for each other.
It's very interesting to see them play together. I'm thinking about it a lot as like a forward and batter combo. You're bringing in extra heals instead of extra balloon rescues and harassment. Which isn't just as powerful, but can be quite powerful, in terms of playing these games and trying to keep yourself alive. If you have a psychologist to remote heal you and a barmaid to give you drinks, you really are keeping yourself on the field and keeping yourself at full health longer than you would otherwise. So, we're going to be really amping up the excitement here. We're going into something that could possibly be a final round, in grand finals for IVA. So seeing the psychologist and barmaid, I am expecting possibly some very exciting plays from them, Lychee. Some remote heals that are just so complex and they allow a rescue to get off, or some Doblins that, you completely kite out as you grab it from the barmaid on your way through, maybe like the middle, or you run all the way out to grab one. Lots of support that we could be seeing here. Which is interesting considering all of the support characters that have been banned so far. And the patient coming in is another ban here, Lychee.
Patient does have some pretty good hook spots on this map, including being able to hook over the graveyard wall as well as several other points. So it looks like Seichu is going to eliminate that variable as well, potentially playing a hunter that cannot catch up to the patient quite easily. On the Survivor side, meanwhile, we have seen the Acrobat come into play. So definitely a character we have seen quite a lot today, as well as the past couple of days. And like you mentioned, we do have survivors on FT side who really specialize in Acrobat and know those jump spots super well and can kite very well with Acrobat, as well as utilize Acrobat in other ways such as rescuing there. So I definitely understand that their willingness to choose that Acrobat there. I do know that, Acrobat is kind of more often seen as a secondary rescuer role. So just seeing what's been picked and banned so far, I am curious to see if the last one is going to be a rescuer here. And on that train of thought, Seichu has actually eliminated the mercenary from being able to be chosen from FT's side here. So taking out the most stable rescuer right off the bat, as well as a survivor who does very well at endgame as well. Being the mercenary, he can potentially even tank detention hit and continue to kite for 30 seconds and things like that. So just getting rid of that variable for the survivors. Meanwhile, the survivors have chosen to replace that rescuer pick with the Gravekeeper. So a solid rescuer as well, but we'll have to see how this plays out because Mercenary is definitely a little bit more stable there.
Seichu, near immediately coming in with this Wax Artist. Don't even have time for me to get excited about and process this Gravekeeper pick here at the end. So the Wax Artist is going to come in very strong and Ever Sleeping, as we've discussed before. Just to rehash for anyone who's showing up now, there are a lot of open spots and a lot of low walls that the Wax Artist is able to, shoot the wax over and then attack the survivors with, without too much trouble of being looped around areas whereupon he can't fire at them. But this will be very interesting in terms of the team comp that we're dealing with. We could be seeing some heals on the board. We could be seeing the red bomb to cancel things out. But I think most importantly, that Gravekeeper will probably be an actually really important asset against this wax artist here, able to kite, without taking all of that damage from the searing wax because of the shovels.
Very true, Veronica. So definitely have some counters. The wax artist, I feel like, does have some potential options to chase as well, and we'll see where they decide to go with that spawn. Looks like for the spawn point location, they have gone with Gravekeeper in the center, with Acrobat and the Barmaid on either side near the gates, and Psychologist near the river, with Seichu's wax artist spawning at the corner house here, the corner 2-story. So this is quite interesting. I'm curious if the Psychologist is going to be the first target here for Seichu, or if they're going to try to find somebody else. I do feel like going after one of those characters might be a little bit easier for Seichu. We already mentioned Gravekeeper is going to be pretty hard and difficult to deal with, and I think that the wax artist potentially could counter somebody like Barmaid, for example, or maybe Psychologist, but could potentially counter Barmaid's heal a little bit better than other hunters. So I'm wondering if that's why Seichu had chosen to go with the Wax Artist here. But looking really quickly as a trait as we go right into the game, the Wax Artist does have an up-down build here with Detention and the Confined Space here, so no Insolence, so we'll have to try to get presence as soon as possible through their hits and abilities here. Let's see how this plays out here, Veronica.
Absolutely. We're going to see first kite here on Dragon, who is playing the Barmaid here, which, as you mentioned, can totally counter that heal with this wax here. We are caught in our first open area on Ever Sleeping, which is one of the things that makes Wax Artist so strong on this map, and is going to have to chase around and loot this area here, dropping around and going up the stairs and down the stairs and up the stairs and down the stairs, and going to, see the tram come into play, but luckily no one's hit by it so far, with these pallets in play here for the Barmaid to use, but going to actually get first down on the Barmaid with 5 ciphers remaining, as Seichu just manages to completely counter loop here and not let the Barmaid get very far at all.
Yes, that was a really good job by Seichu to get that Barmaid down before they were able to heal up. It was actually very close on the Barmaid's part. They were almost healed by that time, but this is the strength of the Wax Artist against the Barmaid, is that if you are able to apply that wax very quickly, then you can counter the Barmaid and try to get her down before she's able to heal up. Now we see Gravekeeper is coming in for the rescue here, and Seichu already getting a hit to get the Gravekeeper out of the ground early, now just trying to apply as much wax as possible, and Gravekeeper keeping to mind game, but getting that rescue off the chair. So now Wax Artist appears to be going after a double down, or not double down, but a hit on the Gravekeeper to at least get some damage before going back to the Barmaid, who will be going down after this last effort ends.
Absolutely. So we are going to see, that Barmaid had Flywheel, but unfortunately was not able to use it at any point in time during this kite, and will go try to die away from the ciphers and also far away from chairs in order to waste some of Seichu's time. So probably just going to walk down and, put her on the closest chair, or maybe even the one just from before. And this Gravekeeper is no longer able to come back in for a rescue, and DDD's Acrobat will probably be forced to come in here. They want to try and get as many survivors as possible. Gonna be we're just walking right past that tram. We could have seen an interesting situation there, but everything is safe and everything's good. Coming in to pressure these ciphers and, prevent this rescue from happening, LMM considering coming in, but being forced to kind of turn back with probably not enough time to get to the Barmaid without being stopped by the wax in time, Lychee.
So we do see Seichu here is pressuring out pretty far, recognizing that nobody on the survivor side is likely going to rescue here. And like you mentioned there, Barmaid unable to utilize the Flywheel at any point. It's really hard to use Flywheel against Wax Artists, I feel, because you have to really predict here. But we see here already utilizing that wax there to already down the Psychologist, using that hot wax to not down the Psychologist, but apply 1 layer of damage. And continuing on that chase here, looks like the Wax Artist is going to be able to get another damage very shortly on the Psychologist, again utilizing that hot wax there, and now still has Blink online as well, so could potentially take down the Barmaid with a Blink and regular attack, or if he so chooses, continuing to utilize that wax very well. So, whoa, Blink come into play, and Terror Shock onto the Psychologist as she vaults this pallet here, Veronica. Looks like this Psychologist is going right onto the chair.
Michu is not letting up, even with those strong wins from before, just wants to get even more. Wants to really secure this round 4 in order to take the crown in the championship here, and really just not loosening up on these survivors, still playing as hard as before. A blink and a terror shock, just predicting everything that's going on, not allowing that mind game to happen for very long. We're going to see the Gravekeeper come in with a mind game of his own. Sometimes it's hard to see where the Gravekeeper is in those shovels. Sometimes all the dirt looks the same and it's hard to see where he is at the front of it, but going to utilize some wax here on the Gravekeeper and actually leave that Psychologist alone for a moment, Lychee. Gravekeeper at full health and now going to be hit by the Searing Wax and maybe downed if Seiju can get there in time. A pallet here, but the Gravekeeper does actually go down right in front of this pallet, unable to get through it, and the Gravekeeper is now going to go in chair with one cyber remaining.
Yes, quite an interesting situation here. I was actually pretty surprised earlier on at how quickly Seichu was able to down that Psychologist there. Quite an interesting situation because we saw the hot wax being utilized so that there was no attack recovery at all. And even with the Psychologist healing there, the Wax Artist was able to quickly down. But here, we see the rescue coming into play. So now the Acrobat has rescued the Gravekeeper. Last Effort has already been activated because the Gravekeeper got hit while on the Tide Turner here. So he will be going down quite shortly. But in the meantime, Seichu is just going to clean up these pallets around here and wait this out. The cipher there we see is not quite primed. It's almost at halfway, but not quite yet. So we will be seeing Gravekeeper put back on the chair, unfortunately, in this situation here. And we'll see how the survivors are going to be able to manage the game here as we head into more of a mid/late game situation. I think that they are going to go for the rescue here. Once again, this is the Acrobat going in for the rescue. Does manage to get close to the chair here, take a basic hit, and pull off this rescue here of the Gravekeeper, while Psychologist continues to decode. Acrobat trying to use a bomb, but unable to completely utilize that bomb to cut off the skill. My goodness here, Veronica.
We're going to see that Gravekeeper kind of hilariously just hide behind that little box there, just a place where the Wax Artist can't reach. The Cypher Pop is going to go off, and we are now going to see a crazy late game chase. XP is going to continue to run forward here. Lisha, we now have 2 people up, but we did have 3 people up when that Cypher was popped. So we're going to see what Seichu is able to do in this situation. The Gravekeeper is going to go back on chair. Blink is online, which means it could possibly be switched to another skill in order to get more pressure on these survivors, Lychee. Lots going on in this late game. Lots to do, Actually, we're on up down, we don't have trump cards. So we are still dealing with the blink, and there's no way to change it, which means to have to walk all the way to this gate. And the survivors are going to make it out and be able to get this draw here.
Wow, so, a good effort on both sides there, but we ultimately saw Seichu's Wax Artist do a really good job in securing this tie for their team. With GH being a little bit ahead in the score, their Hunter getting a tie perhaps was completely their goal to begin with. I think Seichu showed very good controls with the Wax Artist and knowing when to use that hot wax as well, especially thinking back to that chase with the Psychologist. They downed the Psychologist so quickly that I think it was even before the stress bar perhaps was... Not the stress bar was, but like the Psychologist, in the end there, they ended up with this weird health state. So just down it because they were just down so quickly. So that was quite interesting there. But Seichu also being versatile and recognizing that and just switching over to the Gravekeeper at that point. We always say it's a little bit hard to play musical chairs, but in the end, that actually worked out quite well for Seichu being able to down the Gravekeeper. So congratulations to both sides on getting a tie in this match. We will have to see if FT's Hunter can come back strong in the next match to do what they can to get their team ahead.
Absolutely fascinating, Lychee. We are working with a draw situation, which means, for round 4, it's anyone's game. If FT can pull this win, they can continue on with round 5. So we will see what happens here. And in just a few brief moments, we will be right back with you as we are launching into a brief break before what could possibly be the biggest action-filled matchup of tonight.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
And we are back at Identity V Arena 2022. We are here in the grand finals, and we are about to approach our second half of round 4. We saw some plays last match on the Ever-Sleeping Town map. Seiju played the Wax Artist there and pulled a draw for the side of GH, and Future Survivors also pulled a draw on the side of Future. That's what Taisai, you both get one. So we are going to be dealing here with the situation where we could possibly be seeing the last match of the day, Lychee. If GH happens to pull this win, they will have won the best 3 out of 5.
Yes, that's definitely true. Very exciting to see how GH is going to approach this round, as well as FT, because we can't count them out just yet. GH has already taken 2 rounds here, but if FT takes this one, they are still in a position in round 5 where it's anybody's game. So I think that GH is looking very good so far, but as always, they can't just rest on their laurels here. They have to continue to try their hardest on their survivor side as well to get their points in on round 4. And meanwhile, for FT side as well, they can't give up just yet. Round 1, they came out so strong. Rounds 2 and 3, they had a little bit of misplays on some parts or just fell behind a little bit in terms of that score. So in round 4, they're going to have to try to bring their all into this game and bring the score back a little bit or as much as they can. So I'm excited to see how this will play out here.
Absolutely, we are running into an interesting map here. Ever Sleeping is really a fun place for plays. You see a lot of places on Ever Sleeping where it's a make or break match. Even so, I think in the earlier matchup we had today with FT and TNG, I do believe that we also finished there with that the matches that we saw. So this could potentially be our second time on Ever Sleeping to finish us off, and it is a really good map for doing so. I see it a lot in final matches and first matches. A lot at the time of the Dream Witch, but we have been spared from Dream Witching today for the most part, except for the one that we saw in Lakeside. So it really is anyone's game. We do have GH in the lead, but FT absolutely could catch up at this point in time. Just depends on whether or not they are able to pull it all together and, get their survivor side to continue on in the next round and just see what is able to be done against GH here.
we'll have to see what happens for sure. Like you mentioned, Ever Sleeping Town has a lot of possibilities. It's a map that we often say is pretty even in terms of hunter and survivor advantage. It's not a map that gives either side a huge advantage necessarily, but it also depends on the hunter character picks and survivor character picks. So I guess depending on the situation, there are ways to work out an advantage, but just considering the map alone, it doesn't necessarily give either side an advantage. So pretty fair to have that as the last map, potentially last map. We don't know yet for sure. So yeah, there's also, the tram. We haven't seen the tram come into play too much today, but I am curious to see if it will come into play in this next round here, because that's always an interesting extra variable.
I would maybe like to see the tram hit someone. I will not say who, because I genuinely don't have anyone in mind. It's all fair game. Everyone is fair game to be hit by the tram, and I think it would be fun to see someone get hit by the tram today, as we have not yet. And it is one of my favorite things to yell about in tourney, and I would love to scream about it for everyone else to hear and laugh about with me. So, we did have a few little close things going on, whereupon we did see the tram come into play a few times. Didn't hit anyone. It was not used to transition away, as far as I could tell from what the survivors were doing, but it was certainly there, making its presence known, becoming a threat to everyone involved. It can be a nuisance, and it can also be a little bit of help, if you get on it at the perfect time and the hunter doesn't catch up. It can bring you to a better kiting area if you happen to need that, but at the same time, it can also hit you when you're getting off. So I'll spare and love it more, I would say, with the tram.
Yes, definitely. Can create some interesting situations there for both sides. We haven't seen it too much so far, but would be definitely worthy of a final round there to see it come into play at a really key moment. So I think also good job to the hunters and survivors so far for being very diligent in terms of the tram, making sure to look both ways before crossing the street there. I suppose we have to give it to them for not dealing with those infamous situations. But now we have the bans and picks here, Veronica. So we see Pancake on the hunt for FT, as we have seen today. And this is going to be Forward, Seer, Toy Merchant, and the Priestess here coming out in the first order of bans.
Absolutely. The very interesting picks, and we also have some bans on the hunter side here. I believe that is the Dream Witch, the Clerk, and the Sculptor. You don't want to see any of those come into play at this point in time. We could see Pancake forced to play a Bonbon again, potentially under these circumstances. And we actually do get to see the Dancer come out. So if not a tram hit today, we do get to see the Dancer Lychee. After she was benched and banned for so long, it'll be nice to see what everyone has been so scared of. We're going to want to see what this Dancer is capable of in the hands of GH Lychee.
Yes, I'm smiling from ear to ear here, seeing the Dancer be picked. I'm very excited to see what GH can do with this Dancer today. I mean, this is the finals, and with Dancer coming out so strong, I think that it should be, it just should be that Dancer comes out at some point and gives us a good showing. So I'm excited to see what they're able to pull off with this Dancer here. The bans here for Nino Pancake are quite interesting as well. They banned a lot of heavy supporters, so I think that does make sense. With a lot of these characters, they're very strong on this map, or they're very strong at support, and GH has shown us that their survivors do have a lot of support-heavy strategies in play. Even with these supporters banned, they still manage to bring out the female dancer and the mercenary who complements the female dancer very well. I think when we think of the female dancer system here, it's not just the female dancer herself, of course, but who else can complement the female dancer the most. And Mercenary definitely is one of those characters, because he can rescue, whereas the female dancer more so is a kiter decoder character, and Mercenary there can also switch off items as well. So could potentially come into play if female dancer uses up all of her music boxes. Perhaps the merc could also help supplement with some additional items, because there are some situations where female dancer actually will just utilize those music boxes right off the bat pretty early on in the game.
Absolutely, this is going to be absolutely great. We see the acrobat coming out. You know, you don't want to have both of them on the field at once. You don't want them to have that little psychic connection that they have. So we are going to see acrobat come into the dance here. You know, another survivor that we're not going to see on the field, but we are going to see the patient come out instead. So you know, removing one potential transitional kiter and instead taking in a different one. And there are quite a few. I wouldn't say a lot. Definitely not as much on as you would see on places like Moonlit or. Even like Arms Factory, just not a lot that you can work with here for the hooks, but enough that he's still a very viable pick. So the patient will be very interesting to see, Lychee.
Yes, for sure. We have to see what they'll come in with their last pick here, but I think patient is very viable, especially considering the acrobat has been banned here. We previously also talked about patient potentially being one of the backup characters if the acrobat does get banned in that situation, just coming in for extra kiting and also rescuing potential to supplement the rest of the team composition here. And patient is also actually another character who can potentially utilize items after his hooks have all been gone. It's not that common to see, I would say, mercenary give off his elbow pads to a patient as opposed to something like a dancer, but it's always an option to see them switch items back and forth at endgame here. I think that'll be pretty interesting if it does happen. But yeah, really interested to see who else GH brings into the mix here, because so far I would say Mercenary and Patient, you know, they can pull pretty far distances, and the Dancer is obviously a strong kiter as well, so it seems like they've picked a lot of strong kiters so far on their team. And
yeah.
Oh, an entomologist band coming in here from Nino Pancake. So cutting off one more strong kiter / supporter here for the survivor side.
So the entomologist is going to be barred, which means we could potentially also be seeing another survivor on this side that, as you said, is capable of swapping items. You know, the toy merchant is off the field, so she can't toss them to anyone, but we could be seeing an antiquarian come out again, as after her fluid is depleted, she is able to pick up items, as we saw her do in the Lakeside match, whereupon she healed after she was finished with using her fluid for all of those stuns on the Dream Witch. Pretty okay for this team comp, I would say, to add an antiquarian in. You know, just to get those stuns in. Could also possibly see a play like a prospector or something. They might want a harasser, or they might want someone to be able to just continue to play it safe and, you know, just pushing everything forward with a good kite lineup here.
Yes, definitely true. This is interesting, though, to see that entomologists get banned, because earlier we were speculating about Nino Pancake's picks, and we were saying that perhaps Bonbon could be an option, but it's not as common that we see Bonbon ban the entomologist. Although entomologist is a good kiter and can use those bees to help her move very swiftly to dodge the bombs, Bonbon does have some methods to deal with entomologists compared to some other hunters. So I feel like this is interesting to see the entomologist ban, and makes me question if Nino Pancake is even considering a different hunter here instead. But we do see here, like you mentioned, Veronica, a harasser coming into the mix. So this is Prospector, another stunner character here. Not a bad choice for the survivors, I would say, because we do have the forward there already being banned, and even if forward was available, I don't know if the survivors would want to necessarily pick forward, because then you have another slow decoder in your mix. So the Prospector here has normal decoding speed and also has the ability to stun with the magnets that constantly recharge. Not necessarily always the most utilizable against a Bonbon, but still has a lot of utility in general. But yes, on the topic of that, we do see the Bonbon here getting picked out by Nino Pancake in the end. So going with that Bonbon that Nino has done very well with so far, we'll just have to see if he's able to utilize this Bonbon to gain an advantage for their team, though, because in the past, like we've mentioned, Bonbon has been very strong at getting a tie and whatnot, but this is a situation where FT is going to have to get a win if they want to have a chance in this tournament.
Absolutely, going to bring out this Bonbon again. You know, having dealt with this Bonbon on the side of Future before, GH might be perfectly prepared in order to take this down. But the team comp, definitely the band's certainly taking things out that would be troublesome for Bonbon. Some of these survivors, of course, still will be. That mercenary is kind of a double-edged sword, because on one hand, the Bonbon is trouble for him, but on the other hand, mercenary is trouble for any hunter that he runs into. So we are going to be dealing with a little T-shape here, with the Bonbon spawning in the corner lychee. Who do you suppose might be the first chase here? Are we looking at maybe the prospector, maybe the female dancer, or maybe even a transition all the way over to the patient?
Yes, I think Bonbon might go for one of the closer two targets on this map here. It'll be interesting here. So Bonbon going against Prospector first could actually potentially work out. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Bonbon goes after the female dancer first instead, but I personally feel like Prospector is actually a little bit easier to deal with as a Bonbon if you go towards the Prospector first. So this will kind of just be up to Pancake's preference here. We are going to load into the match shortly, and we'll see what they decide to go with.
We are going to start out here, and Pancake is going to be transitioning along. Again, I'm Veronica, this is Lychee. We are so excited to be here with you in this second half of our fourth round and our grand finals. So Skyfall is going to be the one that takes the chase here, and that's actually the mercenary. So that armor pad is utilized in order to get further away and sort of transition around in order to loop around the buildings here instead of running through them. So we are going to see a little vault over that pallet, and Pancake is going to just continue on with the chase, breaking this pallet in order to prevent it from being utilized later, and just continuing on. Unfortunately, the decoding is a little bit disrupted in that area there, but will be further disrupted as Pancake transitions over to Little Cat.
We do see that the Prospector Little Cat is getting chased next, and a stunt coming in already from the Prospector there as the tram passes by. Prospector there caught in a little bit of a dead corner here. Unfortunately, not much to work with. Is forced to take a basic hit and then transition over to an area. Looks like he will be headed to the area where the female dancer has set up those boxes. Taking another chip damage from the Prospector there. The remote control bomb is up, but a stun coming into play. But in the end, the Bonbon manages to actually down the Prospector with another bomb there. So quite a sequence of events. It was a good job from the Prospector to try to avoid that remote control bomb by stunning the Bonbon, but in the end, it looks like Bonbon was able to supplement with an additional bomb just to down that Prospector in the end there. And there are still 5 ciphers remaining on the map. We did see some cipher disruption coming into play earlier, so that's perhaps why the ciphers are a little bit delayed coming in here. But ultimately, a pretty quick chase for the Bonbon side here to down that Prospector. So we'll have to see if they decide to rescue or not. On the Survivor side, they could very well decide to just sacrifice the Prospector and not even come in for rescue at all.
Goodness, Lychee. We're going to see Pancake try and pressure these ciphers to the best of his ability via throwing these bombs quite a far distance. And we are actually going to see a little bit of chip damage on the female dancer in this case, but we're also going to see the survivors very potentially, as you've said, not go in for a rescue at all. The Prospector is getting very close to expiring on share and being sent back to the manor, so we are going to be dealing with a fun situation where potentially we could see a last-minute rescue, but we're really not going to. There is not enough time. So going to transition around, try and avoid being spotted out by Pancake in the meantime. Little boy over in that graveyard area, which is very strong for kiting, and, a pallet thrown down on top of this slow box, which is going to waste some of Pancake's precious time.
Yes, we definitely see how that wasted some time there, but the teleport now coming into play. This Bonbon has teleported over to the patient here, who does have 3 hooks to work with and is going to go around this 2-story. We see that Zhao Khan here continuing to utilize those hooks and now has made his way over to this pallet area here where he can continue to kite. Actually, no, going to just loop around this building here. Just have to watch out in this narrow alleyway as Bonbon set down those bombs. Flywheel coming into play here to try to dodge, and so utilizing those items there to their advantage, the hooks and as well as the female dancer's boxes there. Bonbon here forced to break another pallet over the slow box, just adding insult to injury here, and we'll see if he's able to catch up to this patient at this time point here.
Lychee, you are so absolutely correct about, all of these team comps. It's fun to see the dancer come into play and understand what everyone's so scared of, because when you say the system, you really do mean it, and it really does come into play here. As we can see with these slow boxes, the hunter is forced to kind of come around this area and break them, and then the kiter is able to transition into the area and get further away. So these hooks are truly the strong point on the side of the building. Not as many fun trick shots as on other maps, but definitely, you know, a lot of viable places to put the hook. So the patient is actually going to go down, and we are going to see Pancake put the patient on chair here, Lychee.
Yes, looks like Pancake does have to walk a little bit further to chair the patient there and, potentially having to go through the slow boxes, which is not a good situation, but luckily is able to safely get that patient on the chair before the patient struggles out. Now this patient has no more boxes left and doesn't have flywheel up at the moment either, so doesn't really have too much to help himself rebound Kite after this rescue. However, we do see Skyfall in the vicinity. Mercenary is going to come in here, take a rescue, take a basic hit, and pull off this rescue here of the patient. So Bonbon continuing on this chase for the patient who does have Tie Turner. They are running back into this S-pallet corner here again, which is difficult to deal with. So patient is going to go down to a bomb hit, and the Bonbon teleporting right away, Veronica, onto the next chase immediately before even chairing this patient.
2 spins from the female dancer to transition away, and, you know, Pancake coming right for this dancer in order to get her out of the playing field. She's been causing a lot of trouble with those boxes and, you know, has been undisturbed on full health decoding until now, currently being chased. So we might see the mercenary finish up the cipher. We might see the mercenary transition over to heal up this patient. But currently, you know, now being pressured by Pancake and unable to do either of those things, instead having to run away from these bombs. Going to take another hit of chip damage and be at a 75% health. The dancer is now, you know, out of boxes to use. Could pick up an item from the chest, but we have the cipher in the middle that does need to be popped. Hopefully, you know, when Pancake has his back turned, maybe they'll be able to get it done. Maybe they won't, Lychee.
Yes, that was a very assertive teleport on the Bonbon side there, just trying to gain some of that tempo back even more, even with the patient being down there. You know, Pancake knowing that they have to try to get a win in this round, get their team advantage. Ooh, Barmaid now going down to a basic attack. But yes, Barmaid is going to go on the chair, and you know, Pancake there, that teleport earlier was just very assertive, very aggressive move on that point, and I feel like if Nino Pancake had managed to down the Barmaid earlier, as soon as he had teleported even, that could have really brought the game into their favor there and turned it around completely. So definitely taking a gamble there, but unfortunately for the Bonbon, that female dancer was able to last longer than he perhaps was hoping for, although on the chair now. So we'll have to see how this camping plays out for the Bonbon, who is trying to bomb this mercenary going in for the rescue here. He's actually, going to go down very, very soon. Very dangerous situation, and ultimately does go down to the bombs here. So a good job by Nino Pancake being able to cut off that rescue from the mercenary, and now they pop that cipher here. No detention on the Bonbon since he only brought insolence as his trait.
It's very possible that Zalcom was preparing for that situation and popped the cipher knowing full well that there was no detention in order for Pancake to, get this down. Having played against Pancake's Bonbon before, and not expecting to build the change, and the build did not change, which means that they could be in a good position. Could end up going to open that gate and getting the one-man escape or coming over for the rescue here, but seemingly possibly going over to the gate here. The dungeon is also in the area, but it takes a while for a mercenary to expire on share, so the patient is going to have to be very careful about what's being done and what strategies are chosen in this situation, Lychee.
Yes, for sure. And we do see the patient has a syringe, which unfortunately is not able to help him with the situation here. Does still have one flywheel to be able to utilize, and we do see patient here is kind of making a run for it. First going to go up into the 2-story, which makes it a little bit harder for Bonbon to bomb him immediately, jumping down right away as well. And it's just going to loop around the area, and I expect he'll run straight to the dungeon at this point. So this does leave GH with a good chance to get this one survivor escape here, and that's indeed exactly what happens. So good job for the patient there to make it out there in the end. On the other hand, for Nino Pancake's side, this is actually a 3-survivor elimination. So since GH had gotten 2 survivors eliminated from their hunter, and the first round was 2 against 2, but this time this is going to be 3 survivors eliminated by the hunter. So this actually allows FT to gain back this round 4 here, if I'm not mistaken, Veronica. This is now tying the game back up and pushing it to a round 5 situation.
We will be seeing a final round 5 here, as you know, best 3 out of 5, and we are going right to the 5. We're going to see some impressive contain times here from GH's survivors, but, you know, Pancakes Gar26 just coming in with more power in order to get them down, despite how long they were able to keep his attention. So this will be really great here, Lichi. We are going to see this go right into a round 5. We will be seeing, you know, a new map. We'll be seeing the hunters and the survivors again, and we will possibly have something, you know, where we just get right into the decision in our first half. So right after this brief break, we will be right back with you to finish everything off.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
And we are getting right into things here. You know, we're coming up on round 5, so we're going to hop right into the band picks here. We are on the Chinatown map, actually for the first time, Lichi. That's going to be really exciting to see here. We could be seeing some interesting hunters come into play. You know, very strong on this map, notoriously, is the Soul Weaver. Not sure if Seichi would be able to pull out such a character at this point in time. Is a very notable pick, you know, due to all of those areas where the webs can be placed and dashed through.
Yes, that's definitely true, Veronica. Really exciting to see this map being pulled out for the first time in this tournament here. We have seen this map being played in other tournaments so far, but it is the first time for IVA, so I'm excited to see how they'll utilize this landscape to their advantage here. And actually, I suppose this would be a good time to recap on the score and what's going on here. So this is round 5. This is going to be the last round of the tournament. There's no chance for overtime given the situation here. What we see here is that FT has won rounds 1 and 4, whereas GH has won rounds 2 and 3. So both of them are right now tied in terms of the rounds, and whoever wins round 5 is going to be the winner of the IVA tournament. And if they both end up with a tying situation here, then that's going to be GH's win due to the fact that they won with more points here. So yeah, basically whoever wins round 5 is going to take the whole thing. Very exciting situation here. If GH does manage to come out immediately with 5 points, meaning that if their hunter Seichu manages to get a 4 survivor elimination, that also secures a win for GH in round 5. So we'll have to see how this plays out here, because Seichu is, going to be hunting up first for GH and has shown us a couple of 4 survivor elimination situations already today, so could very well see that happen. But at the same time, FT has shown us that they are still putting up quite a fight here going into round 5. So I'm curious to see what they can continue to show us.
Absolutely, this is just going to be so very great and excited. I am so excited to get back into the band picks and get everything going. We could be seeing this general, same band picks and whatnot as we have been seeing before. We don't want to deal with things like Hermit or Sculptor, but we've been letting this Bonbon come out and out because it feels a lot more safe and secure to be able to get that draw. But we saw Seichu get that 4K, and then we saw that one escape against the Bonbon in the last round, which actually allowed us to continue into this round 5. So maybe that penguin will be taken off of the board. But on Chinatown, Bonbon is not exactly the strongest. So we could in fact be seeing the opposite and see Bonbon come out for yet another round. So, sky's the limit. There's a lot of possibilities here, and by the limit, I mean, all of the characters that are banned.
That's definitely true. Yeah, with Bonbon on the Chinatown map, I mean, it's a very big map, and there's two stories there. So a lot of dynamics that can be tricky for the Bonbon to work with, a lot of solid building situations as well. So I think that's definitely a consideration. That landscape will definitely be a consideration in terms of the bans and picks there for both sides. Like you mentioned, though, the Soul Weaver has been strong on this map historically, and I don't know about Seichu. Potentially could pull out the Soul Weaver. We do see that Nino actually has played Soul Weaver in this tournament before, so they could very well pull out Soul Weaver again as well. So not sure if that is going to be one of their hunters of choice, but it is completely possible that we see something like that on this map, which would be quite exciting as well, because at least today we have not seen a Soul Weaver yet, so would be a little bit of a change in pace for us commentating as well as the audience watching as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure everyone would be really, really excited to see a Soul Weaver. Same with, being on the Chinatown map. It's just exciting to be here and see these new things and see these new plays. We really enjoyed the Dancer last round, wondering what everyone's so afraid of with banning her. And then really seeing her come out strong, where we, understand just what happened and why she wasn't allowed to come into play for so very long. Those slow boxes are they really are a detriment. You expect her to use the fast ones for decoding, but instead can set up these very, very strong kiting areas with those blue slow boxes that just leave the hunter in a very, very rough situation. So we are going to see what we end up with here. We're going to see our picks, our bans. They might look the same. I think we definitely will also not be seeing a priestess unless she happens to sneak through and the hunter is feeling like playing something like Breaking Wheel. Otherwise, I would also, I'm sure you feel the same, definitely advise getting that priestess out of the way.
Yes, for sure. She's actually one of the survivors that I made as well. So definitely a really strong survivor on this map. You too, Veronica. So yeah, that's exciting. But also, yes, I feel bad for all the hunters I've caused headaches for with the priestess on this map. Definitely a lot of good spots on this map. You have two stories as well as a lot of buildings here, a lot of opportunities that she can utilize to rescue from behind the chair as well. In being a big map, those global portals can also be very strong. So for sure, definitely could see her being banned right off the bat. Toy Merchant is actually pretty strong on this map as well, and that's a character we've seen ban and play throughout this tournament, so I'm curious to see if she'll be able to show her face in this last round, or if she'll also be one of those characters that are banned right off the bat, because we also oftentimes see Toy Merchant being utilized in a way that is a little bit similar to the Priestess, in the sense that she can also place down catapults and allow her teammates to transition around the map here.
Yeah, absolutely. You never truly replace a priestess, but the toy merchant is about as close as we're going to get in terms of such. And there are some really, really strong catapult spots here on Chinatown. A lot of transitional areas. A lot of the time, we do see them in areas that are accessible to the kiter, generally put near the toy merchant as she decodes, so she doesn't have to go out of her way too far. But there are also things like going up on those bridges and putting catapults there, which builds a crazy amount of distance against the hunter for the survivors, especially with the toy merchant herself, who can launch over the buildings in the air and then use her glider, which will last for an extended period of time, Lychee, considering how much air she got, for lack of a better term, just up so high and able to go on for so long.
Yes, definitely true. And there's also some instances where she's actually able to glide right out the gate, I'm thinking. So, a lot of interesting situations that could potentially happen if they do choose a toy merchant. So yeah, a lot of characters that are very suitable for this map here, but also a couple, like we mentioned, like the Bonbon could be a little bit less suitable. So we'll have to see how this plays out for both sides there. I think it's nice that we've seen quite a variety of hunters and survivors in this tournament so far. And yeah, as a last round of the day of the tournament here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Last round of the tournament. I definitely hope we see some really cool survivors and hunter gameplay here.
Me too. It would really be payoff. We have had a long day, so have the players, so have all of the mods behind the scenes, and I'm sure you guys have had a little bit of a long day watching us for so many hours, but hope very well that we could certainly be entertaining to you in these trying times of sitting around and watching this wonderful gameplay, just by giving the feedback and telling you what's going on from a directional point of view, just for fun to really put in the background there. So I've seen everyone get excited about their fan signs. I'm excited for us to be able to do those for you. Those will be fun for you to redeem, and then we'll receive our executive orders. We also will be having the giveaway announced at the end of the stream, along with announcing the winner, which will really great, Lychee. I'm so excited to get things ready and going on that. I've seen Jong and Sato in chat a lot, which is very fun to see. They're watching currently, other people are watching, and we are sitting here and watching as well. We are just talking while we do it.
Yes, definitely. Really appreciate all the fans keeping their energy up throughout this whole entire tournament and really allowing us to feel how strong this community bond is as well. Very exciting to see that, and excited to hear what the results of the giveaway are through whatever post is going to be made announcing the giveaway winners at the end of the stream. Another shout out, to Sunny Kim 23, who is hosting that S and A tier skin giveaway. That's very, very kind of them to collaborate with this tournament to host that giveaway, as well as, all the fans who have been not commentating, but commenting. We're the ones commentating, but they're commenting in order to gain those coins to get those prizes, as well as the loyal viewers who will be getting some exciting merchandise. So thank you all for your participation throughout this whole entire tournament, and let's just keep up the energy, keep up this hype as we go into round 5 of the tournament here, last round of the day of the tournament.
This is, in fact, the biggest hype spot of all. We're really getting the morale up. We're really getting the excitement up. We are going to be closing things up here with this round, which is just absolutely insane, Lychee. We've spent all of this time with these teams so far, and we will be finally saying goodbye to them at this point in time. So we're going to see what pulls in. We're on Chinatown. We're going to see who wins. We're going to see what they choose. And it is just such a fascinating lineup to be predicting. We've, placed some thoughts prior, maybe no priestess, maybe no toy merchant. We could be seeing a ban on the prospector this time around just because of how many times he's come out to play. But he hasn't been too much of a detriment, so we could be seeing the prospector come out to play again. Maybe a gravekeeper even again at this point in time if we see a ban on the mercenary or something. And we are back in the ban pick screen, Lychee. This will be right. We got Saitu on the hunting side, and we got Future on the survivor side here. And we are having those bans load in, and as we predicted, that toy merchant and that priestess, they will not be permitted to come out to play.
Yes, they've been banned right off the bat by Seichu, two very strong supporting characters on the Chinatown map here. And in terms of the other survivors that have been banned, we have the Seer and the Forward here. So really strong group of survivors here getting banned right off the bat. You know, we have those really meta characters as well as the ones who are able to provide a lot of support for their team. So we'll have to see what FT does ban for the hunter as well as who they decide to choose as their survivor picks. I think they still have a lot of good options, but I definitely agree with Seichu taking out these 4 characters on their ban selection here. Definitely really strong characters to deal with.
Chinatown, you know, the toy merchant and the priestess, they have been giving a little bit of hell the entire tournament, but especially so on big maps like these, where there are a lot of places where catapults can be placed and support portals can also come into play. So we are going to see, you know, what we get banned on the hunter side here. No wax artist, no guard 26, and I believe that's no sculptor. So Seichu has had these particular characters banned, which means we could be seeing that hermit come out to play again, but FT again is really comfortable against him. So he would, however, have some strength on Chinatown in it being such a big map and him being able to transport himself around. But sometimes, you know, you need to cut your losses and decide in this pivotal moment, is it worth it to go back to a hunter that you maybe this team comp had a lot of power against and practiced against a lot clearly prior, Lychee?
That's definitely true. I am curious to see as well if the hermit will be a consideration at all for either side. I do feel like the hermit could actually be good news for FT because like you mentioned, Veronica, FT has shown that they are prepared against a hermit. And in addition to that, the hermit also is a character where if the survivors aren't able to counter him, he can be very strong, but on the other hand, if the survivors do counter him and take a lot of damage and have healers on their team, then it's easy for them to try to go for a win compared to some other hunters out there where you aren't able to do that sort of thing. So I'm also thinking at detention, sometimes they can even take out detention hits. So in that sense, for FT, they perhaps have a little bit more room to work with in terms of getting a win or getting a situation against the hermit where they can more easily try to go for that win at the end game, even if detention is available. So that's why I feel like the hermit here, while he does have his strong points on this map, he could potentially even be good news for Future to deal with. But for now, let's just see what Future is choosing on their side here. So we have here the Prospector and the Mercenary coming into play here. So Mercenary being a very stable rescuer, whereas Prospector adding in some of those stun potential. Forward here is banned already, so Prospector coming in here can help to act, and I don't even want to say as a replacement at this point, but more of just like an alternative for the forward, you know, being able to come in with those stuns, those recharging magnets, as well as less of a problem when it comes to slowing down decoding. He has normal decoding speed, so that could potentially be a bonus of the Prospector as well.
Yeah, we're going to see the Psychologist get banned, and, you know, good on Chinatown to get rid of that remote heal. You really can heal all the way across the map, and on a big map, that makes more difference, I would say, Lychee. And we're going to have the Barmaid come in, you know, the two of them are kind of alternatives for each other, kind of replacements for one another, so the Barmaid instead is going to be seen on the FT roster here. We're going to see who Seichu brings in for the 4th ban, and then we're going to be able to, you know, play around with our predictions for who Future will possibly bring in to round out this team comp. But so far we're looking pretty strong. You know, you got that Prospector, you got that Mercenary, you got that Barmaid, and we are looking at a situation where, you know, they are trying to pull they really need to pull that win in order to keep things going and take this, you know, little crown championship for themselves. But CG, you know, if a 4K is achieved in this round, we'll just automatically win for GH.
Yes, Future is looking pretty good so far. Acrobat getting banned here by Seichu, so pretty all-rounder. We'll have to see what FD does to replace for that. They still have characters like Postman and Patient in the mix here, but I don't know what they'll want to consider. Will they want to play something a little bit more aggressively because they are in a situation where they have to win, or will they go for a pretty traditional supporter character? I mean, it just really depends here, but they do have a couple of options left depending on who they think Seichu is going to play as well. I think that's also another difficult question here because they have the Barmaid already chosen, who can counter hunters like Hermit, Dream Witch, Clerk. I mean, a lot of hunters that have win potential or hunters that are afraid of the survivors healing up quickly, potentially tanking another hit. These hunters are all countered already by the team composition. So it just depends, I think, on who their last one will be and which of these survivors leave themselves open as a target for the hunter in this match.
We do see the dancer is actually open for selection again. We're going to see the patient instead, but the dancer also could have been a very viable pick with those two stories and her, little buff that she gets in a speed boost from dropping down from high heights. But instead, we're going to see the patient come into play here, who there are a lot of good spots for him to use the hook on Chinatown. I remember they kind of released around the same time because everyone was practicing all of their patient hooks on Chinatown with all of the poles and the buildings, and there's just a good mix of things that makes him very, very strong on this map. If you get, very, very good hooks, you can transition and traverse really high and far distances and be quite a hassle for the hunter. So Seichu is going to have to deal with the horrors of this patient here, along with the difficulties of the rest of the team. So we could be maybe looking at something like a clerk. We could be maybe looking at that hermit again. There are a lot of options on the table, Liji, and Seichu is definitely taking their time and being able to pick the best one.
Yes, for GH, they have to try to at least tie out the round 5 here or go for a win situation, because this is going to be whoever wins is going to take it all. So I think Seichu does have to consider what kind of hunter they want to play and how strong that hunter is going to be in general, and as well as against these specific characters here. I think a clerk would be a little bit difficult perhaps in this situation, just because it's a large map and you have characters, like you mentioned, that can traverse a lot of distance. We have the mercenary, we have the patient there. Barmaid also can very easily help heal up herself or teammates against a clerk and just buy enough time with that kite. Prospector here coming in could also be a little bit of a tricky situation if played correctly. I think it is a little bit of a double-edged sword sometimes. I mean, just have to be a little bit careful with the timing. We have seen before the Prospector, even today, being used in a little bit of a precarious situation there, potentially canceling out attack recovery or pulling their teammates closer to the hunter or the hunter closer to their teammates. A couple of strange situations have happened throughout this tournament. So always have to be a little bit careful when utilizing the Prospector, but he's definitely somebody whose reward can pay off if you're able to mitigate those risks. So I think that even Prospector could be a strong counter against the clerk in the absence of somebody like the forward, just perhaps a little bit more risky there, but still a very high risk, high reward character.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's really the fun of it all. We're looking at this prospector here. Those brackets are, in fact, a really high risk, high reward. You want to make sure that you're in tune in time with the hunter. You want to make sure that everything's going well, and you want to make sure that your teammates are being communicated with. Sometimes they don't expect you to come in for those saves, other times they do, and that's the important of, all these teams communicating so well with each other, which they do, and it's really exciting to watch the teamwork go ahead and all of those, they're like in a big grandfather clock and all of their gear are turning together in order to make the time go. So Seichu could be coming up with a lot of hunters here. That Soul Weaver is still viable. Not sure if Seichu has it in Hunter Pool enough to be able to justify bringing it out in such an important moment, but it's certainly a good option for anyone who can play her. And instead we are going to see the Hermit again, Lychee. So I do wonder if Seichu would be able to pull it together after dealing with FT's countering of this Hermit before, and now predict, okay, they're gonna be really high on the polarity, I have to be really careful, I have to be really quick. So we could maybe see something like a change in build.
Yes, that's very true. We'll have to see how they adapt to the situation, both for the hunter and the survivor side here. I do think that the Hermit does have his place and does have his utility for sure. This is a pretty big map, and Hermit sometimes does have ways to deal with survivors who are going into those boating areas. But we'll just have to see how this plays out, because a lot of times, as we've seen earlier today, the survivors manage to gain an advantage just by extending that first kite to be so long, even potentially getting something like a 5-cipher kite or a 4-cipher kite against a Hermit, which, considering the Hermit's ability just on the ciphers, is just extra impressive here. But let's take a look at the spawn selection first before we dive into any further speculations. We see that the Barmaid here is going to be at the Umbrella Gate with Patient at the Lantern Gate. The mercenary is in the middle, and it looks like Prospector is going to be taking the corner where the hotel 2-story area is.
Yeah, we're in a kind of L shape here, and the Hermit is going to be coming in, right in the corner to round it out better. The Mercenary, the Barmaid, and the Prospector are all totally viable in this situation, with the Patient, on the opposite side, but definitely could be transitioned towards if Seichu thought that was necessary. So we're going to see, the countering of Hermit here and see if it continues on as strong as it has been, or if, Seichu's going to be able to step up his game and realize, okay, they're practiced, I can't really relax and take it easy on them. I really have to bring it together and fight as hard as I can against these survivors. After sort of being forced into an area there where Seichu kind of had to select that Hermit with all of the other hunters being banned.
Yes, it is a little bit of a difficult situation here. We have seen, though, that Seichu is very strong in capitalizing on any type of survivor mistake, so the survivors do have to be on high alert as well, even if they do seem to have a pretty strong team composition. We see that Hermit here also has insolence and detention built into the build here, but we are going to go right ahead into this match. This is Lychee and commentating with Veronica. We are excited to be going into round 5 of IVA 2022. Hermit here on the hunt already, and DDD is the first survivor being chased here, Veronica.
Yeah, DDD is a very strong kiter, so this could last quite a while if the polarity works out and the area is strong enough. But, Seichu's really not leaving any room for any of this. DDD is going to utilize one of those run pads with that beautiful new accessory, actually, in order to try and get away quicker. But we are going to see this loop happen, and, Seichu just a beautiful sort of Blade Runner style achievement arm pad there that allowed the Mercenary to get away in time to avoid that hit. So we are going to see Seichu come up these stairs here and continue chasing this Mercenary. No catapult to worry about with no Toy Merchant on the team, but with that insolence, able to come in here and just come right on top of DDD and get that hit, Lychee.
Yes, we do see that Seichu here utilizing that skill like you mentioned. Now that he had the first level of presence, was able to utilize that very well to get to that Mercenary, and does have Blink available as well, but it looks like they might actually be switching targets rather than continuing to chase the Mercenary around the 2-story here. So it looks like LMM, the Prospector, I believe, is going to be the next target for Seichu. With that skill, it should make it a lot easier to catch up to the survivors. Mercenary, in the meantime, is going to be healed by the Barmaid's wine there so that he can get much more healthy and potentially aid in rescues later on.
My goodness! Oh my goodness! We're gonna see a cancelled attack recovery from the Prospector due to just some happy little accidents for Seichu. Managed to get that hit and then managed to sort of teleport over, which the Prospector is not expecting. So now we're going to see, a nice vault over that pallet to maintain safety. Another stun from LMM here, really nice, just prolonging the kite and keeping that Hermit on his toes. And we are going to see Seichu try and, utilize this hit here. So we're going to land another hit, but again, with that shared polarity, it means that none of the survivors have gone down yet. They're thinking, if you can share our cipher progress, maybe we can share our damage, and you can't get any of us down if we can get any of these done. So, give and take. So we're going to actually see another hit here, which again, no down still, Lychee.
Yes, no down so far, but this game is still in the early phases for the Hermit since there are still 5 ciphers remaining. We do know that the Patient has 2 hooks. One of them was actually cut off by Seichu's hit last time. So let's see if this Hermit is able to finally get it down on the Patient here. We see that Patient right now just has the blue polarity, but we could always see a change here. Indeed, a change coming in from the Barmaid to help take that hit whenever it does happen. But we'll have to see how this plays out. Seichu here getting in another hit on the Barmaid, onto the Patient. But we do see that this was also tanked out here as well. So they'll just continue to loop with Patient having one more hook here to work with.
A lot of resources here, Lychee, but it was absolutely worth it considering how long they've been able to keep going. This Patient is a sneeze away from going down, going to take another little teleport with that orb here, and then going to keep on with chase. The Prospector has unfortunately been knocked down due to the shared damage, which means that we're now in a position whereupon we're going to see the survivors not be able to push the ciphers as much, as we have one person not decoding and instead healing. The Mercenary also is going to be healed, and the Prospector is going to get up at this point in time. We're going to see more chases on this Patient in this looping area. It's been strong so far, but a hit through that window means the Patient goes down and more damage goes onto his teammates.
indeed. And I believe I saw the barmaid and prospector doing some healing as well. Oh no, just the barmaid. Prospector is actually back to decoding. So it looks like we have the survivor going onto the chair and potentially one of the other survivors coming in here for a rescue situation. We'll see if they do decide to go ahead with that rescue or not. But in the meantime, Seichu will just be patrolling around this area to see who is going to come close. 4 ciphers on the map remaining to be popped. We do see that DDD here, the mercenary, has come in, is going to take a hit here all by himself, and now going to rescue the patient, activating the tie turner, but getting another hit here, and we'll have to see whether or not they can get this down on the patient here before the tie turner runs out. Indeed, they are going to loop around this building here. Blink is still online. Oh, utilized right here to down that patient here on the last effort before tie turner runs out. So Seichu here is going to be able to put the patient back onto the chair, and looks like the other survivors do have quite a lot of injury sustained at the moment. May have to try to find a way to heal up, but actually no. The mercenary is going to try to come in here for a rescue while trying to tank some, does get hit, but you know, they might be able to try to tank some hits using the other survivors. Oh, Cypher here actually being popped right away. Last couple of Cyphers being done very quickly in that aftermath there, and now we are into the endgame period here with detention on the hermit as he tries to go for the patient here in the last bit here, Veronica.
Patient not go down, as you know, that shared damage allows that detention hit to spread against all of the survivors of Future. Transitioning over to this dungeon actually leads you to possibly get a 4-man escape for Future, which would really leave, you know, a very, very good position for, you know, Pancake against the GH survivors. So we actually are going to see the patient go down, but considering the positioning of everyone else in the blink in play, we will actually see what likely is going to be a 3-man. As everyone is exiting, that is what is secured. So we have a 3 escape for Future here, Lychee.
Wow, good job to Future to turning that into a 3 escape. We saw that, you know, the ciphers in the end popped really quickly, with them being slowed a little bit initially at first due to the hermit skill, but then very quickly able to catch up in the end and buy enough time for 4 survivors alive at endgame. Patient made a good effort to get to the dungeon, but in the end, that 3 survivor escape is still good news for Future because it definitely keeps them in the game in this round here, in round 5. So Seichu's Hermit did put up a good fight as well, but we saw that ultimately they had to switch targets a couple of different times, and survivors luckily were able to heal up in time to make the mercenary do those rescues and things like that. At one point the prospector had gone down remotely, but luckily they were able to come back from that, you know, and just keep track of who has taken damage and how to heal up and tank damage appropriately. So really good job on Future's side there to once again achieve a win situation against a hermit. Now it's just going to be up to the other sides here. We just saw, you know, GH's Hunter, so we're going to up next to see FT's Hunter, you know, Pancake here if he's still playing for this round, and then GH's side, we'll have to see how the survivors are going to be able to pull this off.
Yeah, we will need to see a 3 escape or more from either side for them to secure the win here. After this 3 escape in the first round, we are leaving things in a situation where we're going to have to go into this round here, and Future is really making this beautiful comeback that could possibly result in a full win, Lychee, which would just be absolutely beautiful to watch. At this moment in time, though, we are going to cut to a short break, and we will be back with you for the final match of IVA 2022.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. One once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent and hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
Back for our final match of IVA Arena. I have gotten myself a fun little emotional support guy. Along with that, Lychee's my other emotional support guy, and we are going to be heading into the match here. So in just a few brief moments, that was a beautiful play from Future. Not banning that Hermit, and making Seichu play it after that first round where they were just completely able to play against him so well. I'd say even maybe the strongest hunter that they can counter Lychee. The amount of times that they've just gone crazy against this Hermit and pulled so many wonderful moves with that shared polarity. Really, really good communication, and that is what made or broke the game. And I would say that it really made it at that point in time. So here on Chinatown, we will now be seeing the opposite side go. Pancake will be playing Hunter, and we will be seeing GH on the Survivor side. We need a 3 or more escape on either side in order to get that win. So that'll be very interesting.
Yes, definitely curious to see how this will play out. But I love the comeback from FT so far. Just the Hermit story. I mean, seeing that they had so much trouble against Hermit earlier on in this tournament, and then coming out to show that they actually can counter the Hermit. They have learned since then. They've really been able to put what they've learned into practice and into tournament gameplay. That's just been really inspiring to see on the side of FT here. So we don't know what the results are yet, but definitely very commendable on FT's side that they were able to do that. And on GH's side as well, definitely a very strong team. So for this round 5 second half here, it's still anybody's game. But like you mentioned, the survivors of GH are going to try to have to plan for at least a 3 survivor escape. Whereas for FT's side here, they could go in for a tie hunter or something like that. So it does leave some other options open for FT's hunters perhaps, but also depends on the picks and bans that we have yet to see. So a lot could come into play here, but I'm really excited to find out how this is going to play out.
We'll still be on the Chinatown match, which is very interesting. As you mentioned, we could maybe be seeing a Soul Weaver, which would be very strong considering her ability to put those webs down on this map, which is very interesting. And we are also going to be seeing, the survivors come out with their strong picks again. We'll probably be seeing, another ban on that Toy Merchant, on that Priestess, but really riveting gameplay that we just watched. So exciting on both sides. The Hermit's chase was just constantly on top of the patient there, but unfortunately, because Future is so good at using that polarity against the Hermit, we actually, saw that utilized so well that despite the effort that was put in, they still managed that 3-minute escape. It was just a beautiful play on their part, and it was. I hope that we can see gameplay like this from GH in the following round.
Yes, for sure. I hope that no matter what the result ends up being, this is going to be just a really good match with really good gameplay and a really good effort on both sides. I think that's the only right way to end such an exciting tournament like IVA, is to just give it your all. It shows everything you've got. So really excited that this came to a round 5 here and that we get to see this live on the screen as they progress through this round here, and ultimately congratulate the winners at the end of the stream as well. And also be sure to stay tuned just to hear who the giveaway winners are if you participated in that giveaway. I'm sure you're curious to see if you won or not. So that will also be shown at the end of the tournament as well.
Yeah. After this match, we'll be getting into, the proper winner. You guys have redeemed your fan signs. I'm sure you're really excited for everything to happen. Seeing Nell saying it ain't over till it's over, which is very true. And, it's anyone's game now, Lychee. We said it at the start, we said it in round 2, but really here in round 5, that is when it counts. It is anyone's game. Both of them, if you get that 3 escape, if you get that 3 elimination, you will be looking at a win here. So if GH can get 3 survivors out of the gate, maybe even 2 at the gate, 1 at the dungeon, but same thing, we will be dealing with them getting their win here. And opposite-wise, we could see Future getting a win on the other hand, which, they kind of like a phoenix rose from the ashes here, taking in these last 2 rounds, which is entirely unexpected and so very impressive.
Yes, very impressive indeed. And now we are going to go right into the bans and picks selection screen. Like you mentioned, we are still on Chinatown as this map here. We saw some pretty exciting utilization of the areas of Chinatown in the last map. So let's see how this plays out in this match here. So Nino Pancake here coming out and banning the forward female dancer, toy merchant, and the priestess there. So actually, this is kind of similar to what we saw in the last match, except in the last match, I think we had Seer banned instead of the female dancer. But Nino Pancake here, banning even the female dancer and the toy merchant and priestess, just a lot of these characters that can set up these support systems for the rest of their teammates here and just be really strong in that way, as well as the forward, who is just a strong meta pick.
We are actually going to see an immediate ban on that Soul Weaver there, if I'm seeing correctly, which, she is very, very strong on this map, and anyone with her potentially in the Hunter pool, you want to take her out of it as quick as possible. We've seen some, in other tourneys and probably even just regular gameplay of our own, seen some really crazy plays, and seeing the survivors load in reminds me, we actually have Captain Kun swapped in to play in this final round here. Captain Kun is, very, very notorious for how good he is at what he does, and some of these really crazy support kites and kites in general. So we're going to see Captain Kun on the survivor side, along with the Seer and the Prospector locked in as first selections.
Yes, exciting to see what Captain Kun will bring to this team lineup here. I do know that a lot of people have been asking in the chat lately, where is Captain Kun? Is he going to be playing? So I'm sure they'll be happy to see Captain Kun in the lineup for the last match of IVA here. Coming in here for sure at a very exciting moment. But yes, Seer and Prospector coming into play here. So we talked about earlier how Seer, we haven't seen him as much in these matches so far, but still can be a very strong character. So we'll have to see what they're able to do. I think that once Seer utilizes his owl though, it does put them in a little bit of a dangerous situation in terms of managing the end game, so they might have to be a little bit careful here. But they do come in here with another additional supporter, stunner, harasser with the Prospector. So hopefully they're able to do something with that Prospector. I think it's nice to have a stunner character, especially in the last game here when you're really trying to fight for a win on the survivor team. So having that Prospector in there could potentially be a pretty good choice for the survivors, but we'll see what else they decide to supplement this with.
Absolutely, we're going to see the patient be banned, so, there is room to potentially bring out an acrobat, or maybe another strong transitional kiter here. Could even see something like the mercenary come into play, but we are actually going to see that acrobat come out immediately, which is really great. The acrobat, a lot of strong spots here, a lot of places to put those bombs, always great on kiting, and always pretty good on assisting, using those bombs to just bring everything together and help everybody out. So on Chinatown here, they're also good for transitioning into certain areas if you absolutely need to. And there are lots of places where you can put them down little tunnels and in little loop areas that forces the hunter to go through them, or kind of wait and go around, and then you are kind of stuck in a position where you've lost some precious time. So in a few moments, we'll probably be seeing the last ban here, and then we'll be seeing the last pick, and that'll round out the survivor side for GH.
We'll have to see what happens here. I do feel like it could potentially be something like the mercenary, either banned or picked here, because we haven't seen him come out on either side. And in a situation where you're trying to get as many survivors out the gate as possible, the mercenary could potentially be a pretty strong option. He is a pretty strong character throughout the whole entire match, really. So I wouldn't be surprised to see either side go for that. If he's not banned, then perhaps picked, or if he is banned, I don't know, maybe GH will come in with another rescuer to counter.
Yeah, we are actually going to see that mercenary go down and not be permitted to come into this match here. So, we have a lot of strong bans here. Really a lot of the roster, just a bunch of meta characters that are very, very difficult to go up against. And when you want as little survivors at the gate as possible, it's kind of the same opposite situation. You don't want the power of that mercenary to be able to make it out of the gate, potentially without chip damage and whatnot. If you try and hit him and he's on full health, even if you have detention, he still has a certain amount of time to be able to transition over to the dungeon or make it out of the gate. And we will actually see the Gravekeeper, which is very exciting for me personally. But a lot of transitional ability with those shovels on Chinatown, which is such a big map. So an interesting choice for GH to utilize, and I think will definitely pay off in the end based on the bans and what they had to select from.
Yes, that's definitely true. And the Gravekeeper here also has a slightly lesser decoding debuff than some other rescuers out there. So in general, this team isn't a super slow decoding team here. But we do see that Nino Pancake has come in with a Wax Artist play here. This is quite an interesting choice as well, because Wax Artist was actually played in the previous FT versus GH matchup earlier in IVA. And during that game, FT's Wax Artist actually got looped pretty hard by the GH survivors, so I think GH survivors do have some background knowledge on how to potentially counter a Wax Artist, but we know that Wax Artist has been played here and there today as well, and has sometimes been able to pull off advantages. So we'll have to see what happens in this game here. I think it's quite an interesting choice. Also could have a lot of variability in terms of what traits that the Wax Artist decides to bring. But yeah, interesting to see how this plays out here.
We're going to see everyone factor into their rightful spots in terms of who's playing who, which, will help us later in the match. So we've got Zalcon on the Acrobat spawning up here. We've got another L-shaped Captain Coon on the Gravekeeper, Prospector by Little Cat here, and Little Boy's playing that Seer. And Pancake is going to spawn near Captain Coon's Gravekeeper right in the center here, so probably going to go straight for him, if not transition away to the Prospector or the Acrobat, who would be other viable choices. But very interesting to not select this area near Little Boy, which tends to be the hot spot for hunters when selecting a spawn against this L shape that people choose to go with on Chinatown.
Yes, definitely. Interesting choice by Nino Pancake there. And we'll have to see who ends up being the first target here, because I think there are a couple of options with Nino Pancake spawning towards that restaurant area there of the map, kind of away from some of the other survivors on the corner there. So we'll have to see, but we are going to enter the match quite readily with the Wax Artist trait being shown at the bottom there. It is detention as well as fast pallet breaking. I don't think they made it all the way up to insolent. All the way up to the confined space. But this also looks like it's most likely a blink on the trait here as well. And we'll just go right into... we'll just go right into the match here and see who the Wax Artist is going to chase.
Yeah, we are here in the final match, so this is a very, very high stakes. You know, you gotta get that 3-man escape in order to get that win, or you gotta get that 3-man kill. We are in a very, very interesting situation. Chinatown is a big map. There's a lot going on. It's easy to stay away from other survivors, and we're gonna see a stun here on the wax artist, and then we're going to see a hit on the prospector, who is able to utilize a really, really far away dash via vaulting that pallet at just the right time after that hit. So, you know, doubling up on speed boosts. We are actually going to also see transition over to the bridge here, at which point we'll see another magnet be thrown, and in these situations, you know, a very, very good prospector can, you know, bring them up the stairs like that. Not exactly to that degree, but definitely still utilizing that stun in the process, Lychee.
Yes, definitely, and we do see that Prospector here is just playing his way around these walls, trying his best to prevent the wax, but the wax artist utilizing the blink at this key moment to down the Prospector right here. So he is going to be picked up and chaired possibly close to Little Boy's Cypher, Little Boy being the Seer, one of the faster decoders on the team, so not great to have that Cypher be disrupted necessarily. They are going to kind of switch off the characters here with Captain Coon's Gravekeeper coming in here for a rescue. Pancake also sealing away the far away Cypher, so this way you can kind of guard the nearby Cypher, but also prevent that slightly further Cypher from being decoded at the same time as well. Meanwhile, one Cypher has popped, 4 Cyphers remaining, and Captain Coon is gearing up for a rescue and quickly getting the wax on him as well.
Going to see a stun, and we're actually going to see this interesting Gravekeeper S tier accessory, which earlier I was mentioning, you know, it's kind of hard to see where the Gravekeeper is in the dirt, but that in particular leaves a little volcano that tends to be easier to spot than it is without the accessory. So we're going to chase around here with Little Cat in the Stereo, who is going to utilize all of these spots whereupon the wax cannot reach, but this pallet's going to be blocked off, and we're actually going to see Owl support from the Seer, which Pancake actually does hit, and then some support from the Acrobat too. You know, they really want to keep this Prospector alive, Lychee. They are really supporting here, but it does not work out in the end as the Prospector goes down despite some time being botched.
Yes, and the good thing here is that at least if you down the Prospector, or chasing the Prospector and down the Prospector, there's no other characters in this team composition that can harass you and try to get that stun or balloon rescue or something like that. So the wax artist is able to securely place the Prospector into the basement here, which can lead to a tricky situation for GH survivors here on whether or not they should go in for that rescue. If they do go in for the rescue, it can be pretty dangerous here with Acrobat having another tie turner and able to make it into the basement actually.
Yeah, that bomb just completely vaults right over Pancake. Just going to utilize this wax to kind of go straight forward with it, and going to get a hit on the Acrobat with the Searing Wax, and now the Prospector and the Acrobat both have to be very careful of it here. You know, it's a very difficult situation, and we are going to see the Prospector get quite high and finally go on the last effort, but get a nice stun by pushing Pancake right back into that locker there and try to transition away from the basement. The Acrobat's going to have to be careful because, you know, that Prospector's going to go down and be sent back to the manor soon, but the Acrobat needs to make sure that that is not the same case for him.
Yes, so it looks like this will be one survivor elimination already for Nino Pancake's wax artist here, and now he's going to go on to the next survivor. We do know that for Nino Pancake's side, they need to get at least a tie in order to win this match for FT, and this wax artist does have detention but does not have trump cards, so they are stuck with Blink until the very end here. So ideally for Nino Pancake, he can potentially get this survivor on the chair at least once before the end game detention is popped, and then if needed can down them with detention and blink. But now they are just going to follow up here as the Seer goes on top of the building, a little bit too far away to deal too much wax onto the Seer, but will continue to follow to the other side. I think as long as they can make sure the Seer doesn't gain another owl, Seer is not necessarily a bad target to be chasing at the very end here.
Be dealing with the Seer. You don't want them to farm the owl, but at this point in time doesn't have an owl, so able to get a hit off, tries the Searing Wax, but it doesn't really seem to work out. Going to sort of utilize more wax now, but these Cyphers are being pushed, you know, trying to get to a prime to be able to hit that 3-man for GH, and you can see in the way that they play, they are really trying to get this. Oh! And the Cypher's going to be popped up because it's a Searing Wax hit. The Seer is going to go right down with a detention hit from Pancake, Lychee, and go right on chair for the first time.
Yes, that was a bit of an unfortunate situation for the survivors, with the Seer getting downed again as soon as he got up. I'm not sure if that's because the survivors just saw him go down and pop the Cypher immediately without knowing that that was a no attack recovery hit, or perhaps they didn't want the Seer to go on the chair at all, so they just popped it as soon as they could. But either way, in this situation, we have the Seer on the chair, and if they don't do anything about it for the survivor side, it's going to be a loss in the tournament. So they are actually forced in this situation here to come back and try to rescue against a detention wax artist with full presence and blink. Really difficult situation here.
Oh my goodness!
To play with the blink here, but the Gravekeeper is underground. Can they pull this off here? Oh my gosh.
Gravekeeper's going to go down. Acrobat's going to come to the chair and get the rescue. Acrobat is also going to go down. Tide Turner already utilized on that Prospector in the basement. Little Boy is going to try to transition over to this gate here, buy time for everyone else to self-heal, but there's only so much you can do in this little area. Pancake's just going to loop around and then get those searing wax hits, which we now see 3 survivors down and incapacitated, Lychee.
Oh my goodness. The Seer was somewhat close to another owl, so perhaps they were hoping that the Seer was able to get another owl before they went down again. But really unfortunate in this situation, Seer is going to be eliminated and off to the manor, and the other survivors surrender. So this is going to be a win here for FT. My goodness, we are announcing the champion here.
Oh my god! Yeah, Future really brought it together in those last few rounds, which was so impressive, and one can say this is really, really well earned. This champion title, they really fought for it, and they worked very hard, they trained, and they prepared to go up against GH, and in the end they did, and they managed to pull together and, not ban that Hermit, make these very, very smart calls, and get that win in the end with such an impressive play in order to get what was just out of nowhere, just that 4K situation on Chinatown to pull that win, Lychee. Just absolutely wonderful gameplay from all, DDG, XP, Dragon, LMM, Pancake, and Shen. They did so well today, and a huge congratulations to Future for their win.
Yes, congratulations to Future, and a good game, well played to GH as well. They gave us a really exciting matchup here on day 5. Not day 5, but this 5-round tournament on the last day of IVA here. So really exciting to see this from both teams, but ultimately congratulations to FT for winning this tournament and becoming crowned as the newest IVA champion. Really excited to see this team here come in with some different expectations from the audience, but ultimately being able to secure this win against a very strong, formidable opponent as well. So just wow, really amazing job by FT here, and I'm so excited for the fact that they are going to be able to call themselves the champion of this tournament.
Yeah, we are also going to see the winners of the Sunnycam 23 lucky draw for the S-Skin. So that's Sarah Erdina, Maria Pasno for another S-Skin, and Sapa Nayan for the A-Skin here, Lychee. I do wonder what they will select, and I would love to hear about it if at all possible. Congratulations to everyone for your selections.
Yes, congratulations on these winners. Thank you again to Sunny Kim 23, and thank you for everybody who participated as a part of this giveaway and as the audience of this tournament.
Wonderful from everyone, from the moderators behind the scene to Nell for organizing everything, to the players for doing so well today, to our fellow co-casters who did the other days for their exceptional performances and everything they did, and just everyone, excellent job, even everyone in chat just keeping the morale up, getting excited, using your loyalty coins. Just wonderful gameplay overall. This was so exciting to watch and a great way to round out the day, Lychee.
Yes, definitely super exciting. I'm so happy for FT here, and it's just been such a great experience commentating this tournament as well. So thank you, Veronica, for being my co-caster throughout the finals here, and for the other casters that we worked with. It's been really great working with them, as well as the casters who have mentored us. Like you mentioned, the moderators, Nell, just everybody behind the scenes worked really hard, in addition to the players as well as the audience here. So a huge round of applause to everybody, and especially FT as the winners, but really just everybody else should really pat themselves on the back as well for all the work they put into this tournament. So excited to have this new winner here. I wish all the best to all the teams that participated. FT, really excited to see what future is going to bring us in the future here. Even after this tournament, I hope that they stay strong and become a new team to watch out for in this SEA region. And as for GH, good game, well played, and really excited to see them continue on in the future as well. I hope that we're able to see them again in future tournaments.
Absolutely, Lucy, very well said.
We are muted already.
Oh, so